gentlemen, welcome to the Global Industry Summit, UNIDO's 21st General Conference. Please be seated in the plenary hall. The program will begin shortly.
The future is built through partnership, innovation, and shared vision. Global megatrends are impacting all of us, and artificial intelligence is redefining what is possible by powering smarter industries, resilient supply chains, and sustainable growth. Investments are required to fully harness AI. On Investment and Partnership Day, UNIDO and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia bring together global leaders, investors, and innovators to navigate emerging industrial trends and explore new pathways for sustainable development. Governments, the private sector, international organizations, and financial institutions must jointly craft new financing models to turn opportunities into impact, connecting capital, creativity, and technology. UNIDO supports countries in harnessing new technologies, strengthening industrial capabilities, and shaping policies that turn innovation into real results. By connecting capital, expertise, and technology, UNIDO helps drive industrial transformation that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Saudi Arabia advances this shared effort by investing in innovation, technology transfer, and future-ready industries. Through strong partnerships and targeted incentives, the Kingdom accelerates AI solutions, smart manufacturing, and resilient supply chains that create opportunities regionally and globally. Together, we are building the foundations of an inclusive and resilient global industrial economy shaped by investment, partnership, and a shared commitment to sustainable prosperity.
Good morning and welcome to the Investment and Partnership Day at this 21st UNIDO General Conference and Global Industry Summit 2025. I'm John Defterios, the former Emerging Markets Editor and anchor for CNN, and now board member for Sustainable Energy for All, or SE for All, which is also based in Vienna like UNIDO, and also a senior fellow at the World Economic Forum in the Center for Energy and Materials. It is a true delight to chair this opening ceremony under the theme, The Future of Industrialization, AI as a Game Changer. We are all aware that we are shaping chapter one of a new industrial age driven by artificial intelligence. There is indeed a sprint to deploy cutting-edge digital solutions, and there is a thirst for energy to meet the needs of tomorrow. It is only fitting that we convene this summit in Riyadh at the heart of Saudi Arabia and the crossroads of East and West and the global North and the global South. I had a chance to cover Vision 30 from its launch nearly a decade ago and have witnessed firsthand the rapid transformation. Having been in the Kingdom 30 times over the last 3 decades, the Kingdom is unrecognizable to what it was 10 years ago before the launch of 2030. Saudi Arabia, as a case study, is in the midst of an industrial transformation, manufacturing, critical minerals, large-scale renewable energies, which include solar, wind, green hydrogen, battery storage, data centers, and rapidly evolving into a transport hub for the industrial value chain and the global tourism sector. I would say also that Saudi Arabia serves as a nice springboard into Africa for investment onto the vast continent. While we're beginning to understand the power and potential of AI, hence $3 trillion of investment allocated already to the sector, There is, of course, and those in this room know it, an inherent challenge to ensure AI does not exacerbate a wealth divide between the developed and developing worlds. Our focus this week, and particularly today, is on intentional investment, collaborative innovation, and strategic public-private partnerships, which are, in a word, inclusive and need to strike the right balance between innovation and equity. Our first keynote speaker lives by this mantra, progress for innovation. In fact, it's on the entryway when you come into the center. And I would humbly add, through collaboration and welcoming more members into UNIDO. So let's give a warm welcome as we launch Investment Day to His Excellency Gerd Müller, the Director General of UNIDO.
Good morning, everybody. Early morning. Good morning, dear President, Minister Al-Korayev, distinguished guests. Welcome to all of you, ministers, CEOs, and development partners. I'm very grateful to the Saudi Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources and all our partners for hosting us. Saudi Arabia, with its Vision 2030, the country is diversifying its economy with excellence in new technologies, IT, renewable energies, hydrogen, manufacturing industries, as well as research and science. Over the past 50 years, Saudi Arabia has charted an exemplary, successful economic and industrial development. Today, this Global Industry Summit will create new partnerships that will drive progress for the future of industries, for development and developing countries. We are meeting here at a critical time. The world is undergoing profound changes which present challenges but also unprecedented opportunities for development. Ladies and gentlemen, looking optimistically forward, 5 megatrends will shape the world by 2050, aside from the current crisis and challenges. First, the population growth. Every year, the world's population grows by 80 million people, mostly in developing countries. Africa's population will double by 2050. The second megatrend, food demand. Because of the population growth, global demand for food will rise by 50% by 2050. Third, climate change and the future of energy. World energy demand will also increase by 50% by 2050. Fourth, scarce resources. Essential resources, particularly water and fertile soil, are becoming increasingly rare. And fifth, the job revolution. Hundreds of millions of jobs are needed in developing countries by 2050 for the growing young population. Excellencies, in the face of these challenges and megatrends, industrialization is the key part of the solution to create hundreds of millions of jobs and to end hunger and poverty, especially for growing populations. Developing countries need industrialization, innovation, and investments, and economic growth at least 10% per year. We at UNIDO are your partner. Industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure, that is unique, our mandate. Dear guests, these megatrends also represent great possibilities for more growth in member states in the future. There is significant potential for sustainable growth, especially in the sectors of, first, renewable energy, green technologies, and digital economy. By 2030, over 20 million jobs could be created in the Global South. The second sector, infrastructure, development, and urbanization. Estimates suggest that this sector alone could contribute to the creation of more than 80 million new jobs in the next 10 to 20 years. And the third sector, agribusiness, modernization, mechanization, and digitalization are necessary to increase productivity and food security. And the fourth, healthcare, the pharmaceutical industry and biotechnology. A growing population needs medication, vaccines, and creates a large and growing market with millions of new jobs. And the fifth sector, that is, dear Minister, you are the Minister of the not only industry, the mining sector. That is the fifth very important sector. The mining industry, it holds enormous potential for economic development in the global south. Millions of new jobs will be created within the next 10 years, but enormous investments in local added value are necessary in all relevant sectors. I want to also emphasize that focusing only on growth is the wrong approach. What is needed is sustainable growth and sustainable industrialization. And again, the raw material wealth in developing countries is enormous, but the value-adding jobs must remain local. With our Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Mining, we support our partners in this crucial task. Ladies and gentlemen, for the future, we need a new strategic approach to industrialization. And that is what we are talking about at this Global Industry Summit, with you, with experts in several panels around, with governments and representatives of the private sector. Thank you so much.
Director General, thank you very much for the opening comments. You flag posted what I was suggesting in my opening remarks myself, the transformation that's been taking place here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Ministry of Mineral Resources was created in 2019 to accelerate this transformation here. Our next guest has been the minister since it was launched, and often overlooked, but again, something that was underscored by the Director General is the vast mineral resources that they're working on here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When I first started covering this story, it was $1.2 trillion of assets, and with the geographical surveys, it's now at $2.5 trillion of assets. For solar PV, wind turbines, of course, battery storage, and into the development of artificial intelligence, those mineral resources are needed. Can we give a warm welcome to His Excellency Bandar Al-Qurayef, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources here for Saudi Arabia. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you here in Riyadh, a city that has become a global meeting place for ideas, innovation, and opportunities. We are proud to host this year's UNIDO General Conference, and particularly to open 3 days of dialogue dedicated to investments, women in industry, and the next generation of industrial leadership. Today's gathering marks more than the start of a conference. It is the continuation of a global conversation about how we can shape the industrial future that is sustainable, inclusive, and driven by shared prosperity. Saudi Arabia is going through a huge transformation guided by Vision 2030, led by His Royal Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman. Under this framework, we are building an economy founded on innovation, human talent, and global partnerships. Over the past few years, Saudi Arabia has introduced far-reaching reforms to make our economy more competitive, more open, and connected to the world. We have issued thousands of new industrial licenses. We have attracted hundreds of global companies to establish operations in Saudi Arabia and created a thriving ecosystem to sectors such as advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, pharmaceutical, and critical minerals. Our ambition is simple: to make Saudi Arabia one of the world's most attractive destinations for industrial investments and partnerships, and to ensure that every partnership creates value that is shared across borders. UNIDO has been a key partner in this journey. Its mission, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, mirrors our own national priorities. Together, we are supporting projects that enhance industrial competitiveness, drive digital transformation, and embed sustainability into the heart of production. This collaboration reflects shared belief that industry is not an economic engine, but a driver of social and environmental progress. One of the greatest stories of our transformation in Saudi Arabia has been the growing participation of women in our industrial and economy as a whole. Today, women are leading factories, managing industrial zones, and helping shape the future of our manufacturing and technology sectors. Women now represent more than a third of our national workforce, a historic milestone that highlights the remarkable progress made in just a few years. We are committed to ensuring that this momentum continues, that every woman who aspires to contribute to our industrial future has the opportunity, the training, and the support to do so. Our second theme, Generation Future, is equally vital across the kingdom and across the world. Young generation and young people are leading new waves of innovation and entrepreneurship. Saudi youth are driving initiatives like Saudi Made, Future Factories Program, Future Mineral Forum, and the National Industrial Strategy, all designed to empower local talent and build global connection. We believe that the future of industry will be defined by those who can adapt, can imagine, and can collaborate. That is why we are investing in education, research, and technology ecosystems that give young innovators the tools to compete globally and the confidence to lead. At the center of all of these efforts are two focuses: technology and sustainability. They are not opposing goals, but rather they are complementing goals. We are investing in artificial intelligence, automation, and smart manufacturing to increase productivity and competitiveness. But at the same time, we are embracing the circular carbon economy as a practical pathway towards climate responsibility and energy transition. Our goal is clear: to build an industry base that is efficient, low carbon, and future-ready, one that creates jobs while protecting the environment for generations to come. As we begin these 3 days of discussion, Let us treat them not only as an exchange of ideas, but rather a call to action. Let us build new partnerships that connect investment with innovation, capital with capabilities, and ambition with impact. Let us ensure that industrial growth grows hand in hand with inclusion, empowerment of women, inspiring youth, and opening doors to collaboration. And let us reaffirm our shared belief that sustainable industrial development is not just a national priority, but rather a global responsibility. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Director General of the UNIDO and all our partners for their leadership and vision. And I thank each of you for your participation and ideas and your partnership in building a more responsive and sustainable industrial future. Welcome to Riyadh and to the future we will build together. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Minister. It was very interesting to see in the first half of 2025 that non-oil GDP in the kingdom crossed 50% to 53%, driving home the point that the minister was talking about. That concludes our opening ceremony. We're going to go to the third general debate. I'll be back at 11:30 when we're going to have a ministerial session looking at the new global value chains in an uncertain trade environment. His Excellency Mr. Al-Khareef will join us. We'll have representation from Southeast Asia, Africa, and also the European Union. The third general debate will begin. We'll see you at 11:30. Thanks very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We're about to begin the session in about 5 minutes. I'd just like to ask you to take your seats then. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I declare open the third plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference, held as the Global Industry Summit 2025. Earlier this morning, we had the pleasure of witnessing the official launch of our thematic day, Investment and Partnership, the future of industrialization, AI as a game changer. I would like to thank the Director General of UNIDO and the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia for setting the stage for the important discussions ahead. Today's focus on investment and partnership invites us to consider how harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, mobilizing financial resources and fostering public-private collaboration can accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrialization. By working together across borders and sectors, we can ensure that the opportunities of digital transformation are shared broadly and that no country is left behind in this new era of industrial development. Before we proceed further with the agenda, I would like to inform you that the side event on AI as a game changer, harnessing collaboration and investing in industries of the future, is taking place in parallel to this plenary meeting from 10 to 11:30 a.m. in the main committee hall. At the same time, an event on uncovering the opportunities of global and Islamic finance for economic transformation is taking place on the exhibition stage along with the Africa Investment Roundtable on the interactive workshop stage. I would also like to draw your attention to the event titled Reshaping Global Value Chains, Investment Pathways for a New Trade Era, which will take place during this plenary meeting starting at 11:30 a.m. This session will provide valuable insights into how we can reimagine international trade and investment to better serve sustainable development. I also encourage all delegates to take full advantage of the rich program of engagements planned for the day. These gatherings provide unique opportunities to exchange ideas, strengthen partnerships, and build the collective momentum needed to advance UNIDO's mission. Your active participation will be essential in turning today's dialogue into tomorrow's action. As we return to our work for the session, I would like to recall that further to the meeting of the enlarged General Committee yesterday morning, we proceeded during the first plenary meeting with a proposal to elect the President of the 21st session of the General Conference and to return to the election of Vice Presidents at a later stage. We will, in that regard, return to the consideration of the election of the Vice Presidents in the fourth plenary meeting this afternoon. I now invite the conference to take up the consideration of agenda item 4, organization of work. In accordance with Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure, a number of proposals are being made to the conference concerning the organization of its work. In formulating these proposals, the recommendations of the informal consultations convened at the request of the Industrial Development Board for the preparation of the conference were considered. These are contained in conference room paper GC21/CRP1. I have the honor to give the floor to Mrs. Claudia Guevara de la Jara of the Permanent Mission of Peru to UNIDO and Vice President of the 53rd session of the board for a few words on the work of the informal consultations. Madam, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señor vicepresidente.
Vice Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Kamram Akhtar Malik, Permanent Representative of Pakistan to UNIDO and President of the 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board, in my capacity as Vice President of the 53rd session of the Board. At the outset, allow me to express my appreciation to the Board for entrusting the President, myself, and my fellow Vice Presidents with the responsibility of chairing the pre-session informal consultations. I also wish to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all delegates who participated in these meetings for your constructive engagement and your sustained commitment and your active contributions to our collective work. Distinguished delegates, a written report has been issued on the work of the pre-session informal consultations, contained in document GC21, Conference Room Paper 1, which was circulated by the Secretariat through Information Note number 117 on the 21st of November. The report presents the outcome of the discussions on procedural and organizational matters, as well as on substantial items. I should like to provide the General Conference with a brief overview of the work of the pre-session informal consultations. Between the 9th of October and the 21st of November, we conducted a total of 13 meetings of the pre-session informal consultations, during which we discussed several draft decisions and resolutions. When combined with the dedicated meetings of the informal informals on draft resolutions, delegations in Vienna have held a total of 31 preparatory meetings in advance of the 21st session of the General Conference. First, I would like to highlight that the pre-session informal consultations examined a number of organizational matters aimed at facilitating the smooth conduct of the conference. These recommendations are reflected under Agenda Item 4 on the organization of work in Conference Room Paper 1. On substantive agenda items, I am pleased to inform you that decision texts under the following agenda items all reached consensus in the pre-session informal consultations. Item 11A, Scale of Assessments for the Apportionment of the Regular Budget Expenses for the Biennium 2026-2027. Item 11B, on the financial situation of UNIDO, which comprises two draft decision texts. The standard decision on the financial situation of UNIDO, and a second decision relating to the restoration of voting rights for Uzbekistan based on a payment plan. Item 11C, on the Working Capital Fund for the Biennium 2026-2027. Item 11D, on vertical and horizontal budget implementation flexibility. Item 12, on the Program and Budgets 2026-2027. And Item 30, on the date and place of the 22nd session of the UNIDO General Conference. These decisions are all contained in Annex 1 to CRP1. Acknowledging that the conference retains the full authority of its work, these texts will be taken up at the main committee starting later this afternoon. At its last meeting on Friday, the 21st of November, in Vienna, the informal consultations closed with the draft decision under Agenda Item 27 on personnel matters, including the UNIDO Staff Pension Committee, still open, pending receipt of additional nominations to fill the outstanding vacancies on the committee. Member States agreed to forward this draft decision text to the main committee in Annex 2 to Conference Room Paper 1. Additionally, the informal consultations were informed of the submission of 5 draft resolutions, which include the Riyadh Declaration submitted by Saudi Arabia on the 3rd of September, a draft resolution under Agenda Item 15 on UNIDO, gender equality and the empowerment of women, submitted by Norway and Mexico on the 17th of October. A draft resolution under Item 19 on UNIDO's cooperation with Africa, focusing on the energy industrialization nexus in Africa, submitted by Burkina Faso on the 24th of October. A draft resolution under Item 22 on UNIDO activities related to environment, climate change, energy, and the circular economy, focusing on the circular economy for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, submitted jointly by Armenia, Philippines, and Mexico on the 20th of October. And a draft resolution under Item 23 on strengthening UNIDO's role in agribusiness development and food systems transformation to enhance food security and end hunger, focusing specifically on strengthening UNIDO's role in enhancing global food security, submitted jointly by Pakistan and Sudan on the 5th of November. The pre-session informal consultations, together with the informal informals and numerous bilateral negotiations held in parallel, enabled us to make significant progress on all draft resolutions. All draft resolutions have been forwarded to the main committee for consideration as individual addenda to CRP1. I would like to note that throughout the informal consultations, delegations engaged in our work with a commendable spirit of cooperation, flexibility, and compromise. This collaborative approach, demonstrated consistently by all groups and all delegates, greatly contributed to the constructive progress achieved in Vienna and brought to the conference here. Vice President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, allow me once again to convey my sincere appreciation to all delegations for your active participation and for the confidence and full support you have extended to me and my colleagues throughout the pre-session informal consultations. Your constructive engagement has been essential to the progress we have achieved today. I look forward to continued productive and solution-oriented discussions within the main committee. Thank you very much, Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is recommended that the General Conference covers agenda items 8 to 30 in the plenary in the form of a general debate. Establishes one main committee to be chaired by Mrs. Dora Kosas of the Permanent Mission of Hungary to UNIDO, on which each member participating in the conference may be represented, and decides to refer agenda items 8 to 30 to the main committee for a more focused debate aimed at the preparation of consensus draft decisions and resolutions for submission to the plenary. and to request the chair of the main committee to submit a written report on its work to the conference on Thursday, 27 of November 2025. It's further recommended that any new draft decisions and resolutions under items 8 to 30 be submitted to the President with a copy to the chair of the main committee, latest on Monday, 24th of November at 1:15 p.m. Concerning the officers of the main committee, it's recommended that, as in the past, the report of the main committee be submitted by its chair to the plenary, thus obviating the need for a rapporteur. Are there any objections to the adoption of these recommendations concerning the organization of work? I see none. It is so decided. I wish to draw the attention of the conference to Rule 90 of its Rules of Procedure, which stipulates that the conference shall make every effort to ensure that all its substantive decisions are taken by consensus. In that regard, I wish to take this opportunity to call on each and every one of you to work together in a spirit of consensus in your deliberations during the session. Any draft decisions and resolutions on which the main committee reaches consensus will be forwarded to the plenary in the form of an L document and related addenda for adoption. Once consensus is reached in the main committee, decisions and resolutions will be shared with the UNIDO documentation services for translation ahead of their adoption by the plenary at its 10th meeting. I would like to inform you that any decision or resolution on which consensus is reached in the main committee after Wednesday, 26 November at 7 p.m. may not be translated to all official languages ahead of adoption by the plenary due to the administrative deadlines for translation. I kindly ask you for understanding. As discussed during the press session, informal consultations, and in an effort to go paperless, the L document and addenda containing the draft decisions and resolutions that will be considered during the closing plenary will be distributed electronically only through an email to registered participants. You're kindly asked to take appropriate measures to ensure your access to relevant documentation online. With this in mind, I will also urge you to make all efforts to avoid voting in plenary. Should there be disagreement among the delegations on any of the items allocated to the main committee, the chair of the committee, in their report to the plenary, would inform the conference of the divergent views and deliver a statement explaining the positions of those member states involved. The first meeting of the main committee will take place today at 1 p.m. in the main committee hall. It is further proposed that the conference organize its schedule of work along the lines recommended by the pre-sessional informal consultations, as reflected in the tentative schedule of work, which has been made available to all the delegations through document GC21/CRP1 and is now projected on the screen. Yes, with minor technical revisions. In this connection, I would like to remind you that in view of the limited time available for the general debate, statements should be kept as short and concise as possible. The established practice is that statements in plenary should be limited in length to 10 minutes for groups and 5 minutes for member states. In the interest of conducting our work efficiently, I urge delegations not to exceed these durations. It's also recommended that the list of speakers of the general debate be closed at 12 noon on Tuesday, 25th of November. Before continuing with the items on our agenda, I would like to raise one more procedural issue. Following decision IDB 46/decision 3, paragraph E, asking the Secretariat to continue replacing written summary records of the Industrial Development Board and the General Conference with digital records, it is proposed to suspend Rule 65 on the preparation of summary records for the present session for cost-saving purposes. As for previous sessions, digital recordings will be available in all 6 official languages. Do I see any objections to the adoption of these recommendations? I see none. It is so decided. With this, we have concluded agenda item 4, organization of work. I now invite you to take up agenda item 5, credentials of representatives to the conference. The composition of the Credentials Committee shall be based on that of the Credentials Committee of the United Nations General Assembly at its 80th session, which is as follows: Andorra, Botswana, China, the Dominican Republic, Malaysia, the Russian Federation, Senegal, Trinidad and Tobago, and the United States of America. Since Andorra and the United States of America are not members of UNIDO, the following candidatures have been submitted by states in List B for their replacement: Germany and Spain. Are there any objections to the proposed composition of the Credentials Committee? I see none. The Credentials Committee is so established. The first meeting of the Credentials Committee will take place on Tuesday, 25th November at 9:30 a.m. In order to give time to the committee to prepare its report, I propose that we keep agenda item 5 on the report of the Credentials Committee open until Wednesday morning, 26th of November. Let's now resume with our general debate covering items 8 to 30. I wish to remind delegates to limit their interventions to a maximum of 10 minutes for groups and 5 minutes for member states and other participants. I now have the honor to invite the first speaker on my list, Excellency Deborah Lepre, permanent representative of Italy to UNIDO, representing a group of friends of food security in Vienna. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Thank you for giving me the floor to address the UNIDO General Conference in my capacity as co-chair of the Friends of Food Security in Vienna. It is a pleasure to co-chair this group, together with my distinguished colleague, the permanent representative of Sudan, Ambassador Magdi Mufadal, that is here. Allow me also to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this General Conference, for its valuable contribution to the organization of this event, and for the warm hospitality. We also commend Saudi Arabia for elevating this UNIDO conference as the Global Industrial Summit. I further take this opportunity to warmly congratulate Mr. Germuller on his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO. The group commends his leadership and unwavering commitment and looks forward to working closely with him over the next 4 years for further strengthening UNIDO's food security agenda. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need a wake-up call. It's early Monday morning, not ever easy. In a world that produces enough food for everyone, millions of people do not know what they will eat tonight. So here it is. The group of Friends of Food Security in Vienna was established exactly 1 year ago as an international platform to advance the food security agenda within and among the international organizations based in Vienna, each according to its mandate. The group focuses on advocacy and awareness raising, networking, organizing thematic events, and presenting proposals to Vienna-based organizations on matters related to food security. UNIDO plays a central and indispensable role in this field. Its work spans agro-industrial development, agri-food value chains, upgrading, reductions of post-harvest losses and food waste, food safety, skills development, trade and investment. UNIDO's technical expertise is especially vital in supporting developing countries in upgrading their agro-industrial capacities, improving quality infrastructure, strengthening food safety system, and enhancing resilience to climate-related shocks affecting agri-food values chains. In this regard, we commend the Secretariat for placing food security among its top priorities. We appreciate UNIDO's contribution to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, launched in 2024 in Brazil, as well as its leadership in convening the War Without Hunger conference held in Addis Ababa in November 2024. We also take note with appreciation of the United Nations Food System Summit Plus for Stocktake, held in Addis Ababa at the end of last July and co-hosted by Ethiopia and Italy. Mr. President, the 46 member states of this group, representing all regions of the world, together with the European Union, are united by a core conviction. No one should go hungry in the 21st century. We address this conference with several key messages. Industrial development is indispensable for enduring hunger, achieving food security, and ensuring nutrition for all by 2030. Despite national, regional, and international efforts, food security remains one of the world's most pressing challenges, particularly in developing countries. According to the most recent estimates on global food security and hunger from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children's Fund, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization, an estimate of 8.2% of the global population, around 600 million and 673 million people, let's be precise on that, experienced hunger in 2024. This must serve as a wake-up call for all of us. Digitalization and AI drive solutions offer great potential for increasing agriculture productivity through precision farming, smart storage system, and productivity supply chain management. The path to success requires stronger partnership between UNIDO and relevant UN agencies, international organizations, international financial institutions, the private sector, academia, civil society, and the media. The group calls for increased funding for UNIDO's food security programs and projects. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Group of Friends of Food Security in Vienna stands ready to continue working closely with all member states, with the Director General and the Secretariat, and with all stakeholders to further strengthen UNIDO's role in advancing global food security. To conclude our remarks, we would like to sincerely thank Pakistan and Sudan for presenting a draft resolution on this matter. We appreciate the positive and constructive engagement of all UNIDO member states during the informal consultations in Vienna, and we are confident that the resolution will be adopted by consensus. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you all a very successful General Conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. The next speaker on my list is the Ambassador of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, representing the group of UNIDO member states. Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Minister, Excellencies, I have the honor to address the conference on behalf of the Republic of Belarus, the People's Republic of China, the Republic of Cuba, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Republic of Nicaragua, the State of Palestine, the Russian Federation, the Republic of Sudan, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We recognize that inclusive and sustainable industrial development is a primary driver for structural economic transformation, diversification, inclusive and sustained economic growth, value addition, the creation of decent jobs, including for youth, the eradication of poverty in all its forms and dimensions, and of hungers, that is a catalyst for the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, as well as a truly just and equitable international economic order. We acknowledge the critical role of industrial development for developing countries, including African countries, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, as well as for middle-income countries. We stress the importance of international cooperation in promoting industrialization, pollution control, knowledge networking, resource efficiency, access for affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, and opportunities for all to participate in economic activities and to address major challenges, such as poverty and climate change, shifting demographics, and growing inequalities. We support UNIDO's pivotal role as the central UN agency for industrial development and call for the strengthening of its mandate and resource. We commend initiatives such as programs for countries' partnerships and urge their expansion. We further emphasize the need for UNIDO to continue improving its internal governance, including ensuring equitable geographical representation in its staff, particularly at senior level, and the full and transparent implementation of audit recommendations. We commit to strengthening international industrial cooperation, particularly South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation, as a means to promote technology transfer, build resilient infrastructure, enhance productivity capacities, and foster innovation and entrepreneurship. While reaffirming the South-South cooperation is not a substitute for, but rather a complement to North-South cooperation. We also commit to facilitate technical assistance upon request as a concrete means to enable enterprise, particularly micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise. We thrive, expand across borders, and integrate into regional and global value chains. We underscore the importance of both pursuing joint training programs and advancing towards the mutual recognition of industrial standards among developing countries and emerging economies. We support the UNIDO in order to facilitate trade, build regional value chains, and promote equitable participation in global markets. We welcome the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations and reaffirm our commitment to the international system with the UN and at its core for making noble cause of peace and development. We call upon all member states to adhere to sovereign equality, abide by international law, practice multilateralism, advocate people-centered approach, and take real actions for the fulfillment of the SDGs. We emphasize the sovereign right of all states to determine their own models of economic and industrial development, free from external coercive trade interference and the application of unilateral laws and measures, including those that might disguise the form of reciprocal tariff, as well as the implementation of unilateral coercive measures, which are illegitimate and unlawful. We express our deepest concern about and strong condemnation and the continued systematic and ever-increasing promulgation of application of unilateral coercive measures in flagrant violation of the purpose and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and the norms of international law. Not only do they constitute a major obstacle to the economic and social development, but also impede international cooperation while undermining the right to development and resulting in devastating and far-reaching impacts on key sectors, including energy, food security, medicine, and fertilizers, among others. We emphasize that such unlawful measures severely threaten the freedom of trade and investment. In this regard, we renew our firm call for their complete, immediate, and unconditional removal. We reaffirm, in this regard, the sovereign right of all states to determine their own industrial policies in all fields, as well as development paths, including the use of their natural resources. We urge UNIDO member states to strongly condemn these destructive unilateral quasi-measures and call upon all countries neither to recognize or not apply them and to take effective steps and appropriate to counteract their extraterritorial application or effects. We further call upon the Director General of UNIDO to take every possible measure to preserve the integrity of the organization and its constituencies and to mitigate the adverse impact of unilateral quasi-measures on industrial development. We reiterate our collective resolve to work towards a more equitable and just global industrial landscape rooted in the tenets of the Charter of United Nations and for the benefit of all nations and people, in line with our pledge of leaving no one and no country behind, and our commitment to ensuring that industrial development be a reality for all nations. Finally, we recall the importance of the approval by the United Nations General Assembly of June 16, 2025 to declare December 4 as the International Day Against the Unilateral Quasi-Measures, with 116 member states voting in favor. It is worth noting that December 4 was chosen because it is the day that commemorates the anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of the Right to Development, promoted by the Non-Aligned Movement and approved on December 4, 1986. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the permanent representative to UNIDO of Finland, representing UNIDO Group of Friends for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to speak here in the name of UNIDO Group of Friends for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women. I have had the pleasure of co-chairing this group together with Her Excellency Elena Maria Freya Murillo, Permanent Representative of Honduras, for over 2 years now. The group, which currently has 28 members, was founded in June 2023. The group supports UNIDO in promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women in its programmatic work and within the organization itself. The group welcomes the tabled resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women in industrial development. The resolution, among other things, declares a new International Day for Women in Industry, supported by our group. If the General Conference agrees, we will celebrate for the first time the International Day for Women on the 21st of April next year. The day would highlight women's contribution in industry, encourage investments in women's leadership, and create a cornerstone for global advocacy. Mr. Chair, gender equality and the empowerment of women is crucial not only for social justice, but also as a driver of economic progress and innovation. Earlier this year, when we launched the idea of the International Day for Women in Industry to UNIDO membership, we had the privilege of listening to an inspiring speech by Ms. Naila Kaber, Emerita Professor of Gender and Development at the London School of Economics. She told us, when women enter the labor market, they make it more competitive. Therefore, they also improve the work input by men. In 2023, women accounted for over 40% of global manufacturing employment. We need to recognize the critical role of women for industrial development. In order to reach Sustainable Development Goal number 9, we must support UNIDO in advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women. Chair, there are many people we, the co-chairs, wish to thank for promoting the initiative. Director General, you have shown, or he has shown, his support for the initiative since day one. The Secretariat, especially the Division of Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, has done a great amount of work to put all our plans into practice. We want to thank our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for offering a platform to discuss the initiative as part of the Women's Empowerment Day in Riyadh, which will take place tomorrow. Finally, I'm grateful for the encouraging feedback from all the members of the Group of Friends for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. What we will need next is action. To turn the idea of an international day into an enduring practice. Here, I would like to encourage UNIDO to lead the celebrations on the country level. I'm also calling for all UNIDO member states to show their support and to come up with different ways to mark the day. Strong global collaboration and commitment is needed for all of us from all member states to accelerate progress towards gender equality and the empowerment of women in industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the Minister of Industry of the State of Palestine. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to say that the State of Palestine aligns itself with the statements of the Group of 77 in China, and the Arab Group would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. It is our pleasure to be standing here today at this major event representing the State of Palestine. I'm conveying the greetings of His Excellency, the President of Palestine, Mr. Mahmoud Abbas, and the Prime Minister, and all of our resilient people who are committed to the justice of its cause. On behalf of Palestine, I wish you a successful conference of the organized by UNIDO. This meeting comes at a very critical time that we're witnessing in the region and the whole world. We're meeting today to discuss the issues of development and industrial development and how to maximize their benefit for our economies and our people. Yet we have to mention what's happening in Palestine, including the tragedies, wars, and injustice, the unspeakable horrors that Palestine is witnessing. We are witnessing genocide and full destruction of the infrastructure, with the displacement of more than 2 million Gazans. This stifling blockade is impeding access to water, food, medicine, or any essentials of life. This aggression has also impacted the West Bank, including Al-Quds al-Sharif. There are recurrent and continual incursions across all cities. The camps are being destroyed, houses are demolished, thousands of dunams of our land are confiscated. The checkpoints are set up to impede the freedom of movement of Palestinians. There is an unprecedented expansion of the settlements that are growing like cancer cells, threatening the life and safety of Palestinians in the West Bank. Israel, the occupying power, is undermining the work of the national authority as it has held the tax funds of Palestinians. This undermined our ability of our government to fulfill the obligations towards its employees. We all know that peace and stability are key to development, and this is lacking in Palestine. Therefore, development, including industrial development, can never be achieved in my country without peace, security, and stability. The situation in Palestine is a persistent barrier to industrial development. How could this industry grow while the sector in Gaza has been fully obliterated? Over 65% of industrial enterprises have been completely demolished, 20% partially destroyed, and the remaining structures are unable to operate because of the military operation. We lack the material used for production. Add to this the full destruction of the only industrial city that was operating in Gaza. We lack access to natural resources in over 65% of our land. There are restrictions on import and exports. Industrial enterprises are destroyed. This led to a 50% unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adamant to pursue the development of this sector with whatever is left of the resources and our determination. The most recent government has established a ministry for industry in line with the vision of the president. This shows the importance of industry as a cornerstone of development. We rely on industry to reduce unemployment and increase the production of the competing national products. We're taking key steps towards the development of this sector. We have achieved strides in governance, legislation, planning, policies, strategies, digital transformation, and partnerships, particularly with our international partners and the friends of the people of Palestine. We're also working with the United Nations agencies operating in development and humanitarian field. We built and operated a number of industrial cities, whether they are specialized or non-specialized. We are seeking the opening and building of further industrial cities. We seek to enhance our relation with the private sector, our key partner in development. We also need to attach importance to SMEs, which make up 90% of our industrial enterprises. Therefore, we have to provide finance to this key sector. We also need to launch a number of vital projects that would develop industry, including the artisan village for leathers and for footwear. We need also to work on our projects for green digitalization and green transformation in Palestine. We look forward to support industry in Palestine through this meeting. We are looking forward to further assistance in order to achieve success in one of our key sectors. Our partnership with UNIDO is a strategic one that started decades ago. We hope it will continue in the future. We have just concluded the design of a national program for Palestine in collaboration with UNIDO. Through this program, we need to deepen the collaboration with the organization to establish a roadmap for the development of this sector. We look forward to improving our industrial governance and plans and the value chains across sectors and to build industrial skills and sustainable development. Allow me to invite you all to assist Palestine in implementing this program through investing in Palestine, all providing technical or material or any other kind of assistance to Palestine. Under the context of the reconstruction and recovery of the Gaza Strip, we have developed a plan with the assistance of our international partners. This plan was adopted during the Arab Summit and then the Islamic Summit. This plan envisages a key role for industry for the reconstruction of the fully destroyed industrial enterprises in Gaza. We seek to rebuild or build 3 new industrial cities and clusters to help the productivity of these industrial enterprises. We look forward for your assistance in order to help with the reconstruction and the recovery of the industrial sector in Palestine. We look forward to have a highly competitive industrial sector in Palestine that would contribute to the economy. We look forward to more international partnerships and investments. We also look to UNIDO for sustainable support. We are adamant to build an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The next speaker on my list is the head of division, Department of International Organizations, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. The floor is yours, sir.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемый господин...
Thank you, Chair, President and Director General. I would like to express our acknowledgement to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their very warm hospitality and in generosity in hosting this conference. And we thank UNIDO for their contributions to Agenda 2030 and SDGs on technology. And there are new challenges with technology. And we have artificial intelligence and robotization, automation, and all of that can contribute to the development of our nations and wealth. We support UNIDO in terms of development, especially inclusive and sustainable development. We also have to overcome historic gaps and consider energy markets in developing countries so the South can make progress and embark on industrial development. We have to have specific and targeted solutions and adapt to national realities. We can't just copy other models. We have to consider strategy and the specificities of each country, its economic and social realities. It is important to have a cautious approach to modernization of production in countries where traditional energy plays a role. New technology have to be considered with support for local communities and preserve employment. We have to create solid partnerships to develop autonomous industrial sectors which are inclusive and sustainable and which can be competitive on the global market and not damage the environment.
Currently, we have 6 technical projects going on. They make a serious contribution. This is also done through UNIDO. We do this in Kyrgyzstan, for an example, so as to ensure sustainable development in this friendly country. We would like to mention the opening of the Center for Industrial Competency of the BRICS with UNIDO's help. Work is gaining ground here. With China, we are engaging in partnerships with all technological organizations and companies interested. so as to disseminate these projects in BRICS countries. We'd like to see other countries join too, should they be interested. President, the main policies for the government in industry are coordinated with UNIDO's purposes and principles. The development of robot technologies, AI, and industry are served by national projects for technical leadership. That is, production and automation, data economy and digital transformation, as well as the strategy for digital transformation in industry. All of this is bearing clear fruit. For an example, processing industry in 2024 grew 9.8%, and for the first quarter of 2025, 3.7%. Rapid growth is also demonstrated in sectors such as the production of medicines and materials, computers, electronic and optical devices, as well as metallurgy. As prospective areas, we would like to note driverless transport systems and bioeconomy. We are actively developing these sectors. We're sure that in the future remote technologies will be part and parcel of many sectors of the economy. Now, though, we have to create systems for international regulation in this sphere, as well as infrastructure for management and operation. We're broadening the practice of implementing in large companies AI so as to optimize production processes and manufacturing, creating new materials, as well as processing and increasing the value of end products and reducing costs. We stand ready to share our experience and skill here. President, in conclusion, we would say that we're quite sure that together we will make a significant contribution to the further development of mutually beneficial and equitable cooperation between our countries for comprehensive, sustainable industrial development fully in line with the purposes and principles of UNIDO. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the Secretary of State for Economic Development of Honduras. In this sense, this is a pre-recorded video.
Excelencias, distinguidos delegados.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Honduras would like to express its sincere thanks for the bonds of cooperation and the results achieved thanks to the accompaniment of UNIDO. Through this cooperation, we have strengthened our institutional capacities and consolidated a work framework that fosters inclusive and sustainable industrial development in line with the principles of multilateralism and the SDGs. Throughout 2025, Honduras has managed to secure the signature of its partnership program with UNIDO, a key instrument that reflects our renewed vision for our national production development. This program is based on 4 strategic components, including Honduras' own industrial policy, which we drew up through participation of public, private sector, as well as academia. This is a landmark or a milestone for our country, not just because of the technological strengthening it entails, but also we will now have a sustainable, transparent, and inclusive industrial governance model. We are truly grateful to UNIDO and our international partners for their constant support and for accompanying Honduras in capacity building to promote competitiveness, innovation, and environmental sustainability. This year, we made a leap forward through the signature of agreements on technical cooperation, reaffirming the commitment of the government of Honduras to the transformation of our production systems to have an economy which is more resilient, innovative, and circular. On a parallel basis, we continue to move towards consolidating lasting partnerships between the government, academia, and the business sector, acknowledging that industrial development is only possible when based on the involvement of all national stakeholders. Here at this forum, we would like to invite other countries organizations and cooperation mechanisms to continue to work together towards a shared vision of sustainable and inclusive development. With the accompaniment of UNIDO, Honduras will continue to progress so that industrialization means decent employment, technological innovation, environmental sustainability, and well-being for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the Minister of Industry and Minerals of Iraq. Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
سيد الرئيس أصحاب المعالي
Mr. President, Ministers, Director General of UNIDO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and peace be upon you. At the outset, on behalf of Iraq, I would like to congratulate Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Minerals of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for his election as President of the 21st session of UNIDO. We wish him a successful session. We are confident in his able leadership of this conference. We also would like to express our gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UNIDO for hosting this key ministerial meeting. We would like to seize the opportunity to commend the efforts by Saudi Arabia in supporting international and regional industrial development. This meeting is a key platform for enhancing international cooperation and exchanging expertise and promoting industrial development. We would like to thank the outgoing president for their excellent work during the 20th session of the General Conference. I would also like to thank the vice presidents, elected members of the Bureau, and the Secretariat for organizing for this session. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we align ourselves with the statement of the Group of 77 and China and the Arab Group. We also support the Riyadh Declaration. We would like to commend the activities of UNIDO and its valuable efforts made during past years to support the member states, particularly developing countries. We express our appreciation for the visit by the Special Representative of UNIDO to the Arab region. During her visit, we discussed improving joint cooperation in ISID between UNIDO and Iraq. Mr. President, we are witnessing challenging times for the global economy. This includes climate change and the instability of the energy and financial markets. The Global Financial Stability Report of the IMF described the current situation as ostensible calm. Therefore, we have developed key priorities to develop the industrial sector through two tracks. First, increase the contribution of the private sector in the GDP, provide sustainable job opportunities for youth, particularly in fertilizers, petrochemicals, with a focus on SMEs. The second track includes supporting sustainable industrial development by holding international conferences to declare investment opportunities in the industry. Our goal is to attract investments, particularly in key areas where we have large reserves, including the phosphates and silica. As we move from a period of stability and reconstruction and shift towards sustainable development according to our 2030 vision, we're working on diversifying our national economy to reduce our reliance on oil as a key revenue for public budget. This includes initiatives to invest in infrastructure and create an enabling environment to attract foreign investment, particularly in industrial sector. This sector is perceived as a key driver for job creation and for prosperity for the coming generations. We're also working on developing a key road which will connect the FAO port on the Arab Gulf with Europe, increasing the trade between these two regions. President, Excellencies, I would like to announce that the country program with UNIDO has been signed, paving the way for this work from 2026 to 2030. The project seeks to strengthen sustainable and inclusive industrial development in line with the Sustainable Development and our Vision 2030. We all know that Iraq is one of the most the top 5 countries that are vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, we're working with the private sector to shift towards a green industry. We are also promoting the clean energy project through public or private finance. This reflects our commitment to the principles mentioned in the Statement of 77 and China, taking into consideration our reliance on oil. We express our concern over the restrictive trade measures, such as the CBAM. They might aim at protecting against climate change, yet they have a negative impact on the competitiveness of the exports of developing nations and their ability to achieve development. We also stress the need to give due attention to the equitable geographical distribution of the staff inside UNIDO. This will enhance the legitimacy and effectiveness of the organization. We also encourage UNIDO to focus its efforts in supporting Arab countries to achieve sustainable development. In closing, we are fully committed to work with UNIDO and all member states to strengthen international cooperation for industrial development. We are confident that this conference will be a key milestone towards our collective sustainable development and prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. The next speaker and the last speaker before we break on my list is the Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany. Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me emphasize that Germany fully supports the statement by the European Union and its member states. Germany is a firm supporter of UNIDO and of our multilateral system. Since Germany joined the UN, we are committed to multilateralism and to the UN Charter. We very much appreciate UNIDO's priorities and its strategic approach to fulfilling its mandate. I want to highlight 3 key points. Firstly, we welcome that UNIDO is concentrating on the core task under its mandate, which is to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This focus on UNIDO's core mandate is in line with the goals of a UN 80 reform process, and it is reflected well in its new medium-term program framework. UNIDO's core mandate aligns well with the key priorities of the German government for development cooperation, namely promoting economic cooperation and prosperity, and building international alliances to combat global challenges. Secondly, Germany appreciates UNIDO's proactive response to climate change, particularly through its new strategy and action plan. We thank the UNIDO Secretariat for keeping up the momentum, and we thank the Member States for their flexibility during the negotiations. We encourage UNIDO to intensify its efforts in promoting decarbonization and in advancing a circular economy. The recent COP30 in Belém has demonstrated how important ambitious climate action is, and we believe UNIDO has a role to play here. For example, we appreciate UNIDO's work as the Secretariat of the Industrial Decarbonization Initiative. And thirdly, we welcome UNIDO's efforts to launch new alliances on key topics for industrial development. Germany is supporting the initiatives on the production and use of hydrogen in industry and the initiative on responsible and green minerals. These approaches are key for fostering sustainable industrial practices worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as a global community, it is in our common interest to support green industrialization, sustainable trade, and local value creation. Germany assures UNIDO of its continued support in this endeavor. Germany is and will remain a strong and reliable partner for UNIDO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your statement. We have time for one more statement. I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Industry and Construction of Kazakhstan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Kazakhstan, allow me to extend our warmest congratulations to Minister Bandarmin Ibrahim Al-Khorayev on his election as the President of the 21st session of UNIDO General Conference. We assure you of our full support and cooperation as you guide the work of this important forum. Distinguished participants, Kazakhstan attaches great importance to its cooperation with UNIDO. Today, global industry is entering an era of profound transformation where technological advancement, environmental sustainability, and strong industrial cooperation are becoming the key drivers of competitiveness. With its unique resource base and advantageous geographic location, Kazakhstan holds a strategic position in the emerging industrial architecture of the world. Over the past 20 years, Kazakhstan has significantly strengthened its economic performance. Our GDP has increased fivefold, reaching $288 billion, while the gross inflow of foreign direct investment has reached $435 billion. Kazakhstan places particular emphasis on creating a favorable environment for foreign investors. Support, regulatory transparency, and protection of rights are not merely priorities, they form the systemic foundation of our national policy. A key instrument in this regard is the Astana International Financial Center, which offers a special legal framework based on the principles of English common law, as well as tax benefits. Foreign investors can also rely on the support of Kazakhstan financial institutions, such as the Development Bank of Kazakhstan and the Industrial Development Fund. Kazakhstan possesses significant mineral resources, creating vast opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation with international partners. More than 113 types of minerals and over 9,000 deposits. We have undertaken extensive work to expand geological exploration, and by 2026, geological mapping will cover 2.2 million square kilometers. In the country, a simplified and fully digitalized subsoil use procedure is in place, based on the Australian model and the principle of first come, first served. We pay particular attention to the development of critical minerals, which opens new opportunities for advanced technologies and new production facilities. Kazakhstan aims to become a key player in the midstream industry. We remain open to cooperation and joint innovation initiatives. Today, digital transformation is a strategic factor in sustainable industrialization and economic diversification. President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev emphasizes the development of artificial intelligence and aims to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital nation within the next 3 years. This year, the first supercomputer cluster in Central Asia was launched, creating new opportunities for the implementation of artificial intelligence technologies, scientific research, and high-performance computing. We also launched LM.I, the International Center for Artificial Intelligence. The center will bring together leading IT companies, research laboratories, and startups with the efforts of regional countries in the field of artificial intelligence. Another important initiative, Astana Hub, has become Central Asia's largest technological ecosystem for innovation and progress. The hub, which hosts more than 1,500 companies, was launched a venture investment fund with a target portfolio exceeding $1 billion to support promising projects. Distinguished delegates, we reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. A major milestone was the establishment of the UN Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Kazakhstan. The center officially inaugurated on the 3rd of August in 2025 by President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. For us, this is not just a platform for dialogue, but a full-fledged tool for practical cooperation. Kazakhstan is also steadily fulfilling its commitments under the Paris Agreement. Real progress in decarbonization requires advanced technologies, and we highly value UNIDO's support. One of the most practical outcomes of our cooperation has been the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. The program is implemented by the International Green Technologies and Investment Project Center with the support of UNIDO and the Global Environment Facility. The program has become a key instrument of national policy in this area, and Kazakhstan is the first country in the region to implement systematic support for clean tech startups. Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite you to the Regional Ecological Summit, which will be held from 22nd to 24th of April in 2026 in Astana. One of its core themes will be industrial decarbonization and the development of low-carbon solution for Central Asia. We firmly believe that through partnership, innovation, and collective strategy, we can accelerate progress toward a sustainable future for our region and the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. We'll have one more statement. Minister of Economy and Planning of Tunisia. Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to share to attend the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO. At the beginning, I wish to thank Ms. Deborah Lepre, the outgoing and permanent president, for her efforts as she presided over the 20th session. I also wish to thank and congratulate His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, the Saudi Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, for his election as a president for this session. Our country fully supports him in his mission. In this regard, we wish to express our appreciation for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality. And this establishes the role of Saudi Arabia in supporting joint efforts. I also wish to congratulate Mr. Gerd Miller for his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO. We express our full support for his efforts to carry out the functions of UNIDO and to meet the aspirations of our people in inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We take this opportunity to draw the attention to the special relation of Tunisia with UNIDO, as this year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of this partnership. The industrial development is one of the pillars of the Tunisian economy, as this sector plays a major role as a driver for social and economic development. Hence, Tunisia is keen on supporting this strategic sector and values its role. It works on providing the necessary facilities to improve this sector to the highest possible levels in terms of productivity. As part of this commitment, Tunisia has developed a national strategy that revolves on innovation and digital transformation for small and medium enterprises. Secondly, integrating the Tunisian industry in the global value chains, focusing on industries that have high added value. Third, supporting job creation for the women and youth. And fourth, full transformation towards sustainable economy and green economy. Ladies and gentlemen, holding this session constitutes an opportunity to reaffirm Tunisian support and commitment to move forward with its cooperation with UNIDO, because it believes in the role of UNIDO in establishing an international system that is more equitable, that supports development as a driver for international peace and security. In this regard, Tunisia supports the UNIDO initiative on activating the program of 2030 for sustainable development in Africa on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This constitutes the cornerstone for full-fledged and sustainable development that keeps no one behind. Also, Tunisia asserts its full support for the outcome of this conference, particularly in relation of accelerating industrial digital transformation for developing countries and enhancing international partnerships for sustainable industrial infrastructure. We renew our resolve to intensify our technical cooperation with UNIDO office in our country, and their efforts and their initiatives have been successful in several aspects. Tunisia looks forward for further joint projects in green economy and digital transformation and industrial innovation. Tunisia also looks forward to implement with UNIDO a regional program, a program for country partnership during the first quarter of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia has allocated, with the initiative of the President, Mr. Qais Said, for 2025 to strengthen multilateral action in line with the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Based on this commitment, with the principle of multilateralism, Tunisia has been active at all international levels and activities held in this year. Our participation in this conference is a reaffirmation of a series of active participation in international activities. This reflects our belief that international cooperation is the best road to build a future in which everyone has security and prosperity. And as we meet today in this conference to discuss development, economy, and international partnership. Our collective conscience cannot ignore the tragedy of the Palestinian people who suffer from an occupation that violates the right to live and to exist. From this international arena, we call for not only expressing our sorrow, but rather take expedited steps to stop the unacceptable suffering of the Palestinian people, to ensure their right in decent living. As guaranteed by all international instruments, we assert that real economic stability cannot be achieved in isolation from justice, security, and peace that are desirable. Tunisia also, on this occasion, reiterates its support to the Palestinian people to establish their independent state on all their lands. In the end, I reiterate my thanks and appreciation for those who organized this session. I congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its success in hosting this event, and I also commend the valuable efforts exerted by UNIDO to make this conference a success, and we wish the proceedings a success, because this is for the good of our people. Peace be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. We have reached the end of this morning's general debate. As announced earlier, we will now turn to a side event titled Reshaping Global Value Chains, Investment Pathways for a New Trade Era. I propose that the closure of this event at 1 p.m. will mark the end of this morning's plenary. There will be therefore no need for the Vice President to do so from the podium. The first meeting of the main committee will also begin at 1 p.m. in the main committee hall. The fourth plenary meeting will start at 2:30 p.m. in this room, where we will first resume our consideration of the election of officers of the session before returning to the general debate, if time permits. I would therefore also ask delegates to be prepared for any voting by secret ballot that may be required. Before giving the floor to the moderator and panelists, I would like to once again encourage all delegates to take full advantage of the rich program of engagements planned for the Investment and Partnership Day of the Global Industry Summit. In that regard, a side event will take place in the plenary hall from 1 to 2:30 p.m., focusing on enabling two-way investment with the Middle East, leveraging economic diversification for mutual growth. An event of the Forum on Industrial Development Issues will also take place in the main committee hall at 4 p.m., focusing on mobilizing finance for industrial development in middle-income countries. In parallel, an event on transformative power of just energy transitions for industrial development will take place at 4 p.m. in the plenary hall. I now invite you to remain in the room as we set up the podium for the side event and give the floor to the moderator, Mr. John Defterios, and the distinguished panelists of the event.
Good afternoon. If I can have everybody take a seat here in the front row, and we'll get started in just 1 minute. This is the panel, Reshaping Global Value Chains, Investment Pathways for a New Trade Era. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have you sit down, please, that'd be great. Thank you very much for your attention. And good afternoon. I feel blessed that I began my journalistic career in the mid-1980s when globalization was truly born, shall we say, during the Uruguay trade round, which led to the creation of the World Trade Organization in 1995. Integrated global supply chains and just-in-time delivery became standard operating procedure, and clearly, for a generation, the elixirs of growth, especially in the developing world. The global economy has withstood major disruptions over the last 15 years. A Western-led global financial crisis and the first major pandemic in a century, the latter putting incredible strains on manufacturing and shipping. In part due to those two crises, we have entered a new era where nearshoring and even worse yet, a keen focus on domestic output versus global collaboration have become the new normal. I don't want to overstate the challenge. It took 8 decades to build the global trade architecture, and we are well aware that trade barriers pose the greatest risk to the developing world. And the danger, of course, is widening inequalities for women, youth, and marginalized countries and groups. We'll have an excellent roundtable, something we haven't done at UNIDO here before, to address one of the key issues of today. And we have terrific representation from the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia, and private industry. But first, let's set some context here by welcoming back on stage His Excellency Gerd Muller, the Director General of UNIDO. Can we give him a warm welcome back up to the stage? Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests. We meet at a time of a growing fracture in global trade. New tariffs and protective measures, beginning with recent US trade policies, are reshaping global commerce and creating serious risk for development. For many years, open and predictable trade allowed developing countries and economies in transition to advance, industrialize, and lift millions out of poverty. Today, this progress is at risk, as is the livelihood of millions. After the disruptions of the pandemic, the world is now facing new trade barriers that place another heavy burden, especially on the countries least able to bear it. Many developing and least developed countries depend on low-value exports, often shipping unprocessed raw materials with limited returns. Local value addition must happen, right where the resources come from, so producing countries are properly benefit. Local processing and local manufacturing are the keys to turning natural wealth into real opportunities for people and jobs. When countries add value at home through industrialization, societies become stronger. Manufacturing leads to higher income, job creation, housing, transport, and infrastructure and energy access for all. That is the line. But this progress is only possible when countries have fair access to regional and global markets and can integrate into value chains on equal terms. At UNIDO, we support our member states in diversifying their economies and accessing new markets, stepping into new sectors and building capacities for higher value local production. We help countries develop stronger regional markets, connect to global value chains and strengthen their position in the world economy. And this how prosperity becomes more widely shared. This is not only a story of challenges, but also of chances. We must focus on what we can achieve rather than on limitation by embracing the realities of global trade. This is how industry becomes a driver of long-term growth and development. UNIDO stands ready as your partner. We are a voice for LDCs and the Global South overall in the UN system and on the international stage. And we work with them to shape tailored solutions that match their needs and ambitions. Today's challenges are also an opportunity to reshape the future of industry, to build more resilient value chains, and to invest in sustainable production. This Global Industry Summit is a chance to share knowledge and best practices, create new partnerships, and explore innovation solutions for a rapidly changing trade landscape. Together, we can unlock new opportunities, create fairer value chains, and build lasting prosperity for all. Thank you so much.
Director General, that was an excellent speech and actually very concise and to the point. And we wanted to delve in here by looking at the challenges of today's global landscape. As I suggested, for a generation, we'd enjoyed phenomenal growth in the developing world. We brought more than 1 million people out of poverty during that period of time. But having those two shocks that we talked about with the global financial crisis and also dealing with the pandemic, we looked at how supply chains have been disrupted. And that's the challenge we're facing today. One would say we went through a period of phenomenal growth in China, where the average was 7 to 9% growth. We've seen the oncoming of India growing in that sort of stage as a second wave of a major emerging market, growing 7 to 9%. And then we see Southeast Asia enjoying that growth today. The challenge we see within the European Union and the United States as two gigantic markets is this transition not only to AI, which everybody's excited about, but how to get more people into the workforce in a competitive nature and a more level trading arena as well. We have a fantastic panel, as I mentioned before. It's good global representation. Let's bring them out one by one. First, His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Qurayev is the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources in Saudi Arabia. He'll come on out to the stage. His Excellency Dr. Sok Simphana is the Senior Minister of Cambodia and the representative for the Prime Minister of Cambodia. He's also chair of the Trade Policy Advisory Board. And Tierno Ilyasa Baldi is the special advisor for the Prime Minister of Guinea, and Mr. Wolfram Diener is the incoming president of the Global Association of the Exhibition Industry and also the head of Messe Dusseldorf. Can we bring them onto the stage? Thank you very much. So we've offered ample time for this debate, almost 50 minutes, to get into an issue that the Director General laid out, which is so critical today. We started 2025 almost in panic mode because of the tariff regime that was introduced from the United States and then counter tariffs, and then wondering where we would land between the number 1 and number 2 trading partners in the world. But I wanted to set the context now with the World Trade Organization, which is going to come out with its updated forecast this month. But the projections for 2026 are quite surprising. We're looking at trade growth of 2.5% to 3% in 2025. That's forecasted for just 0.5% in 2026. So all the back and forth this year has created a lot of uncertainty for next year. Interesting to see that services, primarily because of the investment we see going into artificial intelligence, is growing 4.6% in 2025. So there's that very positive perspective. And the thing that is surprising, and I think it's actually the silver lining for UNIDO and this 21st General Conference, is that South-South trade is actually the real deal. We see Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America increasing bilateral trade, and I want to talk about the regional trade blocs as well. Our representative from Guinea, Mr. Balde, is going to be speaking French. For those who do not speak French, I would ask you to grab your translation devices. We're going to go through 2 rounds of questions, and then we want this group to actually pick up the conversation here, because we want to get to the heart of the issue. What are your options today, and how you see it? As our host minister, it's good to see you again. And I'm delighted that you suggested that we do this panel to actually uncover what's there, where do we stand today, and where do we go from 2026 and beyond. And in my opening comments, Minister Al-Khareev, I was suggesting that Saudi Arabia geographically sits at the crossroads of East and West. That's very clear. It's also given a special emphasis to the South and Africa, trying to pull in investment, and it is also a connector. In this uncertain environment, I would imagine, even though you're a very strong strategic partner of the United States, how do you see the future growth markets for Saudi Arabia in this industrialization period as you diversify your economy?
Well, first of all, thank you, and I would like to thank everybody here for their participation, and of course, our colleagues here on the panel. I would start by saying that our policy in Saudi with regards to trade has been very open. Saudi Arabia has adopted a very low custom duty since many years. So our custom duty today is averaging less than 5%, which is globally. But at the same time, we are very mindful of building our industrial base on a strong ground. We don't want to build something artificial that when we change our policy of trade, then it will be facing difficulties. And that's why we see our industrial capabilities are very strong, are welcomed abroad. 2024 witnessed the highest ever recorded non-oil exports, where all areas of export, from goods to services to re-export, have grown tremendously. Goods alone grew more than 13%, services grew more than 40%, and re-export grew more than 40% also. This is just to show how interesting Saudi Arabia in terms of geographical location. And of course, it's a reflection of the investment that the government has made in infrastructure, in connectivity, in ports, railway, roads, and so on, which made trade much easier. And this is part of our 2030, Vision 2030. So we are very keen in making global trade be stable, and definitely any disruption that happens, countries will definitely move. Unfortunately, from the other side of the equation, I think Saudi, because of its open market, could be a dumping place, which is that's where the area that we are more, I would say, concerned about and ready to do the right measures to ensure that our market is not a dumping market, and free trade should be part of also the right competitiveness. And we are very sensitive towards any unfair competition, and that's where really we take the right action to protect our market from unfair competition. But if it is a competition that is fair and square, we welcome that.
Very interesting. Just a quick follow-up to that question I did raise. How do you see the landscape for future growth drivers outside of Europe and the United States? Because you sit geographically and can take advantage of Asian growth and African growth, for example.
I think growth is a function also of population, and definitely the countries where there is population growth, I think it's an important factor to look at. Secondly, areas where they have been behind, I think is very key. I think we talked here in the UNIDO, we should not leave anybody behind. We are very focused, for example, in our future mineral forum to ensure that Africa is well developed to unlock the value of the resources, especially in the mining sector, to contribute to the global community. In our future mineral forum, the area we identified, which we call the super region from Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, represent almost a third of the global reserve of minerals, but yet only contribute to 6% of the supply. So this huge variance need to be addressed somehow, and that's where we see the potential of growth over there. Definitely, Asian markets are growing. We see, I would imagine also even the US will be seeing some growth. So it's a function of these elements. Definitely, any disruption in trade or investment are key, and I think we talked about the need of investments in different areas, especially in Africa, is key to ensure that growth happens in the right way.
Good. Dr. Safana, it was very interesting. If you started the year, you went kind of like fairly calm, and then the March panic, and when we had tariff threats of 50% against Cambodia and many of those who carry surpluses with the United States. In the last month, it settled at a 19% tariff, equal to that of Thailand, which was some tensions, Malaysia at the same level. Is that the new normal? And does that predictability, albeit you're paying higher tariffs to export to the United States, give clarity to businesses operating in Cambodia?
I would say when the first reciprocal tariff came about, it was at 49. And we were shocked because, and we're number two, right? Because Lesotho was number one at 50%. Of course, nobody remember number two. They remember number one. But then we said, oh my God, 49%, we'd be dead. Factory would start moving out. Within 48 hours, my prime minister wrote to President Trump to say, look, we will negotiate in good faith. We will send a team to Washington to start the negotiating process. It's a goodwill on our side. And it worked. And it worked. So afterward, it come down to 36. And then we say, okay, we have to negotiate so that we have to be around, if we get mid-20, we're happy, right? Then we have some issue with Thailand, unilateral border closure, and then there was some clash, but luckily President Trump stepped in and he set the stage. He said, look, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia as because Malaysia is the ASEAN chair. So you guys work out a peace ceasefire. I will give you 19% each. And somehow tariff was used by President Trump as as a peace deal. And of course, Cambodia was very happy because look, we're a small country. We're a small country. We're not gonna fight with Thailand. So from there on, we feel okay. Vietnam have 20%. Bangladesh, who is our competitor, are 19%. The industry will not move because you figure out, of course, we will pass some of the cost to the US consumer, say about 10%. The remaining 9% we split between the brand and the factory. So we say we're okay. So, but we will continue to negotiate because we want to hopefully to get a bit lower than that. But all in all, our approach with the US was that, look, we're not panicking. We're too small to retaliate. We're going to work with them. We're going to try to get a good deal. And, you know, Ford is expanding in Cambodia. Chevrolet will set up a regional assembly in Cambodia. So, of course, we have to buy 20 planes, okay? But it's okay. We have a young aviation. We need to grow anyway. So I think the approach with the US was, we're very calm. We will work the system because at the same time, we have already existing market, the ASEP. ASEP is 10 ASEAN countries plus 5 major China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand. So that sort of stabilized us for now. When the industry knew that we get 19%, they start to order the fabric, they start to order, you know, a material.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, Dr. Sok, is that your biggest concern is that factories would move to other countries, but once that was the new established playing field, you could relax in a sense, calm down.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
We start to have order back, and we start to order the material already. So, because we export to the US garment, footwear, and travel bag. 40% of our export go to US. 40%. 20-some% go to EU. Agriculture product will go to China. But basically, the US is still our main market.
Okay, good. It's good to hear from a country in Africa with Mr. Balde as a special advisor to the Prime Minister. He has, I'm going to remind you again, is going to be speaking in French, so have your interpretation devices ready. You're very interesting in a sense. So your trade is balanced between China, the EU, India, and here in the GCC. It's mainly raw materials. And in another round of questioning, I want to talk to you about getting into processing and value-added materials as well. But when you see these trade conflicts and the trade architecture that Africa was counting on, how do you adapt, or did you get a strong impact from what the U.S. has done with these tit-for-tat measures, or do you feel Africa can still find its way in the case of Guinea?
Merci beaucoup. Par rapport.
Thank you very much. When it comes to Africa, the new geopolitical context in international trade, well, it's right what you've said. A lot of raw materials get exported to China, in particular bauxite, with the largest project being Simenu. So that's a lot of export happening. However, the tariffs with respect to Guinea don't actually directly impact us for the time being, because 50% are ferrous minerals or iron ore, and then the rest is agriculture. For several years now, the government has taken things in hand, and this has allowed the country to take ownership of its minerals. And with bauxite and iron ore, we're able to take ownership of these better, because what the practice was before was to provide added value by exporting those, and the value added would get out of the country. However, what the government has done, unfortunately, there's quite a lot of feedback in the speaker's microphone coming from an Arabic language, and it makes it very difficult to interpret. Currently, one of the largest projects in the country totals $20 million, and it seeks to set up infrastructure in Guinea. And essentially, you have railways that are ensuring the export of iron ore and bauxite through regional partners. There are Chinese, Americans, Australians, British, in partnership with Guinea. So this project has generated revenue, and this is similar to the Saudi Arabian model when it comes to oil. Also, I would mention the 15-year development plan. It has 5 pillars, and it runs to 2040. The first pillar is the agro-industry. The second is training. Third is infrastructure. Fourth is economy. And fifth is well-being. We have submitted our economy to an assessment, such to have a rating through Standard & Poor's. We have stable, the forecast is stable. That means that Guinea has some international credibility. This allows us to attract foreign partners and thus create value chains. Now, the corridor where the minerals are found. There, we're seeking to develop cities with the local container content program. The idea is ensuring that local companies be a part of the economy. We're aware that this all requires human capital and resources. So some part of profit from mining will be allocated to human resources training through the Smando Academy. This includes in universities and other institutions that will train our people. In addition, we're developing a sovereign fund or a hedge fund so as to diversify the economy. And again, this is following the Saudi Arabian model, which is something that we find is totally applicable in our country. So, in summary, currently in our country, we're trying to move from a dependent economy, dependent on raw materials, to an industrialized one, thanks to the government, which has led the transformation. And then just to recall the giant project, there are more than 120 of them contained therein, with more than $200 billion invested over 15 years, reviewed on a 5-year basis, which means that we will be developing not just Guinea, but the sub-region as well, West Africa. Through ZELECAF, that is the West African Free Exchange organization. We appeal also to our partners, be they from the south or north, all countries, to come on board. It includes Africa, Asia, everyone. We like to see you invest in our country just to ensure not just the development of Guinea, but the whole African continent.
I didn't realize the investment was $200 billion over that 15-year period, and then diversification and the sovereign fund. I'll come back to you on how do you go downstream with the processing and the African market itself. Wolfram Diener, when I first saw your name on the list, I was thinking, why do we have a major player in the exhibition space? But now that you take a step back and you look, this is where business takes place, but it's also your pretty good pulse checker for the global economy today. How is the business changing when you see the trade tensions that have actually led to tariffs and reciprocal tariffs? What does it mean for the markets that you're going into today? Do you look for optionality? Do you see new trade partnerships emerging? What is the demand in the faster growing markets of the world? Please.
Well, first of all, when we look at international trade shows, we are talking about trade-only shows, B2B shows. They flourish very well against the backdrop of open markets, free trade, free traveling. And as we all know, this has been hampered in the past years. So in a way, some parts of our international exhibition business had to reinvent itself a little bit. But when I can just draw a larger circle shortly against the backdrop of the following developments, when I talk about free trade or less free trade than it was a few years ago. So when we talk about trade tensions or protectionism, we first of all think now of US-driven tariffs, but there's other factors such as I'm from Europe. When you look in Europe, there's trade tensions triggered by the war in Ukraine, which also have a massive impact on trade and on how economics develop or shift. And then let's not forget, when we look at China, after all, the world's largest exporter, it's basically that the WTO entry in 2000, after that there was a lot of enthusiasm, and a few years later, I feel the central government has taken a new approach and said, rather than having, for instance, the G7 telling us what to do, further open our market, we want to do this in our own way. And since about 2009, China has signed free trade agreements with 40 countries and regions, ASEAN being the largest, but largely countries in the southern hemisphere. And why this matters, I tell in a minute, and how it relates to exhibitions. But one by one, as for the US tariffs, a lot has been said before. When I look at this from the European perspective, and maybe just for the case of arguing for 1 minute on the German situation, Germany's economy heavily depends on exports. Outside the EU, US has been the largest and still is the largest export market. And Germany exports of course, cars as well, but a lot of machinery. And on top of the 15% point, there's a lot of additional tariffs, such as when you use not a certain, to a certain degree, made in China steel and therefore. So what does this lead to? Machinery and capital goods are not imported to the same extent like before into the US. But when it comes to really necessary investments for any economy, such as the US, some people anticipate it might just happen now with a time delay, because sooner or later, every manufacturer has to renew their plant and their technology. And then when it comes to, still talking about US tariffs, when it comes to the consumer products, I think I cannot foresee, I'm not an economist, where this will end, but of course, the fact that many very low-priced consumer goods, supposedly before largely from China, can no longer be sold at the same low prices, for instance, in a Walmart store, that has also an impact on the behavior of US consumers, whatever it will be, I think is to be seen. So when it comes to the European Union and the trade tensions with Russia, I think the most notable thing is, of course, the energy market. You have a lot of economies in Europe with a large primary sector, so manufacturing. And again, for the sake of arguing, when you look at a country like Germany, they have benefited over decades from very low-priced energy, meaning oil and gas from Russia. So about 3 years ago, that has changed overnight, and the prices have gone up. At one point, they were almost triple of what they were before the Ukraine war. Now it has been on a level below 100% increase compared to 2019, but it's still high. What this means is manufacturers which are energy intense and maybe also labor intense start to move. And I talk about this later. Trade moves and exhibitions also always follow trade. Exhibitions follow trade winds. So that all together means when you talk about exhibitions in Europe, that there is rather leading shows in regions or in sub-regions, and many of them are moving south or east. That, of course, triggers a lot of opportunities.
So let's pause it there, but I want to just ask you, you see the greatest demand in the Far East because of the rising populations that the minister talked about and the growth of Asia for the next generation of driver of growth? Just very briefly.
Okay, when we talk about the Far East, I think already now the intra-Asian trade is contributing to about 40% of Chinese exports. It's no longer US, it's not EU. This is why the US tariffs also don't do the anticipated harm to China, because China has started, if you want, so de-risking earlier than the EU and the US, more or less 2008 or 2009, after the financial crisis in Asia. So the trade within Asia, so between ASEAN and China and the other Asian countries, has become much more important and is probably for most Asian economies more important than intercontinental trade by now. Against this backdrop, exhibitions are flourishing. So there's countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, then it's anticipated with the shift of manufacturing into countries such as Vietnam, that there will also be more trade show business in the future. And then, of course, you have India. India, for a long time, from my perspective as exhibition executive, but I think for many other industries the same, has been lacking the supporting infrastructure. But this is yet to improve. But there's a lot of development in recent years under the current government, which promised that India will excel in terms of really largely not only new, but also old economy, so a primary sector in the coming years.
Okay, very good. That was the first round, and everybody went a bit longer than expected, so I want this to be a bit more of a dialogue from this point forward. We have about 40 minutes left, and I wanted to spend the second round across the board for each one of you. How do you add value in your economies here? So it's interesting, Cambodia is getting into some supplies and semiconductors. The industrialization in the last 6 years since the creation of the ministry has been pretty extraordinary. Guinea's talking about putting processing. What is the role today to add value and grow when there's this much trade uncertainty? How do you handle that, Minister?
That's a tough one. But if countries focus on adding value that is built on actual, true economic fundamentals, I think that's the way to go. In Saudi, we are very blessed with natural resources. I mean, if we look at our oil and gas and petrochemical, we export almost 85% of our petrochemicals as raw material. Just imagine how much added value we can bring inside the country. In mining, for example, we have been very mindful of this challenge, and we tried from the beginning when we launched the mining strategy and the mining investment law that to incentivize investment in downstream, for example. Our mining investment law today incentivizes investors to do the right thing, which is to go downstream through the tax regime, for example, where tax can go to up to 90% discount when you go downstream. And I'm happy to say that today, most, if not all, of our mineral resources actually exported as finished goods. So today in our phosphate, we export fertilizers. Saudi Arabia is the fourth largest exporter of fertilizers globally. With the expansions that we are doing actually today in Ma'aden, we are expected to be number 1 or number 2 by 2030. And this is an important part of the value chain. This is how we can invest in the railway that we have built 1,000 kilometers. This is the way we can also hedge our food security challenge through being a global market player in fertilizers. As we speak today, Saudi Arabia fertilizer business in India represents 40% of the Indian market.
Wow.
So in aluminium, there's a similar case where most of our bauxite is converted into aluminium, into high-end product that goes to packaging, automotive. We are discussing now with all of the OEMs in aerospace to improve our aluminum grade in aerospace. In titanium, we are doing the same thing. So it's a very comprehensive plan, but that's, in my opinion, the right way to go, especially for a country like Saudi, where local demand will continue to be much smaller than the output that we have. And this brings me to the other probably area of discussion, which is building the right partnerships. I think if we leave, markets to determine and to dictate, that's probably very optimistic. We need to ensure that we have long-term commitments with partners that lay the ground from a G2G perspective, but also from a commercial point of view. So we need to also ensure that we embed in our global champions and large corporations the culture of being able to discuss the future of their business at a very early stage and not be subject to fluctuations. And this is what we have also done in the petrochemical 50 years ago, is through partnerships, through the JVs, offtake agreements, and so on and so forth.
Good. Can I ask you a quick follow-up, and I'll bring Dr. Salk back into the conversation. Do you need to have more optionality today than ever before because of the trade shocks that we saw in the last year? I mean, isn't it wise to spread your risk around the world?
Of course, this is what we are doing. And, one of the things we are blessed with in this country is that we choose our partners. We have the ability to choose the right partners with us who have the same view, especially when it comes to long term. If you look at our investments today, all of the pipeline investments, I would say the majority is long term. Mining is a good example. So we need to ensure that what we are building today is not only subject to the general, I would say, dynamics of trade, which is fine in a certain percentage, but we need also to have the right commitments, the right consortiums of work. So in our industrial strategy, for example, we have an initiative which is called industrial collaboration with neighboring countries. So we started with GCC, with neighboring countries where we look at them as part of our market, like Iraq, like Syria, Jordan, Lebanon now is coming back, hopefully Yemen. So that's key for our, I would say, what we call a bigger home market. And then we have the larger community. So yesterday, actually, we had as a side event of this event, as part of the Arab League, the Industrial Mining and Standardization Committee took a decision to adopt the industrial strategy for the Arab world, which is how to complement each other. In automotive, for example, we are talking with Morocco, with Egypt. How can we and Morocco and Egypt and other countries support our automotive business that's being built today? So it takes a lot of effort, but I think this is the right way. Private sector continue to lead. I come from private sector, and I know that they need to lead, but they need guidance from governments. They need the, I would say, G2G framework that allows them to operate in a certain fashion and work together to achieve the targets that both countries in each way have to achieve.
Very good. Really interesting strategy. I saw this one in the greater Arab region, and it's a market of 500 million consumers now, which is great. Dr. Salk, I was going to ask you about the value add, and how does Cambodia move up the value chain? If you look at the Chinese model for 25 years, it was low-cost manufacturing in textiles where you are. How do you advance Cambodia for higher incomes in the future? And how do you build the trade with those other 4 trade partners and new markets so you're less dependent on America, or is that not a concern?
Well, Cambodia, about 1993, right? We just emerged from the war. We start from zero base. For those who know the history of my country, we have genocide. Right? So after the war, we start zero base. It was the accession to the WTO that really kickstart that whole process. So in about 3 years, we will graduate from the LDC status. We will become a developing country in less than 1 generation. So basically, we are a trading nation. We trade through the WTO. Of course, when we start small, we start with few products. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, we have garment, footwear, and travel good, more for European and US market. We start now to value add our agricultural product. We're number 2 after Ivory Coast only in terms of cashew nut production. Last year, we export 700 metric tons to the world, right? But the point is still raw process. What we need now, what we're doing now is working on the processing, because from a raw material to a finished product, and here I'm just talking about cashew, you're talking about 4 times
the value.
4 times the value. So we're looking at that, and in all the agriculture commodity, we move up to the processing. Because let's face it, after the war, the government was very limited in terms of resource. So the private sector was left on their own. So now we're very stable. The country is very stable. We move to the next generation of leadership, young minister. So now we focus on value adding the commodity we have. We start to diversify into electronics, car assembly. We have 8 car assembly now. Chevrolet will become the 9th car assembly, right? Electronics. Electronic, we're looking at the European market, for example, where the EU will impose that the company that make this electronic will have to deliver 100% renewable. So we are 60% renewable as a country already.
Wow.
We aim in 2030 to go for 70%. So renewable, we're on the way, right? So I think in terms of product, and speaking of logistics, by 2030, we have expanded and deepened our port that we can accommodate any ship, any size to our port. So that will solve the logistic issue. In terms of market, new market access, we're still a least developed country, and we still benefit a lot from trade preference from the EU, from the US, that sort of thing.
Because of the ASEAN agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
But we are now looking beyond that. We, as a least developed country, we're very bold. We are now applying to join the CPTPP, which is a group of advanced nations. So we figure out that it takes about a couple of years to negotiate. So 3 years from now, we like to be in the CPTPP, which is a very high standard, labor issue, environmental issue, all the sort of thing. But for us, we feel that we start from zero base, nothing stops us to go higher.
Interesting. Wow. Mr. Baldi, you had a 15-year development plan that you talked about. I have to be very cognizant of your time. I need a briefer answer, please. Yeah, if you can. How do you move down the value chain in processing? And I know Saudi Arabia is interested in doing this as well. If your greatest resource is minerals, how do you add value? Because I've been to Africa probably 20 times. It almost breaks your heart that you see raw materials going to Europe, raw materials going to Asia, raw materials going to the United States. Is it realistic to say in the next 10 years you'll be processing those minerals to add value?
Let me be your technician.
Thank you.
Nice job, Dr. Saab.
Merci.
I have to hire you on that.
Merci beaucoup pour cette... effectivement.
Thank you for that question. When we look at our history since the 50s, when we achieved independence, and until now, we really haven't launched any bauxite refineries. We go from bauxite, then aluminium, and there was one company, but it's no longer active. And we have 2/3 of the world's bauxite reserves. And there are different rare metals in there, and we've spent 40 years exporting our minerals, just selling the bauxite. The rest, we're basically providing it free to those who purchase it with our bauxite exports. They extract the minerals, and they get the added value, not us. So since 2021, we have a new government which has said that has to stop. We don't want any conflict with our partners. We know that there are different interests at play, but we need to review how things work in our state. We have to look at the institutions. We have to change them. We have to take ownership of our own economy and draw up a development plan to accompany that. And with what I heard Saudi Arabia say, you want to export the manufactured products with a lot of added value. We export the raw materials, and we want to change that. We want to change that and get 65%. We can do that with decarbonized energy. We have 65% iron ore, and it would be a lot harder if we had a lower rate, obviously. That's why it is a socially responsible project and environmentally responsible too. It does respect the environment. The president, therefore, has decided that all the stakeholders in bauxite would come together and work out how we would do the refining. And as I said, after 45 years, we still haven't had a bauxite refining facility in our country, so we need to do that in order to maximize profit. That's why we've stopped, and we want to see what our new development plan will be. And we will install industries where we can do the local manufacturing and develop SMEs and develop Guinea and the region. We have the whole of our geographic area to do that, and partnerships, and we can develop added value and allow Guinea to be prosperous, finally. Then, so we have the mining projects with almost 200 billion in investments, no currency specified, and so we can work on these 129 projects that are being considered. It's rather like oil in Saudi Arabia. We will be able to generate revenue and extract things locally. We can work with bauxite and produce steel and work on exports with partners. And that will mean an added value. We are an agricultural country, and that can generate more money than mining. So agro-industry can generate a lot of money for us. And that means that people cannot just live from their own activities. They will be able to produce food for people. There are so many of us here in the world, so many mouths to feed. And UNIDO has helped us implement the new industrial policy 2020-2040. So we have dealt with all the aspects of industrialization, and we're working with UNIDO on a country program framework for 3 years, and we will be implementing that. So it's a plan for added value. We have a lot of agricultural raw materials too.
I have to park it there for time, because I have a couple of key questions I want to get in our 13 minutes. I need some discipline on 2-minute answers on this next round. And I'm going to ask a quite important one. The World Trade Organization, the predecessor GATT, was built over 8 decades. We have the European Union now, a very large bloc on its own. The GCC collaboration with MENA, ASEAN bloc. We have African Free Trade Agreement. Are international institutions being overlooked for what has been built, and are you willing to fight to protect what has been built? Because the U.S. strategy has been kind of protect your home market and we'll try to level the playing field. But how valuable is free trade, the regional trade blocs, institutions like UNIDO, the WTO, and are they worth fighting for in this next generation? Dr. Salk, do you want to start? I'd love to hear from Mr. Al-Khareev as well, please.
Well, I think we have to support, we have to strengthen multilateralism. The way I see, there's no other option. And the good news is that, okay, I don't know whether you know or not, but last week the U.S. paid the dues to the WTO. No fanfare, no publicity, but they pay the dues. So it means that they're still in the game. They're still in the game. But for us, particularly for small country, multilateralism is key. You know, we need the rule base. We need predictability. We need to know that whatever we do will fit the international standard. Because the way go, say the U.S. go in its way, they're going to decide on a certain standard. What happened to the rest? We want a standardized rule base, whether on SPS, whether on TBT, whether on investment framework, whether on IP, we want a standard. Because at the end of the day, small countries don't have a lot of resource. We don't have a lot of human resource, meaning that if you have a standardized system, we can easily fit in. But we cannot just, you know, go...
Very interesting defense. Wolfram, how do you see it from the private sector? And I'll bring in now Mr. Al-Khareev, please. Very quickly.
Okay, I think for the industrialization of any economy and for the diversification of any economy, there's also finance capital and human capital very important. So, and this definitely requires international collaboration. So you need skilled workers, and of course you need access to capital to do necessary investments. So that cries for international collaboration. But with the shifting supply chains, it's also necessary, when you talk, for instance, about the 17 or so precious metals, we know that more probably is estimated about 60% of the reserves are in China, but outside of China you have also reserves, such in Latin and South America and other parts. And say, for instance, for a country like Argentina to make use of their deposits in terms of precious metals, it needs, again, collaboration with foreign countries. And that is a win-win. You help Argentina, for instance, to build the know-how and to invest in their country. And then Argentina can supply this to countries where there's a demand for precious metals. I really like to come here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because what you see here happening, last but not least, I know we are running out of time for the business I'm representing, exhibitions, against the backdrop of the Kingdom's strive to diversify its economy. Trade shows are a perfect facilitator and can accelerate this development, because a trade show offers a platform not only for trade to meet trade, it offers a platform for politics to meet trade, it offers for representatives from countries and organizations to meet on the sidelines of a trade show who might otherwise maybe not meeting. It helps triggering partnerships, innovation. So there are so many things a trade show can do, and this is why many of my industry peers are currently coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and building up their network here and establishing business, because this goes very well with each other, the economic development in the kingdom and what trade shows can do to support this.
Great, thanks very much. Mr. Al-Khair, if you had a minute to think about this, you straddled East and West, you've looked into Africa as a springboard, as I was mentioning in my opening comments. You were happy to host UNIDO here. What do you see as the role of UNIDO and the protection of the architecture that's been built over the last 8 decades? And what does it mean as part of Vision 2032? I would imagine if there was a freezing up of the rules-based system, you'd be pretty panicked right now. You don't seem panicked.
I think, Saudi Arabia, and rightly is doing so, is supporting international organizations to do the right thing. But I will tell you a story. I was actually, when I was in the university, I studied agricultural economics, and we were working with some of the professors in the early 90s when Saudi Arabia was joining WTO. It was a transition from GATT to WTO. And I remember asking one of our professors, I said, what is this GATT? What is this WTO? He said, son, this is like a lemon. Large countries will squeeze that lemon and will throw it when they're done with it. And that's the perception we need to change.
Very interesting.
I had an interesting meeting, actually, last month with the WTO president here in Riyadh when she was visiting FII. And to be honest, I think what the US have done is something that a lot of countries would have liked to do, because they felt that there is something wrong with the institution. And it's definitely a shock to the institution, but I think it's the right shock at the right time, because the institution need to shape up to help bring back the right mandate of free trade for all, and not just for countries who came early and negotiated a good deal. And if you look at the history of WTO, it's not like a free game. It's a game where if you came earlier, you had a better deal. And I think these are the things that we need to today look at. After 50 years, or at least after 35 years, it's about time to reconsider what would be in today's climate the right fair trade structure that will allow countries to focus on what they do better and have the right social and economic impact on their countries, on their people, but at the same time be a player in a global, I would say, a global trade, and it takes a lot of effort. So I think we need to, start by the organizations themselves. First of all, it's like people. Organizations are like people. If you don't admit you have a problem, I don't think you will fix it. You need to admit that there is an issue to be dealt with. That's the first. Secondly, is really to have the right mindset of what is the next future of this organization. What should we focus on? And probably the ecosystem also need to be enhanced with other efforts. What we are doing in the Future Mineral Forum is one way of filling the gap of, the mining sector have never been so, I would say, in focus. When I was appointed as Minister of Industry and Mining, I thought to myself, what is this? What are we going to do with mining? I don't think nothing will happen in 20 years. I was definitely wrong. We were able to do a lot in a very short period of time. Why? Because the emphasis and the need and the demand on minerals is dramatically increasing as a result of the energy transition, as a result of technology,
Absolutely.
And so on and so forth. So things are changing, but organizations stay unchanged or even deteriorate without real progress.
Very, very interesting. Okay, we have 4 minutes, and I was going to ask Dr. Salk the same thing here today. Are you willing to fight for free trade? And I heard from Minister Al-Khareev that we need to modernize with the times, and we have $3 trillion invested into AI in 2 years, which is extraordinary, but we see investment into other sectors flatlining because of trade uncertainty. How do you get the balance right here, where you can embrace AI as a developing nation and still have a level playing field to proceed with free trade, and as the minister is suggesting here, fair trade, right? So all partners at the table win out of this.
Well, for me, I'm old, so I'm more AI dummy. I took some lesson from some friend. Now I move up from AI dummy to AI idiot, right? No, but
it's a pretty big tsunami for me. Let's put it that way, right?
But the younger generation, for them, AI is the thing. I believe that a country like Cambodia, where about 60% are below 30 years old, they embrace AI. They embrace already. So we cannot stop them. We need to facilitate. We need to empower them. We need to facilitate them. And to me, that's the future. That's the future, because you cannot compete when the world is changing. I chair this Trade Policy Advisory Board, and I told many of my board members, say, look guys, what we learned when we joined the WTO 20-some years ago, throw away, because it's all new thing. 20 years ago, we don't know what fintech is. We don't know what AI is. We don't know many things. So now we have to learn. We have to go back to school if we want to catch up the new train that's leaving the station already. That's it. We have to catch up the train, yeah.
Very interesting. Mr. Baldi, you see the clock there. I'm going to ask you for ultimate discipline because you have the last word. And I know you're speaking in French, but it doesn't mean I'll come over and we have to wrap it in 2 minutes. How does Guinea see all this money going into AI, which will actually support you because there's mining resources that are needed? But is the African continent and your country prepared for this big shift that's underway? 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'll try and do that. In case you don't follow African news, from the 12th to the 14th of November, we had the Transform Africa Summit in Guinea. So it's a digital and IT summit in Africa. Transform Africa is sponsored by President Kagame. It has more than 40 member countries, so we can have smart Africa using new technologies, including AI. That's been the 7th summit so far, attended by a lot of heads of state, and a lot of resolutions came from there in different subjects. And what am I trying to say? We can't ignore new trends. Guinea is investing in infrastructure. It's part of our development plan. We will be investing massively in training and education of young people. As you know, we have a huge youth population, and we will be harnessing that for industrial development. And thank you to all the stakeholders, including Saudi Arabia and UNIDO, for inviting us to this conference. Thank you.
Done, Mr. Baldi, and you could obviously qualify for a job in television. You've been finished bang on time. Mr. Al-Khareev, thanks for putting this panel together. I understood it was your idea to have a frank conversation about the trade landscape and industrialization. You took it in short notice, Doctor, so thank you very much for joining us. Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, thanks for doing the same. It was great to have representation from Africa. And Wolfram, thanks very much for joining this session. Don't go far, because we're going to do another session which I'll introduce. But first, let's give a nice round of applause to the Minister and the other members of our panel. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Minister. It was a pleasure. It was nice.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Nicely done. Thank you. Okay. Just had to escort you out. Okay. If you can take a seat, I'm going to introduce the next session, which is a very good one. In fact, Minister Al-Karayev talked about the work that the GCC is doing with the broader MENA region, so as far west as Morocco, and coming here to the heart of the Gulf, which has been a center for FDI most recently. As I talked about, it's a market now of 500 million consumers, and one that should be recognized. 6 GCC states and the 20-plus countries in the Middle East and North Africa. We're going to have a speech from His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh during this session, but let's give a warm welcome to Mohammed Tumahi of Al Arabiya News. Mohammed, thanks very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, John. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Enabling two-way investment with the Middle East, leveraging economic diversification for mutual growth. Economic diversification is one of the top of agenda for most countries in the Middle East region. Diversification represents a smooth shift from commodity-dependent towards more resilient economic model. The region is rich in natural resources, notably oil, gas, and mineral, but faces growing pressure to diversify its economic and reduce climate change impact. To start this high-level side event, please join me to welcome to the stage His Excellency Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia. اهلا وسهلا معك، منورنا، الله يحفظك، حياك الله طال عمرك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Your Excellencies, Director General, Mr. Greg Mueller of UNIDO, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone who is either here with us or remotely monitoring this great conference. It is indeed a great honor for me to join you all here today in Riyadh for this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference. And I would like to start by both congratulating and thanking my colleague and partner, His Excellency Bandar Al Khrayef, for hosting and bringing UNIDO for the first time to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and for giving me the honor of speaking to all of you at this Global Industry Summit. I should also thank the UNIDO organizers for choosing Riyadh to hold this 21st session. I also extend my congratulations to Director General Mueller and his team for, as I mentioned, convening this important summit. I'm sure during the last 2 days you've been discussing the global context in which global economy and industry are being reshaped, but for the sake of completeness of my own remarks, allow me to set my own context. And we meet today at a pivotal moment for the global economy and indeed for our own region in the Middle East. Around the world, nations are contending with tectonic shifts in investment and trade patterns with rapidly evolving industrial technologies, but information technologies as well, and ambitious sustainability goals. And we just concluded the COP summit in Brazil. These dynamic challenges are facing us all, but they also open the door to unprecedented opportunities for those who grasp them. Part of these global trends is, of course, the emergence of new global supply chain landscape. Today, industrial production is no longer concentrated in a few major global hubs. Indeed, over time, it has shifted to a major global singular hub, namely China. And today, we're witnessing, after COVID and the global trade tensions, supply chains are being reconfigured into regionally connected manufacturing clusters, which follows, of course, an existing example in developed regions, namely Europe and North America. We've seen within the Global South already successful examples in ASEAN, in India and South Asia, and other dynamic markets across the Global South leverage this shift to attract investment and grow their industrial relevance. This shift is also starting, I'm happy to say, to take shape right here in the Middle East, led, of course, by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. Unfortunately, for many years, our region was viewed primarily as a source of energy, primarily oil, or outward capital from the GCC. The other part of the Middle East was and continues, unfortunately, to be seen as not being ready for advanced manufacturing and being part of global supply chain. So the region has not been a destination for industrial and certainly high value-add technological investments. This perception, I'm happy to say, is changing today and changing rapidly. Today, the Middle East continues to be underweight in trade and investment despite our vast resource base, human, financial, and natural resources. And I'll give you some examples. The region possesses roughly half, 50% of the world's oil reserves, and nearly 40% of proven gas reserves. This is the broader region from Central Asia to Western Africa. And when we consider the wider mining super region, which was coined by His Excellency Al-Khrayef in his Future Mineral Forum, the numbers are even more compelling. 79% of global cobalt reserves are in this super region, 44% of manganese, 21% of graphite, along with many other, 25% of copper, and then there is tin and other rare earth metals and critical materials. In terms of human resources, the MENA region represents 6% of the global population, 5% of global trade, mostly commodities and oil in particular, and 4% of global GDP. But only 3% of global FDI investment is coming into the region. So clearly the region is underweight, underrepresented, and punching way below its weight. However, as I mentioned today, the GCC, particularly Saudi Arabia, is leading the Middle East in becoming more competitive and playing a key part in global supply chain. Given our strategic location, modern infrastructure, young and capable workforce, and ambitious economic reforms which are already underway, we have the potential of being a key link in the global investment and trade value-based production, not just commodities. With this foundation in mind, let me now turn to a core imperative we're here to discuss today, and we're working on it day and night in Saudi Arabia, which is diversification of our economy. We have seen across the world a consistent drive by both developed and developing economies to build resilience for resource-rich countries like the Gulf states, across sectors, across industries, and across the architecture of value creation. Economic resilience now depends on broad-based economic capability, not reliance on a single vertical. And this leads directly to the kingdom's vision for itself and the region. Saudi Arabia is committed not only to diversifying our own economy, but as mentioned by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, right here on this platform, in this stage, when he said, our goal from Vision 2030 is not only to transform and develop Saudi Arabia, but to lead the development of the Middle East. And he talked about a new technological knowledge and industrial renaissance in the Middle East, equivalent to the European renaissance of back in the day. We recognize that a prosperous Middle East must be a region that creates jobs, fosters innovation, and gives its young people reason to hope, reason to believe, and work for a better future. In the kingdom, to give you an example, going back to the human resources, 2/3 of our population is under the age of 35. They're also highly educated and tech savvy. They are digitally fluent, globally connected, and full of entrepreneurial energy. And under Vision 2030, we're not waiting for the future. We in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are proud to be part of building that future for the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share a few examples of how this Vision 2030 is being put into practice in Saudi Arabia and the GCC. First, massive investments in logistics networks, ports, for example, airports, clean energy, whether it's gas, whether it's electricity, grid, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, are creating the backbone of a more competitive regional economy. This strategic shift is clearly visible in the sectors emerging across the kingdom and leading the Middle East. One, of course, and the most relevant for us in this conference is advanced manufacturing, mining, and minerals. From industries like petrochemical downstream and green chemicals and green fertilizers to aluminum, titanium, and copper. These developments are driven by the kingdom's reliable, low-cost, low-carbon energy, which I mentioned earlier. Approximately $2.5 trillion in commercially viable mineral reserves and cutting-edge connectivity and digital infrastructure. For these areas to be competitive, we need to reach economies of scale, and this is why we have developed special economic zones, the Global Green Shoring Initiative under our Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, GSRI, which together aim to strengthen sustainable, resilient supply chains while promoting advanced manufacturing and local and regional industrial growth. Saudi Arabia is also emerging as a global hub for clean energy, leveraging its natural advantages to lead in both blue and green hydrogen production and developing some of the world's most competitive renewable energy assets across large-scale solar and wind capacity, and we will be exporting electricity across subsea cables to Europe and South Asia and the rest of the Middle East in the foreseeable future. In AI and advanced technology, we aim to secure the kingdom as one of the world's top AI nations by 2030, while our digital economy is projected to contribute significant amount of GDP in the same time frame. Even today, Saudi Arabia ranks second among the G20 in the ITU's ICT Development Index and first globally in meaningful connectivity. These achievements and enablers reflect our progress and our ambition to build a vibrant, future-ready digital ecosystem. Also, the entrepreneurial landscape is fast developing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at remarkable speed. Venture capital activity has also reached record levels with 158% increase in funding year on year, totaling $1.3 billion in the first 3 quarters of this year alone. But we do not only support local entrepreneurs. In fact, we are also driving the attraction of global tech and deep tech entrepreneurs into the kingdom, and so far we have 2,500 entrepreneurial registration at our ministry, MISA, for global deep tech entrepreneurs. Let me also emphasize that diversification is not just about the hard sectors of energy, manufacturing, and logistics, and technology. We must also address the rise of new engines of growth in our region, in our country, and indeed around the world. Sectors like tourism, hospitality, and importantly, culture and heritage, which are indeed the source of a nation and the identity of our population. These sectors today, which may seem intangible to many of us, compared to industry and logistics, are vital for vibrant economies and can be seen across many giga projects here in the kingdom, such as Red Sea Global, the Raiya Gate, Al Ula, and the list goes on, expanding rapidly, supported by serious investment in the world's highest level of infrastructure development that enable them to scale and to create vibrant sectors and industries. As a result, they are creating high-quality jobs and adding new dimensions to our region's economic identity. By extending our connections and partnerships with neighboring markets here in the Middle East, including Egypt, India, Pakistan, and the Levant region, we are supporting not only Saudi growth, but shared regional progress. And we are firm believers that a rising tide lifts all boats. These investments across the region are designed to lift the region collectively, fostering a level of financial maturity and cross-border participation that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. This is also why initiatives such as the Regional Headquarters Program, launched 3 years ago in the Kingdom, are attracting about 680 global companies to establish their regional headquarters here in Riyadh to be able to invest not only in the Kingdom, not only in the GCC, but indeed across the Middle East and beyond. Which brings me to the critical enabler of this progress and the subject of this session, investment. Today, investment is only about foreign direct investment or domestic investment or outward investment. It is increasingly about deep, mature capital markets that mobilize and allocate capital efficiently, and transparently. The Kingdom's financial strength reflects this holistic nature of our investment landscape. For example, the combined sovereign capital between SAMAs and the public investment funds net foreign assets amounts to nearly $1.5 trillion, illustrating the Kingdom as being a global investment powerhouse. Since Vision 2030 was launched, our GDP has doubled, while non-oil activities now contribute 56% of total GDP. Performance indicator of our national investment strategy exceeds all targets for the fourth consecutive year, including gross capital formation and foreign direct investment, which has quadrupled since the launch of that strategy. And beyond attracting FDI, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom is also empowering national champions and globally leading companies to invest abroad. We believe that investment is a two-way highway between the Kingdom, between the region, and the rest of the world. And we're proud that we have global champions that are investing globally, companies such as Aramco, SABIC, and petrochemicals, and Aqua Power, whose chairman is with us today, investing in energy and water desalination, along with many other Saudi companies which are increasingly growing their investment footprint outside Saudi Arabia. Of course, progress on this scale is never achieved alone and by one actor by themselves. From the outset, the Kingdom has been built on a spirit of partnership from international organizations like UNIDO to other nations with which we have close relations, to, of course, corporate investors who are investing heavily here in the Kingdom and with whom we invest internationally. In this context, UNIDO has been a valued partner through technical support, institutional capacity building, and global best practice guidance. UNIDO has helped strengthen national industrial policy and helped us to accelerate our modernization across the industrial sector. This collaboration has not only enabled progress in the Kingdom, but supported a more confident regional and industrial transformation. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me end with one final thought. We believe the best way to build a future is by investing jointly in that future, boldly, responsibly, and together with close partners and friends. We're proud of the strong partnership represented in this room, and we look forward to continuing this journey with all of you. Thank you for contributing to this productive dialogue here in Riyadh and for your kind attention, and I wish the rest of the conference all of the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your excellency, for your inspiring and insightful speech. And now I'd like to invite our panelists to the stage. His Excellency Joe Isa Al-Khouri, the Minister of Industry of Lebanon. His Excellency Engineer Khalil bin Ibrahim Slima, Vice Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Industrial Affairs of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Dr. Khalid Hanafi, Secretary General of Union of Arab Chambers. Mr. Mohammed Abu Nayyan, the founder and chairman of Aqua Power. So we will have opening speech from the Director General, Mr. Muller.
Excellencies, dear Minister, a few words to thank the Excellency Minister for your inspiring speech here. That is so important for all of our guests. And thank you again, your country, the government, your ministry, and your colleague. Saudi Arabia is a strong partner for future investments and partnership for our member states and with UNIDO. And as you mentioned, diversifying economies is essential for long-term stability and resilience. And diversification way to create lasting opportunities and shared prosperity in this region. Many Arabic economies still really heavily on oil exports, leaving them exposed to global price swings. But we also see strong signals of change. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 is one clear example. And the recent commitment to invest $8 billion in new solar and wind plants with a combined capacity of 50,000 megawatts, that shows how serious this country is about building a cleaner and more resilient energy future. And the wider MENA region has enormous potential with some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. The Arab region can become a global leader in renewable energy. Investments in clean technology and circular solutions will create jobs. And major investments in AI across the MENA region show the region's determination to position itself at the forefront of technology transformation. So, Excellency, importantly, the region does not lack capital for the necessary investments with some of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds. What is needed now, and that you mentioned, is this strategic policy framework. And at that point, UNIDO is proud of its long partnership with countries in the MENA region, in Africa, across all regions in the world. And our program supports diversification into manufacturing, renewable energy, agrotech, and technology drivers. Our investment and technology promotion offices play there an important role in this effort. And now, after our ITPO Bahrain, I have launched a second office in Morocco, and this is a clear signal of trust and confidence in UNIDO and the region. And we will plan to open additional offices in the MENA region. So thank you so much. Again, UNIDO stands ready to support you and the region and your government. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. And also thanks for my panelists for joining us. And let's start with the Minister Isa Al-Khoury. Your Excellency, previously you said industrial sector worldwide, not only in Lebanon or the region, is under mounting pressure to transform. Why do you feel that is the case?
First, I'd like to thank you for hosting me. Definitely, I think the whole world is witnessing a new trend and a radical change in the way we perceive and the way globalization is taking place. So, globalization, the way we knew it for the last 3 or 4 decades, seems to be changing, and this has been witnessed more and more with the US administration, the way they've been putting tariffs on some countries, not others, as if there is some sort of a shift toward more looking at bilateral agreements and with some countries, depending on the market assessment that each country might be doing toward its products that they feel selling abroad. This is one aspect of it. The other aspect of it has to do more with the post-COVID period, because post-COVID or during the COVID, I think that the largest consuming markets, and by this I mean Europe and the US, the Western world, realized that relying on one country or one region for some products might not be that beneficial. Even masks, they were lacking masks at one point in time. So there is a new tendency to go to what we call the reshoring in their own countries, or nearshoring or offshoring. So, and some would say that, well, the Americans would go for all but Asia or all but China. They want to move the production lines either to their country, which is the reshoring, or to nearby countries, which is nearshoring or offshoring. So this is why the new trend for globalization, for these two reasons I gave, is changing the way we perceive production, and this is why a new trend in the industrial production is taking place, and our region should be well prepared to benefit from this.
Thank you. Vice Minister Ben Slima, Your Excellency, as we all know, Saudi has huge fossil fuel resources, I mean. So why is it important to diversify the country economic development from this easy resources?
Good question. I think building up on what we have heard over the past 2 days, having a resource is a blessing that has been granted. What differentiates economies' success is what do you do with them? One area is just simply extract and sell. That could help for a while until knowledge is built, some financial resources are built, and then comes a stage where you would extract further value in downstream. Our story in Saudi Arabia is very, very apparent to all. Oil and gas. Oil was explored, was extracted, was sold, gas was there, was burned, captured, transferred to a valuable petrochemical, and then at a later stage, the economy needs to be diversified. What do you do with the rest of the carbons? So we started tracking carbon instead of tracking energy. Carbon by itself has a huge value. If transferred during the economy, where the effect as you go through the value chain, the effect of materials start to diminish, the effect of know-how and market access start to increase again. This has been and will be our future direction to diversify our economy, is not looking at the resource itself, but looking at what do we do with the resource. And reaching that stage, also we have to build a balance between what could be done in Saudi Arabia versus what will be done when we integrate with the region nearby us to construct a value chain that targets a product, but it can be manufactured as a component at different countries. And I will take example, the automotive. It illustrates all. If we see the car itself, it is made close to 23% from plastic. Plastic is coming from oil and gas. But to reach to a stage where it can be a component in a car, it travel through at least 4 stages of manufacturing. As we go closer to the car, the value of knowledge increases. Then, as a country, and no country can do it all. This is what His Excellency, the Minister Bandar, mentioned. a discussion with Morocco and Egypt, other countries in Asia, other countries in the US, in Europe. How do we capitalize on manufacturing and scale that has been done in each country and will still serve our economical diversification, while also we keep that value chain and supply chain resilient and cost-effective. By doing all, by the way, in a global economy, we will see the overall cost of goods will go up. If we do it effectively across countries, we will help country economy, and also global products will start to go down. But this is how we look at it in Saudi Arabia, and basically this is how we're going to launch our diversification in industry in a sustainable way.
Great. Dr. Khalid Hanafi, currently Egypt's energy supply is not meeting its needs, industrial needs specifically. Do you think renewable energy sources are the key to solve this problem?
Of course, the renewables in general are very important in the energy mix. Specifically in a country like Egypt, I believe that Egypt started to rely a lot on the renewable energy, and as His Excellency just mentioned now, the collaboration between Saudi Arabia, Morocco, and Egypt. Egypt started, yes, to rely a lot on green hydrogen, on solar, on wind. So there are some initiatives in Egypt increase the mix, the energy mix towards more renewable energy. And I believe that nowadays the energy in Egypt is sufficient for the industrial use and for the electricity power as well, to the extent that now they started to have a sort of surplus. So they exchange the excess amount to other countries, other neighbors. But the idea is not just having this energy mix, it's the idea of utilizing this in a way, in a sustainable way that serves the industry, that serves the future.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Abu Nayyan, you are the founder of one of the largest renewable energy companies, not only in the region and the world. So involved in several types of alternative energy. In your opinion, why should we invest in this type of energies?
Thank you very much, but I think, thanks to our great leader, our Crown Prince, our Prime Minister, with the Vision 2030, and this is the outcome result of the strategy, has been, approved by him and endorsed through the Ministry of Energy. We have the best, I have to say, outcome of our energy mix, where Saudi Arabia will be 50% of renewable by 2030, and 50% will be gas. And gas also with a very efficient gas, where Saudi Arabia is going to decommission all oil-fired power, electricity, and desal, where it is today almost 900,000 barrels a day, where 2030 will be not using any of this. But you could imagine how this program of, displacement has already started 2 years ago, and how much economically will save, but also environmentally and other things. Saudi Arabia need electricity of green, not because we cannot produce conventional through gas, and even with all the gas, the new installed is CO2 capture. Saudi Arabia need to bring new green industry, where Saudi Arabia will go from the traditional industry to the new green industry. And green industry today, if we take the auto industry example in Germany or any other, there is a big demand today to be able to take green, really, industry for many sectors. Is it chemical? Is it steel? Is it aluminium? Is it so many filterizers with the green ammonia? We are now moving in Saudi Arabia to really be the hub of the green energy, not for being the green energy, but we will have a green economy. And the green economy, it's more comprehensive. To make Saudi Arabia positioned is totally different. And Saudi Arabia is going to export electricity and green electricity, to neighboring countries, to Europe, because in reality, Saudi Arabia, the value proposition of Saudi Arabia that you cannot find anywhere else in the world, as he said, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman in the FII, that Saudi Arabia is the lowest producer in the world. We have today a record cost of electricity of renewable China does not have.
Wow.
And we are less than China 50%. You could imagine who could compete with China. We are today producing green electricity 50% in China, less than China. We are investor now in China, Aquapower. And we know how much it costs to produce solar in China and wind in China. And today, our cost here in Saudi Arabia is more than 50% of the plant we are now putting in China. Cost of electricity. So we are very blessed in Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Abanayan, but I think this kind of achievement need round of applause. Thank you.
But this is not our achievement. It's not Aquapower achievement, to be very frank with you. This is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. God bless him, our leader, the Crown Prince, our Prime Minister, who has driven this vision with this bold decision and this execution under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy, where Saudi Arabia is going to be the AI exporter. Who will think that Saudi Arabia will be the data center hub of the world? Why? It's net zero. Who could make today in the whole world net zero? Tell me, no country in the world. I will tell you today, except Saudi Arabia. Why? Because Saudi Arabia have a green hydrogen, will be produced next year, and it is the biggest green hydrogen ever will be built in the world. It's a new green hydrogen. It will be next year in production 1.2 million ton of green ammonia. It is a 600,000 ton of hydrogen. Reality today that a combination of a green hydrogen and renewable, you could make zero emission of green industry. You could say that 0, 0, 0. You have industry that could be really zero, including data centers, including everything else. Who will be able to, United States of America today, they have not zero data center. No one in the world today could build zero except Saudi Arabia. We have zero, and this is the combination, this is the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that made Saudi Arabia is able to lead in desalination, because green hydrogen is a combination of renewable, water from desalination, and then you get this outcome of green ammonia, e-methanol, hydrogen, whatever you are talking about, derivatives from the hydrogen. Reality today that I think the whole world in Africa or Middle East or many countries in the world, they have huge resources of renewable. But how to do it in the way Saudi Arabia has done it, with a clear regulation, with a clear model, with a clear way how you are going to combine everything together because you need a very comprehensive, integrated strategy and policy that will make a green mining, green industry, green data, green electricity, everything else. Because in reality, that's what made Saudi Arabia where it is today. Saudi Arabia, thanks to our great leadership, is we have a vision. But many countries, they talk about vision, and many countries, I wish them to do always vision. But reality is vision is one thing. Implementation is more relevant, and how you do this comprehensive implementation. And I'm very proud to say that we are today investing in 15 countries in the world, operating in 15 countries. But I have to say that we are very blessed to be a Saudi company, but very, very blessed to be in Saudi Arabia, because this is the biggest enabler to make things to happen.
Great, thank you, Mr. Abunayyan. The next
Can I comment on one thing?
Please.
Yeah, I think that listening to Mr. Abunayyan, Saudi Arabia is blessed with two resources, oil and gas, as His Excellency mentioned, and aqua power. So I believe...
Your Excellency, Saudi Arabia is very blessed with, if you allow me, sorry to interrupt you, to add to what you said. Saudi Arabia is blessed with one thing most important, and I will tell you what the second thing. Oil is not relevant, aqua power is not relevant. What is blessed this country with? A great leader, God bless him, our Crown Prince, our Prime Minister, and young youth. And this young youth in Saudi Arabia is our real energy. And this is what is the real renewable energy, is our young youth. That's what's going to make things to happen, is the young youth. But the young youth, we had it before. But they were not giving the opportunity. They were not being able to be enabler. They will not unleash their potential. And this is all about leadership, leadership, leadership.
True.
Sorry to interrupt you,
No, but you're absolutely right.
Great, thank you
I
very
can
much.
only agree with you.
So the next questions are open to all of our panelists. First, how can countries work together across border to enable two-way investment, not only financial, but in any other means you see fit? Your Minister.
Well, to carry forward with my previous statement and what I listened to the panelists, Lebanon is not blessed by any natural resource. However, we are blessed with young, talented people who are well educated, and despite all the crises and the wars we've been going through, unfortunately, we've been suicidal for decades for the time being. But something that no crisis or war was capable of affecting was our education system. So we have talent, a lot of talent. And instead of, and there is something that I always like to repeat, that the best thing on which what we produce in Lebanon, on which we put made in Lebanon, we ship abroad, are our children. So now the tendency is for us to reverse this trend. We want to keep them home. So, and the talent ought to be kept home. Between brackets, I'd like to mention one thing that confirms what I'm saying. 3 months ago, there was a study made in Silicon Valley about unicorns. You know, unicorns are companies that are startups that have reached 1 billion and above in terms of market cap. And out of 1,050 unicorns based in Silicon Valley, about 500 of them were founded by non-US born people. So out of these 500, 7 come from Arab countries, 5 of which come from Lebanon. What I'm trying to say that we don't want to export our talent abroad anymore. We want to keep them at home. Now, for them to be kept at home, we need to invest in them. Part of the investment and part of the policy has to be done or developed or implemented by us Lebanese, and the other part has to come from Saudi Arabia, from countries with whom we have some close relationships, who would need, and going back to His Excellency's diversification, by trying to implement this interaction among the Middle Eastern countries or the Arab countries to start with, definitely Lebanon could present this talent that Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries can be of use.
So invest in talent, invest in youth. Right?
Absolutely.
Your comment?
Yeah, I
Your
want to
Excellency?
add, with Lebanon, it is also blessed with something more. With the youth, with the even immigration that has happened before, there is a lot of connectivity between the Lebanese origin, Lebanese businessmen at different countries around the world.
Diaspora.
And I think that helped a lot. There is already a big legacy of connection. And if you ask me how we want to, as a country, even connect to that network, I would say connect through Lebanon to the many Lebanons in different countries around the world. That can open market, plus create a trade bridges for these produced products, either done at the countries, Saudi, Lebanon, or at the destination country. I just want to add that because we did experience it a lot.
Can I, if I may, just to confirm what you're saying? And since I became Minister of Industry, I discovered that, this is to confirm what you're saying, Your Excellency, that we have many companies that are designing, producing machinery, robots, and semiconductors. I give 2 examples, or even 3 examples. One company called Multilane, since 2012, they've been designing, manufacturing AI equipment for companies based in the US, like NVIDIA, Cisco, Apple, Meta, Amazon, whatever. So all these are being designed there. Why? Because they are linked and hooked to Lebanese who are working in these companies. Another company called Technica also, they're developing machinery for Nestle, L'Oreal, whenever they want to implement factories. So all the machineries are being designed and manufactured in Lebanon, also hooking with Lebanese who are working there. This is, I'm glad you gave me this idea. This is a great push. And the third one, 2 young people 6 years ago installed or founded a company called Spexal. They're designing and manufacturing robots for Volkswagen and BMW in Germany. All this is being done thanks to the link with Lebanese who are working with companies abroad. So the diaspora part, I think, Your Excellency, you're absolutely right about it.
Great. Let's go back to our
Gave you the
question.
idea, but we want to also benefit from it.
Okay. Of course. So the question was, enabling two-way investment, is it a solution to keep talents in our countries?
This is very important. Yes, the answer is yes. The how will be dependent on the country-to-country specificity. A talent that is available to an industry, it doesn't have a nationality, by the way. So I want to go to Avarakam point, to establish a fundamental understanding of how to transition. For example, if we talk about diversity means you have to secure a way where you can get more income different than what you've been doing before. Yeah. That thinking alone opens up the whole world for you. Then it comes to a selection. Where do you play? Where do you have a competitive advantage that you can build on? Energy has been there, petrochemical has been there, some mineral resources are there and will be more. The youth, under a very clear leadership that enables people to innovate and take their innovation to a product or a service that can be sold. This is what gets the money. In basic form, this is it. When we talk about green, green is not a green energy or industry, it is a green economy. And I agree with that statement in a big way, and it is also a green society. So in our industry, we're taking now industrial cities You have to talk about the carbon capture in a city level, industrial city level, from a country to energy, then to industrial city level, to component where you manufacture and build up the plant. You track all components. Then you track your feed. Then you track how much you consume to even cool your building. Then this is where you finally label your product with a carbon footprint measure. This is what is measured at the end, but taking in consideration all the above, it leaves a good space for innovation. How much can you save? How much can you capture? At the end, it translates into a measurable product form. This is where we are now directing our industry, from a city to a plant to a product. Adding to where we also making the energy source from a renewable energy, from a better fuel efficiency energy. Now this is in our hands. We have our diversity, we have our people. Then comes, okay, how do we specifically in a product level link with different countries? This is where it has to make sense for us, sense for them. They have to see a monetary value, we have to see the same, so it becomes sustainable. When we want to go into aerospace industry, assembly of an airplane or a helicopter, in some components, we don't need to go and redo some industry that has been done in a country like UAE or Egypt or Turkey. We build on what is available and we build what is missing. Inside Saudi Arabia, where it makes sense. Titanium is a resource that is available. Aluminum is a resource that is available. Alat, the new company that has been set up in Saudi Arabia, they will be going into advanced electronics. That will be directed to serve a product, to create that use. This is how diversity will be taking place. It won't happen overnight. It's gonna take at least 10 years, 15 years, but we have to go a year after year. While we build those cross countries investment, utilization of product, while we continue our green product carbon footprint measurement on a product level, while we also help our boys and girls, innovators, to transfer their ideas into a reality product. And we have a lot of examples to show while we tap into resources of Lebanon, the connectivity in different parts of the world, while we tap into resources in Egypt, for example, when we talk about auto industry, food industry, and the like.
Perfect.
Good point.
Dr. Khalid Hanafi, as the Secretary General of Union of Arab Chambers, do you think we need to change our policies and also regulations to enable two-way investments?
Yes, I believe actually when we look at the Arab countries, one of the most important things which is related to the diversification issue is that we should not recognize the Arab countries as a group or a bulk or homogeneous countries. They are not one segment. The Arab countries are segmented into at least 4 segments. So this segmentation creates in investment language multiple segmentation. That means that we are talking about different or multiple credit profiles, which means that there are different opportunities based on the appetite of the investor himself. Accordingly, when we talk about the two-way investment, we are not just talking about financial flows, which is part of it, but the financial flow nowadays is not the most important factor. Saudi Arabia and the people from Saudi Arabia, they mentioned this and they proved this, that they are not anymore capitalizing on the financial power. Okay, they started in the vision of 2030 to talk about diversification. And the diversification here, when it comes to the two-way investment, means that we should recognize, or each country should recognize the other country as a source and destination, not for financial resources, but for things like what His Excellency just mentioned in Lebanon, what exists in a country like Egypt, in Morocco, in Jordan, in Gulf countries, in even countries for reconstruction and problems. There are opportunities, and there are great opportunities, not just opportunities. To be smart, you have to actually fish for these opportunities to maximize the return from investment. And accordingly, the idea is how to get the value added. I have three main initiatives over here I can suggest. The first initiative, which is based on the speech of His Excellency, the Minister of Investment today, that Saudi Arabia started to consider the logistics and the ports and so on. So the idea here is to have in the region, in the Arab region, to talk about clustering in AI logistics hubs. By doing so, we can talk about digital twin, we can talk about digitalization in logistics hubs and ports, to talk to each others. By doing so, we are going to target synergy among these countries. Whatever the power of any single country, it is limited. But when it gets linked to others, this might create synergy that maximizes and leverage this power. And I believe that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia started to recognize this from making collaboration with other countries in the region, and I insist on in the region because nowadays we are moving towards de-globalization model in the whole world. So the supply chain started to be shortened. So when we talk about the Arab region plus some African countries, we can have a power. And this power could have a hub, and this hub could be in any of the countries, maybe the strongest one. So this will create a stronger power, not just the power of being working alone. So I believe that in here we started to recognize this. We started to have more inclusion with other segments of countries. This inclusion will not just for the sake of the other countries, but for the sake of the most powerful country in the region that will enable itself to be more and more powerful. I know that there are ways. This is number one. Number two, we need to have a platform for segmented investment in the region, because we don't have this. We need to be able digitally to target the segment that the desire of or the appetite of the investor wants. We don't have this. So I call for having this, and whoever can have this as a hub in his country. Number three, we need to have a dedicated program for hundreds of thousands of youth to be equipped with the orange economy and the creative economy, which is the main pillar for the future based on this value added. And I believe, again, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia recognized this in the vision, but we need to create this hub and to start including everybody to be able to have the maximum benefit, not just the benefit limited to our geographical borders. That's it.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Abounayan, you said ACOA are now in 15 countries around the world. Why 15, not less or not more? Is it because of the ease of investment and regulatory, or what exactly? Why you choose 15 countries to establish ACOA Power?
You know, it's all about resources. First of all, you know, our remuneration in ACOA Power is a human capital, like anywhere else in the world. You know, it's not really easy to attract and retain and develop the human capital. And I'm sure you know better that the human capital is the key of everything. You need to keep the culture, you need to keep the best practices, knowledge, everything else. But our expansion is always planned expansion. And we all take countries in certain category of regulation, as you said, transparency, other things, resources, everything else, added value, if we could add added value more or not. It's so many things. But, you know, I always believe that there is no limitation in the world, because if you see Middle East, Africa, Asia, and the global South is the growth. Really, we will not be interested in Europe at all since inception. Until today, our position is the same, because, you know, Europe is declining and will decline, you know, and it will not be something that will attract us, because the global South is really the demand, is the future. And the young youth, you know, when we talk about young youth everywhere in the world, then you talk about the future and the demand of the future and the aspiration of these countries and these people. Reality today that, you know, when we went to China and we want to invest in China is not usual. Who could compete in China with the Chinese? But we are now preparing ourselves as Aqua Power to be more fit for the future challenge and for the future competition. Time will tell, but, you know, we want to be there because we want always to improve ourselves, productivity, efficiency, knowledge, know-how. And believe it or not, you know, we are transferring know-how of desalination to China. China is behind in the desalination technology, and Aqua Power technology is wanted in China. And China future will have a huge challenge in water. But also the same thing with the green hydrogen, because green hydrogen is needed in China, but also the technology we have and our partnership with Chinese OEMs and technology partners in the past has really developed so many other things. I will go back to the question, the previous question, because I have some comment, if you allow me.
Please.
Is, you know, what I could see in this Vision 2030, as His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih said, this Vision 2030, and Dr. Khalid has mentioned it, you know, it's not Saudi Arabia. The Vision 2030 is for the regions and for, is it Middle East, is it Africa, is it Asia? You know, there is a lot of things that we could complement each other. And there is so much that we could really use, you know, ourselves together to do a better value added and to be better, you know, for export and really creating jobs, but also complementing each other for the sake of our good, for the future of our people. And, you know, whatever we talk about it, His Excellency mentioned it, this globalization, all the change has happened, everything else, it is happening in the world today. I could see it, it's a great opportunity. I don't see only a threat. I don't see a concern only. I could see an opportunity that for us, we could play different role, different ways, different approach, that we could have a better value proposition for our people and our country.
You found the opportunity in China. How about the Middle East? How about the Arab world?
We are in most of the country in the Arab world. We are in Africa now in 5 countries, and we are expanding big time in Africa, and we are expanding also in the Far East. We are also in the Central Asia, you know. But I have to say that our biggest concern is our people. You know, I wish that you could have a manufacturing base of people, but you cannot do this because it required effort, time, and you could have a better, but I have to say we have an academy in Saudi Arabia is operating since 2009. We have graduated up to now from this academy 18,000 young youth, boys and girls, you know, for, you know, the very important technical, you know, education for the real future. You know, we have 16 different curriculum, different professions that you need to produce this knowledge for vocational training. Vocational training is needed by the Arab world, by Africa, by Asia. And this is where we really now need to focus at vocational. I'm not educated myself, and that's the reason I don't like people having degrees. I like people to have hands-on skills and experience and knowledge. But you know, in these countries, we need more people with the skills and knowledge. And this is the future, even the AI, the digital, all what is happening in the whole world, technical, I think, knowledge and really certain ability and capability to have better than you have real focus in only degrees and certain profession, that the job of the future is changing. You know, we were talking about what is this AI, what this digital, what this happening, what will happen in the future. The biggest disruption will happen in the future is how skills and how knowledge and how competency and capability of our young youth to be for the future needs. And the future needs is different. I'm sorry, but His Excellency here, you know, in Saudi Arabia, we have many industry, it will disappear. And we need it to disappear because sometime what has worked in the past, it will not work in the future. Why? Because competitiveness, need, positioning, everything else. That's the reason China today is leaving many industry going to other countries, and they want to go to different industries. We could see it in many other countries. We need to be careful that we are not talking about the past success is extremely important and relevant, but what is the challenge and the future opportunity and the transition? Because the transition is happening not in energy, in everything in the world.
Perfect.
And we need to be part of that transition.
From Vice Minister. Please, do you have any comment? Because
Yes.
some industry will
No, he's right.
disappear.
I mean, some industries, some even way of manufacturing products will change, definitely. And now, even invite all of you to come on this Hanover Messe 1 to 3 December, where we will talk about that specifically.
Yeah.
Some industries will disappear, but it is not the product will disappear. No, it is how we make them.
Absolutely.
For example, industries that is now, by the way we used to see them, relying heavily in labor.
Yeah.
So,
if we don't change to the humanoids, to automation, digitization, you will never be able to compete.
True.
Same product, but different way of manufacturing. Another example, which you will see it in the next probably 5-7 years. Those fine chemicals, even chemicals that you used to see huge plants to manufacture them, now they are shrinking to micro factories.
Yes.
You want a molecule, there is a plant as big as those 2 tables to manufacture what you need, not manufacture what everybody needs. Otherwise, you cannot compete. The last one, of course, everybody knows, additive manufacturing. Now, 80,000 components of the Boeing, this is according to Boeing chairman or president, is manufactured by additive manufacturing. I visited in India. They manufactured the rocket launcher using additive manufacturing. You build it molecule by molecule. This replaced a huge factory, endless number of labors, endless, I would say, possibility of failure. Now you only worry about as maybe big of 4 tables to manufacture that rocket launcher in 3 days instead of 3 months.
Perfect.
So disappear, not the product, but the factories where you make them.
Great. Q, fast or quick comment from Your Excellency before we continue, please.
Yes, because you were asking actually about the policy and regulations, and many interesting things and important things actually were mentioned: carbon print, recycling, green economy, and all of this. And this is key. And the way eventually that exports or trading will take place will be, despite the fact that what whether I concur with Mr. Abu Nayyan said about the decline of Europe or not, but they're setting trends when it comes to green economy and all of that. As an example, in 2030, starting 2030, this bottle cannot be exported anymore, whether it's plastic or a can or glass, if it's not 100% recycled. So, and I'm trying to set a trend in Lebanon to shift I'll translate it. We want to move from, in Lebanon at least, from معالجة النفايات إلى صناعة النفايات. From treating the garbage to manufacturing the garbage, because so many things could be done with
industrializing.
Absolutely, industrialization of the
Minister
garbage.
Khoury, this is my last question for you in this round. I'll ask you again. Because of the need for power, it's only increasing as more and more countries develop. How can we find a balance between development and mitigating climate change?
I just gave the answer. Yeah, we need to move into industry, yeah, definitely, and this is important. I give an example. In Lebanon, for instance, we produce 6,000 tons of garbage per day. 60% of it is organic, 65% is organic. We need to treat it because we can get compost out of it to be used in the agricultural field, or methane in terms of gas. The remaining, I would say 30–35% is plastic, cardboard, wood, and whatever, and all this ought to be recycled, and this is very important. So this is part of what we are trying to put in place. In terms of policy and regulation, we're working now to set a set of, I don't know whether they exist in Saudi Arabia already, that, you know, the EPR, MRV, CBAM, and all of these regulations that we need to put in place, and we start drafting laws to be applied and enforced on the industries and the factories in Lebanon in order to reduce the emission of gases, in order to impose on them the waste treatment, the water treatment. So all of this is being put in place, and this is key. If you want to survive in the industrial sector and keep on exporting, we need to abide by very strict policies and regulations. But between brackets, because you mentioned desalination, when I came to Saudi Arabia 40 years ago, my first job was in water treatment and desalination. This is a field which is close to my heart.
Thank you. Your Excellency Khalil bin Salman, the same question.
Yeah, I partially agree with the policy to force industry, yes, because I would recommend that policies to give the boundaries of what can be emitted, either in water or air or anything. But draft the other part where we encourage as mentioned, the industrialization of products that either collected or non-collected. And in fact, just remembered, yesterday one of the contenders and the entrepreneurs, he actually from Lebanon. A small truck, they collect the plastic waste, and he has the sorting on the truck, and then package it, either sell it or recycle it. Okay. So I love that concept a lot. Where it comes to the other intervention measure is support the innovation of how to extract more value of these waste streams, other than fuel or recovery, full recovery of the original material. So people and companies, and even at the level of country, they need that help. So this is where the policy intervention, the support, and also fixing, directing some of the innovation routes to help the industry.
Perfect. Your Excellency.
Actually, I believe in the important point that Your Excellency highlighted, which is that the move now should be from what to how. So relying on hands-on is very important we are not just, everybody is agreeing about what should we do, what are the important things. But in many cases, we don't know how to do this. So accordingly, building the capacity of people, specifically youth, that are able to solve the question of how, and being able to convert, or as we say, to walk the talk, to make things active, reality. This is really important. And I believe that this will be the winning point if any society, any country is able to convert the what is off the shelf now. Everybody knows what. Clean energy, industrialization, all the things are known and repeated in all conferences everywhere. We hear the same thing. But the challenge is how. How can you do this? How can you implement this? So in some countries, they started to know how, and they started to implement. I believe the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is on the top of these countries because we recognize this in reality, that we're not just talking about a vision of a dream of someone, but we are seeing the implementation in very small details in the day-to-day, which is really important. And again, the Arab world, I represent the private sector in the Arab world, in the 22 countries. And we have a network, in addition to the 22 countries, of 16 foreign countries spread all over the world. Latin America, United States, Europe, China, Turkey, India, Africa. And I believe that being able to network through a digital model is the key. So to the extent that we are able to link, to make these linkages, as I mentioned in the logistics hubs and ports, being able to create clusters over here. The same goes for the industrialization in a formula that enable everybody to get the maximum value added from the partners. Even the partners could be very remote in Latin America, for example, or in China, as mentioned, or anywhere. So to solve this equation, this is the winning equation. I believe, again, that some countries started to recognize, and I agree with the panelists, that the direction now is not like the old direction. There are better partners to get actually join, regardless the level of development, but there are great opportunities. I agree with His Excellency, the Minister of Lebanon, that Lebanon has a great asset, which is people. Many countries, they have great assets like Lebanon, so being able to work with Lebanon, with the assets that exist in Lebanon, I believe this will solve, again, the people problem that you mentioned, the how problem that we recognize. And the people are diversified. Some of them are entrepreneurs, some of them are agents. So the idea is how to design the model.
Thank you, Excellency. At last, Mr. Abanian, the ball in your court now. The final answer, please.
Wallahi, I have to say that I'm enjoying the panelist discussion, and thank you for being the moderator, but thank you for the audience to hear us. I am still, again, putting more emphasis in private sector, private sector, private sector. The government has to be a regulator and has to be a good regulator, and they have to give more space and every support to the private sector in every country to aspire and to deliver their expectations.
Good point.
Thank you. So we are, after 2 seconds, out of time. However, before we close the session, I would like to reiterate that long-term diversification efforts across the Middle East are enhancing economic resilience, reducing reliance of fossil fuels and contributing to political, social, and regional stability, the central role of the private sector in driving growth across renewable energy, mineral mining, advanced technology, AI, and financial services. Also, this event explored the pivotal role of economic diversification in fostering regional stability and driving sustainable long-term growth across the Middle East. Finally, thank you for the insightful discussion, and also thank you for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. شكرا.
شرفنا. شكرا. بس الله يخليك خلينا نشوف.
My mic on.
Le mic, John est bien on, hein?
Mohammed Tomeri, thanks very much for an excellent session, gentlemen. We're going to go into the general debate from 2:30 till 4 o'clock. We'll be back with another plenary session on the transformative nature of the just energy transition and what it means for the industrial sector. As they take a picture, I think it's phenomenal that we've actually advanced the discussion in the Middle East and North Africa, collaboration between the GCC states and the wider region stretching west to Morocco and here east to Saudi Arabia to look at a market of 500 million consumers. Fast-growing populations, a lot of youth in the equation as well. So it was great that we had a chance to delve deeply into this subject. The general debate will start immediately, and then I'll see you back at 4 o'clock for the session on the just energy transition. My thanks again to Mohammed Tomeri of Al Arabiya. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, excellencies. I declare open the fourth plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference. Before we take up our work, I'm pleased to remind you that an event of the Forum on Industrial Development Issues will take place from 4 to 5:30 p.m. in the main committee hall, focusing on mobilizing finance for industrial development in middle-income countries. An event on the transformative power of just energy transitions for industrial development will also take place starting at 4 p.m. in this room after this meeting. As announced earlier, I now invite the conference to resume the consideration of Agenda Item 2, election of officers. We will now consider the election of vice presidents of the 21st session of the conference. We have before us the nominations submitted by the chairs of the African Group, the Asia-Pacific Group, the Group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, and the Eastern European Group. I understand that consultations are still going on within the Western Group and within the Western European and others group. I propose that we will therefore give them the time necessary to finalize these deliberations and return to the group's nomination at a later stage. Accordingly, we now take up the election of the nominated vice presidents as contained in document GC 21 CRP 1. I have the pleasure to inform that the received candidates for the post of vice presidents are as follows. From African states in List A, Mr. Khaled Ali Mohammed El Menshawi of the Permanent Mission of Egypt to UNIDO, and Mr. Abu Bakr Ade Ouattara from the Permanent Mission of Burkina Faso to UNIDO. From Asian states in List A, His Excellency Shambhu Shanta Kumaran, the Permanent Representative of India to UNIDO. From states in List C, Her Excellency Ms. Maria Eugenia Echeverria Herrera, Permanent Representative of Peru to UNIDO. And from states in List D, His Excellency Mr. Ivan Gospodinov, Permanent Representative of Bulgaria to UNIDO, and Ms. Dora Kazas of the Permanent Mission of Hungary to UNIDO. Are there any objections to these nominations? Nichts zu sehen. I see none. It is my privilege to declare these candidates that I have just mentioned elected by acclamation. On behalf of all participants, I congratulate them on their election. We will return to the consideration of this item at a later stage. Let us now resume the general debate on items 8 to 30. I wish to remind delegates Let us now resume the general debate on items 8 to 30. I wish to remind delegates to limit their interventions to a maximum of 5 minutes for member states and other participants. I have the honor to invite the first speaker on my list, and the first speaker on my list is the Minister for Economy and Enterprise and Strategic Projects from Malta. His Excellency has the floor for a pre-recorded video message.
Thank you for the invitation to the UNIDO General Conference. We associate ourselves with the statement delivered by the European Union and would now like to make remarks in our national capacity. Malta has long believed that the United Nations and its organizations have a crucial role to play in promoting international peace and security, upholding international law, as well as supporting sustainable development across the globe. As a result of our cooperation with UNIDO, we have noticed the concrete impact of this organization, primarily through the many success stories that have emerged from its various functions, from advancing economic competitiveness to strengthening sustainable food system, supporting countries in environmental management, and contributing to the green industrial recovery of Ukraine. Each of these stands as a testament to UNIDO's vital role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. One of Malta's development policy primary aims is to support projects that address the skills gaps and facilitate employment and participation, particularly among the at-risk groups. On a global level, this should include women, youth, and individuals in specific regions who, due to geography or circumstances beyond their control, face barriers in accessing educational, health, and essential services. Malta therefore welcomes and strongly encourages the work being carried out by UNIDO in advancing innovation and digital transformation. Through initiatives such as the Innovation Lab and the ScaleX program, UNIDO is creating pathways for startups, scale-ups, and SMEs to thrive in emerging markets. These efforts are accelerating innovation, de-risking market entry, and providing entrepreneurs with tailored support mechanisms that respond to the real-world challenges. We also commend UNIDO's commitment towards AI-driven solutions, digital capacity building, and automation. This forward-looking approach recognizes the transformative power of technology and equips industries and institutions to adapt to the demands of the coming decades. As an island state, Malta remains strongly committed to advancing the interests of small islands developing states within international fora. SIDS face unique vulnerabilities to external idiosyncratic shocks, and their development pathways must be resilient, inclusive, and supported by mechanisms for economic diversification. In this regard, Malta welcomes the establishment of the SIDS hub in Barbados, and we now look forward to hearing about its achievements as it supports islands' economies in building sustainable and competitive industries. Colleagues, industrial development remains the cornerstone of society development. It drives economic growth, fosters innovation, and creates opportunities for societies to thrive. Yet, true progress cannot be achieved without gender equality at its foundation. Empowering women and girls is not merely a moral imperative. It is an economic necessity. Equal access to quality education and training ensures that women can fully participate in industrial and technological sectors, unlocking the full potential of our societies and accelerate progress towards sustainable development. At the same time, we must recognize that industrialization is entering a new era. Emerging technologies from robotics and quantum computing to biotechnology will continue to reshape our economies. Automation will also create new employment opportunities. The challenge before us is to ensure that this transition benefits all. Preparedness, adaptability, and continued investment in skills and education will define success in this new industrial age. Malta firmly believes that technological progress must be matched by sound policies, ones that guide innovation, uphold ethics, and promote inclusion. Technology alone is inert. It becomes transformative only when joined with the right vision, management, and capital. Finally, we must recognize that industrial advancement is not the task of governments alone, nor can it be left solely to the market forces. The state must provide vision, build the infrastructure, and nurture education, while the private sector must be empowered to innovate and invest within a reliable and stable framework. Progress is strongest when it is shared, when all stakeholders, public and private, work together towards the common goal of sustainable, inclusive development. Malta reaffirms its confidence in UNIDO's mission and its central role in driving sustainable industrial development. Through collective action, innovation, and partnership, we can ensure that progress remains human-centered and future-oriented, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. The next speaker on my list is Her Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Trade from Sudan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Blessings upon the Prophet and all his companions. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, delegates to this conference, all titles and due protocol kept. It is our honor to participate in the 21st session of this General Conference of UNIDO and the Global Industrial Summit for 2025 that is being held in Iraq under the title of Future of Industrialization and AI as a game changer. We would like to assign ourselves to the statements of the Group of 77 and China, as well as the Arab and African groups. And we'd like to provide the following comments in our national capacity. I would like to start off by congratulating the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the Director General and the Secretariat of UNIDO for hosting this excellent and unique event in the Arab region. This stands testimony to the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stands at the forefront of this industrial transformation and its commitment to ISID. We would like to reaffirm our congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller for his re-election as a Director General, and we affirm him of Sudan's support in the upcoming mandate. We in the Sudan highly evaluate the partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on common objectives, diversification of economy and innovation. And we also evaluate our cooperation with UNIDO that extends over more than 60 years. And we would like to commend the Director General's decision to continue to work in Sudan following the rebellion that took place in April 2023, and the fact that they have continued to support industrial recovery and rehabilitation projects as well as capacity building. Industry in the Sudan is based on sound foundations. It is the lifeline for our recovery and for our peace. It is the leverage of our economy, and it is the cornerstone, particularly when it comes to agriculture and to the development of MSMEs, in order to ensure that our rural areas in the Sudan would be revived. We also focus on renewable energy, and we would like to inform you of the following. We have been confronting main challenges as of 2023 as a result of the war that was imposed on us by the rebellious militia and countries that support them. The rebellious militias have taken as an objective or targeted the industry, in a very systematic manner. Our plants and factories have been victim of destruction, vandalism, destruction of infrastructure, theft and looting, and the laying off or expulsion of various workers, women and children, and this also led to environmental degradation and attrition of resources. Ladies and gentlemen, given all these daunting challenges, we were still able in the Ministry of Industry and Trade, in cooperation with UNIDO, to adopt a project for the rehabilitation of industrial rehabilitation of Sudan. And it will be signed with Dr. Gerd Muller this afternoon. And it focuses on the rehabilitation of industrial sector while focusing on agriculture in the rural areas. And it is indeed a pioneering initiative by the government of Sudan that has been supported by UNIDO. It reflects Sudan's determination to convert our huge agricultural capabilities into a leverage or an engine for industrial growth, as well as improving competitiveness of our exports and increasing employment opportunities in order to benefit from the positive repercussions on the rural areas. We reaffirm our commitment to implement the rehabilitation of industrial enterprises project with UNIDO. We will continue to support our partnerships with UNIDO and other financial institutions, whether from the private sector or from the international arena, and we urge all other regional and international partners to continue to support us alongside with the Secretariat of UNIDO in order to ensure that we have an ISID in the Sudan. I would like to seize this opportunity to renew our gratitude to all member states that have supported the draft resolution that we have presented or sponsored alongside with Pakistan on increasing the role of UNIDO in food security, and we call upon all of you to co-sponsor that draft resolution. We also call upon all participants to visit the Sudan stall in this exhibition hall. Towards the end, or to conclude, I would like to thank again the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the Director General of UNIDO and the Secretariat for their excellent preparation of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and New Technology from Tajikistan. The floor is yours. Sorry, I made a mistake. I went too fast. His Excellency, the Minister of Trade and Industry from South Sudan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Your Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Korayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, and the elected President of 21st UNIDO General Conference. His Excellency Gerd Muller, Director General of UNIDO. Her Excellency Ambassador Depra Lepri, the outgoing President of UNIDO General Conference. Your Excellencies, the Ministers and Head of Delegation of Member States and Governments. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Sudan, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, the government and people of South Sudan extend warm greetings and sincere appreciation to all of you at this historic 21st UNIDO General Conference. We also express our profound gratitude to UNIDO fraternity for anonymously allowing a session of South Sudan into its rank as a full-pledged 172 member state during the 20th General Conference held in Vienna, Austria in 2023. My delegation and I thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this wonderful event and for the warm hospitality in this beautiful, innovative, and vibrant city of Riyadh. We are sincerely grateful. Most importantly, we congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khorayef for his election as the President of the 21st UNIDO General Conference 2025, and His Excellency Gad Mullah for his re-election as the Director General for UNIDO, and wish them the best in their duties. The Republic of South Sudan aligned her statement with the previous speakers about the commendable work done by Mr. Mullah for pushing UNIDO to these heights of industrial transformation across the globe. We cannot forget to thank Ambassador Deborah Lepre, the outgoing president of UNIDO, for her exemplary leadership. For some of you who may not know, South Sudan is endowed with a lot of natural resources, such as crude oil, vast agricultural lands, forestry, rivers, wildlife, livestock, and fisheries, and essential minerals such as gold, limestone, among others that can aid industrialization. However, for the least developed countries like South Sudan, the path to industrialization remains steep, uneven, and filled with barriers that limit participation in global value chains, constrain technological growth, and perpetuated social-economic vulnerabilities. We know that around the world and throughout history, industrialization has been the powerful engine of transformation, lifting millions of people out of poverty. No country has ever transitioned from a developing to developed country without having undergone a period of industrialization. Industrialization of South Sudan will mean that these resources can not only benefit South Sudan, but the world at large. It is important to mention, as I conclude, that South Sudan is open for foreign direct investment within its own legal frameworks, but is also aligned to the African Union Agenda 2063 and its implementation plans, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Fourth Industrial Development Decade for Africa, all of which constitute pathways and enablers towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. My country is committed to fully support the Director General in fostering inclusive industrial development, especially the least developed countries across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I now invite to the podium His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and New Technology from Tajikistan. The floor is yours.
Their Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues, at the outset, all of me express my appreciation to the UNIDO in organizing 21st session for General Conference of Riyadh, Kingdom Saudi Arabia. It is very important for the world to see the advantages and great potential of my country, Tajikistan. I wish everyone fruitful discussions and success. I'm confident this today's forum will provide experts, business, and the private sector with opportunities to establish cooperative relations and promote the development of the mining industry. Tajikistan is endowed with great natural resources. First of all, water resources, green energy production, secondly, metals, minerals, critical raw materials, and huge human resources. Tajikistan has highest average annual economic growth in the region, over 8%. 98% of energy generated in my country in green hydropower, and 93% of the country is mountainous, filled with all the elements of the period table. Our country has all the critical metals in rare earth minerals that are of great demand of the world to transition to green economy. Energy and mining sector complement one another by making Tajikistan an advocate for CO2 emission reduction in the region. Our hydro energy output is 527 billion kilowatts, and we are currently in final phase of constructing one of the world's largest hydropower plant, Ragun, nearly 4 gigawatts. Our industrial growth has averaged 20% of the last 5 years, focusing on mining and processing of metals and increasing the production of cotton and textile products. The government also initiated 4 national strategy of rapid industrialization. Until year 2026, industry will double its output and create 500,000 new jobs in the process. Tajikistan has 800 different deposits for metals and minerals, 100 currently in operation now. They include nickel, lithium, antimony, copper, tungsten, tin, lead, zinc, and rare earth metals. Industrial sector is also the most attractive sector of foreign investment due to very diverse areas of interest ensured by green energy certification and young labor force. Tajikistan is top 3 global producer of very important for green transition metals. Antimony is ready to work with partners, including in the US, Europe, Japan, China, and Gulf, to supply key minerals from USGC critical list, increasing rare earth, antimony, silver, and tungsten. Moreover, Tajikistan is ready to host rare earth processing. We already have 2 rare metals processing assets in the Tamokhush hydrometallurgical plant and Renabad rare earth metals plant. The country actively participates in the initiative of the European Union's Critical Raw Materials Club and the United States Mineral Security Partnership, contributing to the exchange of expertise, the attraction of foreign investment into the mining sector, and the development of the resilient supply chain for rare earth metals and critical minerals. 70% of the country's population is under 35 years old. Annual growth is nearly 3%, who also speak several languages. With ratification of GSP Plus and other similar schemes in the final stage, our product will be imported to Europe duty-free, and with carbon tax are already implemented, Tajikistan is even more an attractive place to invest in. To ensure investment protection, the government provides with investment agreement ratified by Parliament, provide many incentives for taxation, and we are a member of WTO and the New York Convention for Arbitration. We welcome any investment in the industrial sector of my country. Tajikistan is already leading in many aspects of there's so much more to explore and exploit. Opportunities are endless. Thank you for your time and wishing everyone a productive conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency the Minister of Industry from Lebanon. The floor is yours. And I thank all ministers and high-level speakers who stick to the limited time that we have provided in order to give the opportunity to all ministers to speak today. Thank you.
Promise I'll do.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to be representing Lebanon at this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference, hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the state that has proven that transforming from a rentier economy to a productive one based on knowledge and innovation is not mere ambition. Rather, it is an achievable pathway through vision, will, and investment. Our meeting today, under the auspices of UNIDO, allows for state wills to converge, states that have decided that the future of their economy can only be underpinned by industry, knowledge, and global competitiveness. Lebanon brings to this conference with a story of resilience, additionally, a vision for the future. My country, over the last years, was faced with a series of cumulative crises: an unprecedented financial crisis, structural collapse in public services, and most recently, a destructive war that left in its wake severe economic damage, particularly in the productive sectors. However, nonetheless, an indelible truth has emerged. Lebanese industry was not vanquished. Industrialists did not shut down their factories. Workers did not abandon production lines. Rather, quite the reverse. The industrial sector has further developed. It is the biggest private employer in Lebanon. It provides over 250,000 jobs, includes over 7,000 enterprises, and contributes over $9 billion to our GDP. This is no coincidence. It draws on a historical depth. Industry in Lebanon is no emerging sector. It is our very roots. This includes agro-industry, pharmaceuticals, furniture, jewelry, technology, industry, in addition to robotics and semiconductors. 2 weeks ago, we launched our national industrial strategy, an integrated roadmap that seeks to restructure our industrial sector so as it may become an engine for growth and stability, leveraged to achieve economic recovery in Lebanon. It is underpinned by 5 axes: the modernization of our infrastructure, the establishment of a competitive and attractive environment for investments, modern manufacturing, sustained and circular, strengthened exports, reconsideration of trade agreements, and improved quality of products, in addition to enabled skills and competencies. This is completely in line with our 2025-2029 program framework currently discussed with UNIDO. It includes renewable energy, circular economy, the development of agro-industry chains, and improved labor skills. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond planning, we are keeping our doors wide open while focusing on 5 priority industrial groups. First of all, food industry and beverages, consumer and aesthetics industry, creative industry, advanced technology industry, pharmaceuticals, health sector, and the production of medical cannabis. These sectors provide opportunities for investment that build on developed international cooperation and extend bridges that link Lebanese industry with global partners. From this rostrum, I call on member states, international companies, and all attendees to identify in Lebanon a strategic destination for industrial investment for a number of reasons. First of all, our strategic location, which allows for nearshoring and offshoring. We possess creative skills, human resources, with high educational qualifications, multilingual, pioneering, and innovative. In addition, our private sector is very flexible and ready to build new investment partnerships. Lebanon is open to new and modern technologies, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon emerges from this crisis not with capitulation, rather with a new industrial vision. And we hope that it will be able to garner the trust of international partners who believe in our potential. We aspire to become an industrial hub, a hub for innovation and a bridge between East and West. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon is ready for business. We have talent, creativity, and will. We welcome your investments and your expertise. To conclude, I wish to commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its regional leadership in terms of economic diversification, advanced industry, and for generously hosting this conference. I thank the UNIDO for its assistance and excellent organization. I thank our international partners for their support to Lebanon, and I look forward to hosting you in Lebanon. Thank you.
For your contribution. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Minister of Economy and Strategic Monitoring from Togo. The floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khorayef, elected president of this 21st session of the General Conference. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Mueller on his re-election to the position of Director General of UNIDO. The theme of this 21st session is echoed in the strategic priorities of Togo. For us, industrialization is not optional. It is a strategic necessity, the pillar that upholds our economic sovereignty, our social stability, our national resilience, and the prosperity to which our people aspire. However, this industrialization only makes sense if it is part of an economic framework that fosters green growth, the creation of decent employment, gender equality, and professional training for our youth. For several years now in Togo, we have been engaged in a structured process to transform our economy. Our ambition is simple: to move from an economy which is mainly based on raw materials to an economy that is capable of producing, processing, and exporting with greater added value. We aspire to build an economy where private investment strengthen rather than replace the boldness and creativity of our entrepreneurs. An economy which is capable of creating quality employment, stimulating innovation, and sustainably enhancing the value of the wealth of our country to benefit all. These reforms have already borne fruit. We see the proof of this in the consolidation of Togo's position as one of the foremost logistical and industrial platforms in the sub-region, or in the strategic role of the autonomous port of Lomé, an essential pillar for our industrial and commercial integration, or the development of the Adetikope industrial platform, showcase of a modern industrial ecosystem, which is integrated and focused on local transformation, as well as the substantial improvement of our business environment, which means that our country is now among the most attractive destinations for investors on the continent. Beyond infrastructure and investment, our country puts humans at the heart of its development model. Despite the considerable advances made, we must recognize that our industrial trajectory still faces major challenges. We must strengthen the solidity of our productive fabric. We must further improve and modernize our energy and logistics infrastructures, accelerate digitalization, attract industrial financing, and invest in workforce training. These challenges call for resolute and collective action. As part of this trend, Togo has chosen to place strategic investment and sustainable partnerships at the heart of our industrial policy. Our efforts aim to attract capital in sectors with high transformation potential, build robust public-private partnerships to move towards inclusive industrialization, foster greater integration in regional value chains, including within the ECOWAS and the African Continental Free Trade Area, promote technology transfer that will provide value and opportunities, and strengthen the competitiveness of our local enterprises, in particular SMEs, which are the backbone of our economy. Thus, I welcome the signing of the Program for Country Partnership between UNIDO and Togo on the 22nd of November 2025. This confirms and reaffirms the consolidation of our cooperation to make our ambitions a reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency the Minister of Economy from Mozambique. I think the floor is yours.
Madam Vice President, I would like to begin by expressing our sincere thanks to UNIDO, and especially to its Director General, Mr. Jed Moore, for the invitation extended to the government of Mozambique to attend this 21st General Conference. We convene under the timely and inspiring theme, the power of investment and partnerships to accelerate the sustainable development goals. This General Conference stands as a strategic and invaluable platform for the promotion of investment, the strengthening of partnerships, and exchange of experience. Its convening reflects the unwavering commitment of the United Nations and other international partners to advancing multilateral cooperation for sustainable and inclusive industrial development. The government of Mozambique has identified industrialization as a central pillar of its 5-year program. This priority is grounded in the country's real opportunities and potential across various sectors, and is being operationalized through the national program Industrialize Mozambique PRONAI, a medium and long-term strategy aligned with the industrial policy strategy of our country and the SRDC industrialization strategy and roadmap. The government program is guided by priorities that can be effectively materialized through clear, tangible, and measurable annual policy actions. These actions that reflect the broader vision articulated in our long-term national and continental frameworks, including the Africa Union Agenda 2063, the SDG, the Lima Declaration, and the post-2015 Development Agenda. As a committed member of United Nations, Mozambique remains fully aligned with the Global Development Agenda. We continue to promote industrialization through a strategy that integrates digital transformation, clean and renewable energy, modernization of agribusiness, entrepreneurship, investment, technological upgrading, decarbonization, and the circular economy. Our efforts also extend to fostering innovation as a key driver of competitiveness, while strengthening cooperation with a strategic, global, regional, and bilateral partners. We recognize that achievement of these commitments require effective coordination. This ensures coherence, efficient allocation of resources, and collective action towards shared objectives. Despite the progress achieved, the role of United Nations systems, particularly specialized agents such as UNIDO, UNCTAD, World Trade Organization, and others remain essential for us. Their support is vital for economies like ours, which seek to enhance productivity and ensure that products meet international standards of quality and food safety. Allow me to express Mozambique's deep appreciation of UNIDO's steadfast commitment and determination. The organization efforts across key areas such as sustainable industry, digital transformation and innovation, integration into regional and global trade, climate resilience and environmental sustainability, human capacity development and global partnership. All these are instrumental in promoting inclusive growth, reducing poverty, and supporting LDCs, including Mozambique, in their graduation efforts. Mozambique reaffirms its strong commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development and underscores the unique mandate of UNIDO in supporting our country, as well as other LDCs, in achieving these goals. Technical cooperation, technology transfer, and strengthening of national capacity are indispensable to building a resilient, innovative, and competitive industrial sector. The government of Mozambique, therefore, recognizes the crucial importance of continued support and increased investment to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development within our national context. In this spirit, Mozambique reiterates its commitment to deepening its partnership with UNIDO with a view to mobilize greater financial resources and technical expertise that are essential for transforming our country's economy. In conclusion, Mozambique aligns itself with the statements delivered by the African Group and the Group 77 in China. And thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency the Minister of State for Industry, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment from Nigeria. And as always, I use the time while you are coming to the podium. It is my intention to give all ministers and high-level representatives the floor today, but please stick to the speaking time. I am somehow in your hands there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Nigeria, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Banda bin Ibrahim, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on assuming the presidency of this General Conference. I also congratulate Mr. Gerard Mola on his re-election. I further wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government and to the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their warm hospitality. I extend similar appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Deborah for dedicated service. Nigeria continues to pursue bold economic reforms. The removal of fuel subsidy and the unification of exchange rate have increased government revenue and strengthened non-oil revenue collection. These measures have helped stabilize the macroeconomic environment and contributed to a GDP growth rate of 4.23% in Q2 2025. The government is consolidating these reforms with a new tax administration framework. The National Assembly has passed the 4 tax bills submitted to it, and these have been assented to by Mr. President, with implementation scheduled to commence January 2026. The reform will broaden the tax base and is expected to raise the tax to GDP ratio above 13.5%, while reducing the burden on low-income earners and MSMEs. Nigeria's economic performance continues to strengthen. Nigeria's government revenue targets have been met ahead of schedule, with total government collections surpassing the 2024 target by August, and non-oil revenue exceeding the 2025 target by the same period. The latest inflation figures from the National Bureau of Statistics suggest a decline to 18% from a high of over 30% some months back. External reserves have risen above $46 billion, the highest since 2019, and the debt service to revenue ratio dropped from 97% to under 50%. Nigeria has shifted from plans to performance and from declarations to delivery. Under the current administration, the Industrial Revolution Work Group has bettered as a high-level implementation-focused coalition comprising public institutions, the private sector, regulators, financiers, and development partners. The work group is anchored on 5 thematic engines: 1, energy security and infrastructure development; 2, affordable long-term finance and incentives; 3, bureaucratic reform and regulatory efficiency; 4, promotion of made in Nigeria products and counterfeit control; 5, skills development and innovation. Ministerial roundtables are expected to complement this structure by aligning priorities and responsibilities to accelerate delivery. Our newly validated Nigeria industrial policy provides a national framework for job creation, for manufacturing revival and competitiveness. It prioritizes value chain strengthening, digital transformation, investment attraction, and policy consistency, all aligned with the renewed agenda of the administration. The focus is execution with measurable outcomes and clear accountability. Partnership remains central to our approach. In April 2025, Nigeria signed a program for country partnership with UNIDO, marking a major step in deepening our cooperation on industrial development. Last month, we inaugurated the National Coordination Body, which is responsible for guiding and aligning this partnership across government. We are also advancing joint work with the African Development Bank on MSME Industrial Cluster Program to strengthen MSME growth and improve industrial competitiveness. In this decade of disruption and divergence, every country must find its own industrial rhythm, driven by local needs, local ingenuity, and local imperatives. Nigeria's commitment is to build industries that reflect our realities and meet the aspirations of our people. Global shifts, rising protectionism, and rapid technological change, particularly in artificial intelligence, continue to reshape opportunities for inclusive and sustainable industrial growth. Africa is positioning itself as a future manufacturing hub, supported by the EU's continental AI strategy. Nigeria is advancing this agenda through national AI initiatives and by integrating AI into our new industrial policy. The Industrial Revolution Work Group is already helping translate these frameworks into action. We assure UNIDO of a renewed and more robust partnership anchored on catalytic support for local execution priorities. UNIDO's technical expertise can always be brought to bear. Mr. President, Nigeria invites UNIDO and all member states to work with us, not just as advisors, but as partners. Our ambition is clear: to move from a country of industrial potential to a country of industrial outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is His Excellency, the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade and Industry from Kenya. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, Director General of UNIDO, Dr. Jed Muller, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, the President of the Republic of Kenya, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important session of the UNIDO General Conference. I also wish to commend UNIDO for its unwavering commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrial development and for being a strong and strategic partner for Kenya. Kenya is proud to be a powerhouse of industrial development in Africa. Our industrial sector continues to grow in strength and diversity, driven by innovation, sustainability, and inclusive policies. Initiatives such as the special economic zones and the county aggregation, and industrial parks are vital infrastructure in enhancing and transforming the local value chains such as leather, textile, automotive, and pharmaceuticals. These will create jobs and position Kenya as a regional leader in manufacturing and exports. UNIDO has been instrumental in supporting Kenya's industrial transformation. Through the Program for Country Partnership, PCP, UNIDO is aligning its work with our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, helping us create jobs, strengthen industrial policy, and promote green and inclusive growth. This partnership is people-centric, ensuring that the benefits of industrialization reach all segments of society, especially women and youth. We deeply appreciate UNIDO's contribution across multiple sectors, such as in climate action. UNIDO is supporting the cement and steel sector in the decarbonization roadmap, building institutional capacity to monitor and implement our nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. In energy efficiency, the EELA Kenya Country Window is promoting sustainable livelihoods through clean technologies, skill development, and private sector engagement. In agro-industries, UNIDO is working with coffee cooperatives to promote local consumption and value addition. We further welcome the recently announced Adaptation Fund to unlock investments in gender and youth-led MSMEs, the first innovation-focused adaptation initiative in Africa. These examples, which are not exhaustive, reflect for us how UNIDO is not just a development partner, but a catalyst for industrial innovation and resilience in Kenya. We will soon be launching our joint program for country partnership, and I take this opportunity to welcome you, Excellencies, Director General, to Kenya for the signing event of the PCP. In specific, Kenya has positioned itself as a good investment destination because of the following factors: that Kenya has established itself as a global leader in the green energy development, driven significantly by its geothermal resources. The nation currently generates an impressive 93% of its energy from renewable sources, including hydro, wind, solar, and geothermal power. This leadership is underpinned by an ambitious target to reach 100% clean energy for its national grid by 2030. Furthermore, Kenya is a key contributor to the regional sustainability, being a leader in the Pan-African Africa Green Industrialization Initiative. Secondly, is that Kenya has a young educated population with a mean age of 19 and 80% of the population being below 35 years. And this becomes a very key factor in the industrialization program. Kenya is also a leader in tech hubs and startup ecosystem, and it's known for its Silicon Valley and mobile payment solutions. We have a digitally enabled economy with one of the highest levels of mobile penetration in the world, not to mention that M-Pesa is also a Kenyan product. We also possess abundant natural resources that support diverse industrial and agricultural sectors. Kenya has a stable and a predictable regulatory environment that offer protection to investors. This predictable and stable regulatory environment offers crucial protection for any foreign investor that wishes to invest in the country. We also have the existence of the special economic zones that provide the necessary fiscal and non-fiscal incentives for manufacturers. And lastly, is that recently we enacted the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy that has been instrumental in shaping this newly emerging area, noting that among other things, it requires a lot of energy and water, and this creates additional industry support that has been already defined by the policy. Ladies and gentlemen, given Kenya's strategic position and leadership in industrial development, we call upon the Director General to upgrade the UNIDO office in Nairobi into a regional hub for East Africa. Kenya recently welcomed the opening of the International Trade Center's regional office for Africa, and the only office outside its headquarters, joining Africa's office in UNOPS, the United Nations Office for Project Services, and we also believe that UNIDO's regional presence in Nairobi would further strengthen coordination, impact, and regional integration, which aligns to Kenya's commitments and other current leadership of the EAC and COMESA. In closing, Kenya reaffirms its commitment to working with UNIDO and all partners to advance ISID, achieve the SDGs, and build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable industrial future for Africa and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is the Minister of Industrial Development and Promotion of Private Sector from Congo. The floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président de la
President of this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference, Madam Vice President, Director General of UNIDO, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great sense of pride and honor that I address this august assembly, conveying the brotherly greetings of His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, who has entrusted me with the honor of sharing with you his vision for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. His Excellency, Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, has tasked me to convey to the Director General of UNIDO his warmest congratulations upon his outstanding re-election for a further 4-year term at the helm of our shared organization. We convey our deep gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the excellent organization of this Global Industry Summit 2025. Saudi Arabia, through its Vision 2030, embodies this exemplary transformation of economic diversification, massive investment in non-oil industry and in renewables, as well as promotion of the private sector as the driver of inclusive growth. These ambitions fully align with those of Congo. We have made industrialization the central pillar of our development. Your Excellencies, the theme of this conference, the power of investment and partnerships in order to expedite the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, is fully in keeping with our national strategy. And indeed, the Republic of Congo has made the strategic choice to use industrialization to leverage our development. Encouraged by the President of the Republic, we have drafted an ambitious roadmap comprising our national development plan for 2022 to 2026, with an investment of more than 4 billion Congolese francs devoted to the industrial pillar alone. Our credo is simple. There can be no sustainable development without industrialization. And that is why our industrialization strategy hinges on 6 priority programs. Valorization of hydrocarbons, development of the mining sector, agricultural processing, import substitution industries, industrial infrastructure, and further strengthening of our MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, our reforms attest to our resolve. The 2023 ban on the export of timbers has helped lead a locally based processing undertaken throughout the wood industry. Our legislation on local content requires local processing of our resources, setting aside 30% of mining revenue for our infrastructure. We are in the process of building our 2nd refinery as well as urea production units, which places Congo as a future hub of fertilizer production in Central Africa. To conclude, the Republic of Congo restates its tireless commitment to the objectives of this conference and UNIDO's vision, and we stand ready to contribute to the Riyadh Declaration, which will guide our collective steps towards inclusive, innovative, and sustainable industrialization. Together, let us mobilize investment and let us forge those partnerships that will transform our economies and improve the lives of our peoples. Long live international cooperation. Long live UNIDO. Long live the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Long live the Republic of Congo. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, State from Qatar, and I kindly ask you to respect the time limit.
Sure. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wa salatu wa salam.
In the name of Allah, most compassionate, Mr. Bandar Ibrahim Al-Khuraif, the President of the conference, Mr. Gerd Muller, the DG of UNIDO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. At the outset, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for generously hosting the 25th session of UNIDO General Conference, the GIS 2025. I would like to thank them for the excellent organization and management of this key international event. I would like to congratulate Mr. Bandar bin Khuraif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of this session. I wish him success during this session. Excellencies, this summit is held amid key international geopolitical transformations. The need for UNIDO's work is more than ever. We need for UNIDO to keep up with the growing challenges that face ISID, including climate change, disruptions of supply chains, and the growing poverty and unemployment. We believe that industry is a cornerstone for strengthening international cooperation, solidarity, for the benefit of social and economic stability and inclusive growth. We have hosted the summit where we stressed the need for capacity building, providing finance for developing countries. We have attached importance to the need to provide access to international markets, investments and technology to achieve higher levels of economic productivity, industrial development, and digital transformation and innovation. We support UNIDO in its work strengthening sustainable and inclusive industrialization, particularly in LDCs and developing countries. We also commend the achievements by the organization in the 2024 report, particularly in terms of technology transfer and investment promotion, partnership building. We also value its efforts in fostering innovation in clean energy in developing countries. These activities have made an impact, and this is reflected in the high demand for UNIDO's services. This is also evident in the high delivery of the technical cooperation program by 29%. This represents the international trust put in UNIDO for its technical support. We look forward to enhancing our cooperation with UNIDO in policy advice, particularly in industrial policies. We also have signed the Qatari Fund has signed a collaboration agreement with the organization to foster innovation and advisory services, clean technology, and energy efficiency. Excellencies, I would like to reiterate the humanitarian and economic suffering that are sustained by the Palestinian people. Their industrial infrastructure has been systematically destroyed due to the brutal Israeli occupation. From this rostrum, we call on UNIDO to dedicate future programs and special initiatives to support the recovery and reconstruction of the industrial enterprises and infrastructure in the state of Palestine. In closing, we stand ready to work with UNIDO for ISID. We are fully committed to support UNIDO's efforts for a more sustainable and prosperous future for the benefit of the people of the world. Thank you.
Contribution. The next speaker on my list is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Madam President, I would like to thank UNIDO and the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for holding this event and for the warm hospitality. We also welcome their initiative to transform this year's General Conference into a global industry summit, providing a unique platform for cooperation and networking among global leaders, policymakers, investors, and innovators. Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of the European Union and its member states. In addition, I would like to make a few remarks in my national capacity. Bulgaria recognizes UNIDO's role as a key UN organization mandated to support its member states in achieving inclusive and sustainable economic and industrial development in line with Sustainable Development Goal 9. Fostering green and resilient economies, addressing the challenges of climate change by using renewable energy and enhancing energy efficiency, supporting sustainable supply chains, ending hunger by supporting a sustainable food industry, and combating poverty through industrialization should remain in the focus of UNIDO's activities. Bulgaria is fully committed to ensuring the country's green transition, supporting the EU climate goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 and achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Furthermore, the successful transition to a circular economy will bring lasting benefits. It will create new business opportunities, foster innovative ways of production and consumption, and reduce reliance on primary raw materials by expanding the use of recycled ones. Bulgaria recognizes agribusiness as a key driver of sustainable growth and food security. covering the entire chain, from production and processing through logistics and trade to waste management and efficient use of resources. Agribusiness ensures economic development, job creation, and stable incomes in rural areas. Transforming the way we produce, process, transport, and consume food is essential to achieving food security and ending hunger. Bulgaria places innovation and digitalization at the heart of its economic policy. We foster a competitive and sustainable ecosystem that bridges research, entrepreneurship, and business, laying the foundation for a resilient digital economy. Partnerships between academia and industry drive the transition toward a knowledge-based model. Bulgaria actively supports innovation through a diverse financial instruments, including the Bulgarian Fund of Funds, national and European Union schemes, and targeted programs for high-tech startups and scale-ups. The National Industrial Strategy supports Bulgaria's transition toward a sustainable, competitive, and innovative industry. In the current geopolitical and environmental context, Bulgaria strives to reinforce its industrial base to ensure supply security and innovation capacity. Resilient and sustainable supply chains are essential for our industrial competitiveness and long-term economical stability. Madam President, we stand at a crucial point on the road to 2030, and the truth must be acknowledged. We are off track. The interlinked crisis of climate change, post-pandemic recovery, conflict, and economic vitality have left billions vulnerable and strained national resources. The official development assistance remains vital, but it cannot close the funding gap alone. We must fundamentally change how we view capital in the development context. Investment today must be strategic, long-term, and designed for maximum multiplier effect. In this context, we support the Director General's vision for stronger public-private partnerships that harness private sector expertise to address global challenges and drive sustainable industrialization. Bulgaria's cooperation with UNIDO has evolved with our economic development, moving from recipient to active partner. We value UNIDO's role in Ukraine's recovery through the Green Industrial Recovery Program 2024-2028, where our participation demonstrates Bulgaria's commitment to mobilizing public and private resources. The program is also a key tool to help Ukraine overcome the severe economic and social consequences of Russia's war of aggression. Restoring Ukraine's economy before the war ends is vital to prevent long-term damage and strengthen its resilience. As a sign of our political commitment to further deepening the cooperation with UNIDO, Bulgaria has put forward its candidacy for membership in the Industrial Development Board. We count on the support of the General Conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs at the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs from Austria. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Liebe Gabriela, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, as others before me, please let me start by thanking our hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for welcoming us so warmly to this 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO, and for letting us feel at home, even though we are some hours away from UNIDO's headquarters in Vienna, the city where I come from. Austria is fully aligned with the statement of the European Union. In addition, please let me highlight three short thoughts on energy, on Africa, and on multilateralism. First, on energy. The Sustainable Development Goals set the target for access to available, affordable, and sustainable energy for all. If energy is not available, then industrial development cannot take place. The result is weak economic growth, as well as lack of investment. If energy is not affordable, the result is household poverty, as well as inflation. And if energy is not sustainable, the result is pollution and climate crisis. These three elements go hand in hand. If we turn to actions and solutions, I want to applaud UNIDO for its strong focus on energy. For example, the Industrial Decarbonization Initiative, focusing on steel, cement, and concrete production, or the Global Program for Hydrogen in Industry, or the global network of regional sustainable energy centers. Together with UNIDO, we are excited to organize the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum next year in April. The forum will put a particular focus on those countries most challenged with access to affordable, available, and sustainable energy, such as least developed countries or small island developing states. We very much hope to welcome many of you in Vienna next year. My second remark goes to Africa. Already today, all African countries are member states of UNIDO, and UNIDO implements more than 50% of all its projects in Africa. We strongly encourage the continuation of UNIDO's strategy for Africa. The current cycle of the strategy, 23 to 25, has already delivered concrete results, implementing a total of 406 projects in Africa. For the next cycle, 26 to 29, the focus will be on cooperation with African institutions, as well as regional ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, countries around the world are strengthening their focus on Africa. Also, my country, Austria, is in the process of working on a new Africa strategy in order to reflect the growing importance of the African continent in the world. The strategy will cover several areas of political cooperation, such as peace and security, education, governance, as well as focus on prosperity and economic cooperation. To further support African countries in their process of industrial development, the strategy is looking into strengthening cooperation in key areas of sustainable industrial development, in particular on renewable energy such as hydropower. My third remark goes on multilateralism. In troubled times with major challenges, crisis situations due to armed conflict, geopolitical tension, climate change, persistent levels of poverty, we argue in favor of more international dialogue, not less of it. Austria is committed to be a bridge builder. We work for partnership, for dialogue, and for trust. This strong belief in international cooperation, in particular in the framework of the United Nations, makes us proud to host one of the headquarters of the United Nations in Vienna and be home to many international organizations, including UNIDO. And although often criticized, the United Nations family can deliver. If we look at security in the Middle East, the Security Council's vote on Gaza last week offers hope and strengthens a fragile process towards peace for all in the Middle East. Let us work together with determination and optimism. When it comes to international consensus, let us congratulate our hosts and all colleagues involved for drafting and coordinating the Riyadh Declaration to be adopted at the end of this conference. The Riyadh Declaration gives clear guidance to UNIDO's work and highlights the importance of promoting industrial development for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. My final remark to Director General Gerd Müller and his team. In your first term, you added new dynamism to the organization. You significantly increased technical cooperation by UNIDO with member states, and you welcomed 3 new member states to UNIDO. At the beginning of your mandate, the number of member states was 170. Now we are at 173. We hope that this number will grow. Please be assured that our whole team is here to support the Director General and his team, also in his second term. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your contribution. I have been informed that the list of speakers is exhausted for now, and we have one request for a right of reply, and I now give the floor to the delegation of Iran to exercise its rights of reply. Please note that your intervention shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to refer to the statement delivered by the distinguished Minister of Industry and Minerals of the Republic of Iraq, in which an incorrect term was used when referring to the Persian Gulf. It should be remembered that as per United Nations rules and procedures, including editorial directive issued by the UN Secretariat on 14 May 1999, the term Persian Gulf is the only correct appellation for the body of water situated between the Arabian Peninsula and the Iranian Plateau. I request that my delegation's position on this matter be duly recorded in the official reports of the General Conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This would bring me to the end of the list of speakers. If I see no more requests for the floor. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we have reached the end of this afternoon's general debate. As announced earlier, an event of the Forum on Industrial Development Issues focusing on mobilizing finance for industrial development in middle-income countries will commence at 4 p.m. in the main committee hall. I propose that the closure of this event at 5:30 p.m. will again mark the end of this afternoon's plenary. We will reconvene tomorrow for the 5th plenary meeting at 9:30 a.m. in this room, where we will launch the thematic day on women's empowerment, women's role in the future of industry and economy. This 5th plenary meeting will be held in parallel with the 2nd meeting of the main committee, commencing at 10:30 a.m. in the main committee hall. I would like to remind all delegations that, as announced earlier, the list of speakers will be closed tomorrow at 12 noon. I also take this opportunity to remind all delegates that in-person participation is required if they wish to take part in any balloting, if required, for the election of members of the Industrial Development Board and Programme and Budget Committee in the morning of Wednesday, 26 November 2025. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator, Mr. John DeFetrios, and to the panelists of the event of the transformative power of just energy transitions for the industrial development. I close the session.
Yes.
The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good afternoon. Delighted to be back for this final plenary session that we're going to be holding now on the transformative power of just energy transition for industrial development. I heard that very robust debate in the last 90 minutes. Our overarching theme for this forum is the future of industrialization, AI as a game changer. We know there's a rush to scale up to fuel AI, but in this sprint to develop, we should recognize two goals can run in parallel. A just energy transition, including the modernization of supply chains, plus enhancing existing grids and building new grids for energy collaboration, which of course by extension will foster development. Critically and often overlooked outside of these halls, without minerals, there is no energy transition. The demand is large scale, 5 to 7 times more resources needed, and a large portion of those assets, in fact, sit in the global south. We heard from the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Bandar al-Khareif, earlier, talking about the moves here in the kingdom, and also the Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Baldi, for Guinea, suggesting the same. The money is pursuing this, and it helps support a just energy transition. We have a busy 90 minutes ahead of us, including an excellent roundtable, which I will be chairing, and a signing ceremony to bring new members into UNIDO's Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. First, let's set the scene outlining challenges and opportunities of a just energy transition. We're delighted to have the President of the Royal Commission for Jebel and Yambu in the Eastern Province. Let's welcome His Excellency Engineer Khalid Mohammed Al Salam to the stage for his keynote address. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again. You okay? On TV. I know, that's true. It is all over.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. I extend my warmest gratitude to the organizers and all participants in this global platform organized by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our topic today, the transformative power of just energy transition for industrial development, addresses the critical challenges of our time of achieving a sustainable energy future without sacrificing economic growth in industrial sectors. A true transition requires that we align climate action with social well-being, economic opportunities, and stability, ensuring all nations benefit equally. And I believe the insights shared today will shape the industrial world. Addressing this critical global climate challenge demand an immediate, unified actions and collective commitments to reach net zero goals. And these goals are reshaped investment, policy, and technology development worldwide. We are moving towards a decentralized, decarbonized, and digitized energy system. It is essential that heavy industries adopt clean production pathways, such as low-carbon hydrogen and circular carbon economies and advanced manufacturing processes. The environment is no longer an external constraint. It is the ultimate parameter for future industrial success. Recognizing this global shift, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, guided by Vision 2030, views this climate challenge as a historic opportunity to diversify its economy and emerge as a global leader in sustainable energy solutions and pioneer this transition. To meet its ambitions, targets, the Kingdom has launched several initiatives and programs collectively designed to create a vibrant circular carbon economy. These include the Saudi Green Initiative, a national roadmap for reducing carbon emissions and boosting renewable capacity, National Renewable Energy Program, which accelerates the integration of solar and wind energy to power industrial expansion, and the Middle East Green Initiative, which extends this commitment regionally to accelerate the clean energy transition across the Middle East. And if we look at it from organizational level, that drives our national industrial future. The Royal Commission for Jubail and Yambu, RCGY, serves as the engine for realizing Saudi Arabia's industrial vision. Our core mandate is to establish and manage world-class industrial cities that are anchors for the kingdom's economic future. And our strategy is now dedicated to positioning these cities as the global benchmark for sustainable industrial development. The success of this strategy rests on our world-class infrastructure that integrates heavy industry and residential services while prioritizing efficiency and strict environmental standards. A central focus is the development of clean hydrogen capture projects to position the cities as key nodes in the emerging carbon-free energy supply chain. Furthermore, RCGY enhances efficiency and sustainability through optimized smart logistics system and ports facilities and comprehensive digital transformation future projects. To share this success and enable the private sector, RCGY created Al Jubail and Yambu Company for Industrial Services, JABIN, as an investment arm, fostering promising partnerships and investment opportunities across industrial services, real estate, digital solutions, and tourism. As we stand here today at this global platform, building upon our 50 years of successful industrial experience, RCGY is committed to a global knowledge transfer, believing that a true transition requires active collaboration, especially with developing nations that are focusing on sustainable industrialization. RCGY is dedicated to sharing its expertise in areas such as industrial city planning, environmental management systems, and clean energy integration. And to maximize global impact, we are actively seeking partnerships with international organizations, governments, and private sector leaders to co-develop widely scalable and adaptable solutions. Our recent participation in global initiatives, such as the World Economic Forum, transitioning industrial clusters to sustainable development is key, positioning our cities as essential platforms for international collaboration among governments, businesses, and academic institutions to accelerate industrial decarbonization and promote clean technologies. I am pleased to witness that this crucial global exchange has found its perfect home at the UNIDO platform, providing us with the insights required to accelerate and ensure the fairness of the energy transition. Our commitment is stronger than ever, and we are even more determined to fully realize this transformative opportunity, ensuring a sustainable industrial future that benefits all nations. Thank you.
Engineer Khalid Mohammed Al Salam, the President of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu, thank you very much for opening up our session here, our final plenary session for today. And we have an excellent panel. I think it's often overlooked because of the rise of AI and the thirst for energy that we have not seen what was transpiring in 2024 as a year of investment. Over $2 trillion went into the renewable and clean energy space. And it's the first time that doubled the amount of money that went into oil, gas, and coal. Of course, we want to spark opportunities for developing economies in green industrialization and to bolster clean tech supply chains. And we want this discussion to go into the spirit of action. I have four excellent panelists that are going to be joining us for our roundtable discussion. If time permits, we'd like to take some questions from the floor, but we'll have to play that by ear. Let's bring our panelists onto the stage. I have Ms. Rana Ghanem, who's the Director of the Division of Energy and Climate Action for UNIDO. Ms. Emma Siemens-Lorentzen is the Secretary General's Climate Action Team at the United Nations. Mr. Gerhard Fourie is the Chief Director of Green Industries at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the DTIC of South Africa. And Dr. Franz Joseph Rademacher is the Director of the Research Institute for the Applied Knowledge of Processing at Ulm University. Can we give him a nice welcome to the stage, and thank you very, very much. It's nice to have you. And we're going to finish with a pretty robust debate here. And I've had the pleasure of covering energy for 30 years, and I've had a chance to take a deep dive when based in Abu Dhabi because we had the ARENA, the Renewable Energy Agency globally. So I made my own mental transition about 12 years ago. And we often talk about this just energy transition and the role of UNIDO in this. But how do we make sure we build a more inclusive process in this energy transition? And can it truly lead, Rana, to the industrialization that we hope for in the developing world? Do you want to pick it up from there?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, first for our Saudi hosts for having us here, and thanks for this, bringing a spotlight on such an important discussion for the region and also for all UNIDO member states. So from our side, I think one of the key things when we talk about just energy transitions is there's multiple levels of that justice. So first and foremost, there is basically the global south and north, and how do we make sure that the technology brings dividends across both and brings also support across both. There's also the different layers of that between, national, and so at the national level, making sure that this justice brings inclusivity and justice for women and young people, moving to regional level, and then going all the way to global. So it's important whenever we're thinking of our work on just energy transitions to really frame it along these lines. Now, some of the key things that we are obviously advocating for within UNIDO is, at the end of the day, energy and energy access is very important. However, from our experience, and especially working with many of the countries that have energy access deficits, is energy alone is not enough. I mean, energy is the backbone of societies, but industry is the economic engine of growth. And so we really need those productive uses of energy. We really need to anchor industrialization more closely in the energy world to unlock all the full benefits, especially, creating jobs and making sure that we prepare the next workforce of skilled labor.
Okay, very good. Do you think we're actually accelerating? Because the level of investment in 2024 was extraordinary. And do you fear that we lose momentum as a result of this rush to supply energy for AI? And I'd like to get Emma to comment the same. But do you find that you're losing momentum in the developing world for this transition?
Not at all. I mean, I just came from Brazil, from Belém, and in fact, I think green industrialization has been at the center of the discussion globally, because also, a lot of the developing countries are looking at, the session before spoke about shoring, industrial shoring, but actually a lot of countries are looking as well at power shoring as a way of attracting new investments in industries that would help benefit their own communities. So I think at the end of the day, the way I see it is that, by developing the right industrial policies, green industrial policies, countries are going to be able to attract the right investments, unlock the right benefits, but at the same time keep on track with our sustainable development and climate goals.
Good. I think Emma can give us a chance to take a scorecard from Belém, right? You said you were there, Rana, and there was a lot of bruising taking place behind the scenes on whether we make a transition, a gradual transition out of fossil fuels. So that seemed to capture most of the media attention because we, at COP28, had that put in. What did you take away from that process at COP30 and the SG summit in momentum to maintain the just energy transition?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for having me, and the Saudi host, and UNIDO, of course. Yes, so we just reached an agreement on Saturday in Brazil, and you've seen the media headlines, but I think I want to focus more about some positive outcomes, because COP is consensus-based, and we all know what that means. It's hard to reach it.
Yes.
But the fact that we got a multilateral outcome Saturday, after 2 weeks of negotiations, was a win for multilateralism and was a win for all countries. So we cannot say that COP30 delivered on everything, and also what you mentioned, but it delivered outcomes, and I can just emphasize a few of them.
Sure, please.
Thank you. First, on triple adaptation finance by 2035 got into the outcome, which is key to close the adaptation gap. Another outcome was the just transition mechanism, which got into the outcome, which is key for developing countries to help them in the transition of the energy sectors. And thirdly, we also had the Global Implementation Accelerator, which is supposed to also close the gaps and raise ambition and the implementation gaps in general, and help countries deliver on the new climate plans that all countries had to deliver this year. So that was also a result. And then on fossil fuels, as you mentioned, that was a tension, that was an area always challenging for countries and parties to agree on. But what we have was also what the COP president said in front of the plenary in the closing on Saturday. It is that he will start a process of also delivering on the UAE consensus agreed 2 years ago on exactly the just and equitable transition away from fossil fuels.
Good. Can I ask you a quick follow-up on adaptation, because it was very important and often lost in that debate about phasing out fossil fuels. It was important because some of these developing countries, particularly in Africa, are suffering on the front lines of climate change. So do you think the adaptation financing will be realized?
Yeah, that's hopefully, but it's goals that all countries and parties are emphasizing. So it is very positive that I got into the text and the main goal on climate finance from this COP, as we see it, and that was crucial. Also, the Secretary General, he called for it when he made his press statement a couple of days before. So very positive. And another thing that I also just want to mention of the outcome, because we will have a signing ceremony in the end of this session on exactly critical energy transition minerals, and that is that during this COP, it was the first time where this was a topic in an outcome where it was discussed, critical energy transition minerals. It didn't make it to the final outcome, but just that it was so high on the agenda and that countries were discussing it and debating it just amplifies how important this topic will get in the coming years.
Good. Okay. It was hard to build momentum for the need for critical minerals and whether it could be done cleanly. And the Future Minerals Forum, which is held here in January every year, kind of broke that log jam. But I don't think the world really understands the volumes that we're talking about here in terms of 5 to 7 times more materials for a net zero target of 2050 and in that range. Gerhard, this brings up the question for South Africa and what your department's working on at trade, industry, and competition. Can you see the development of critical minerals in a just energy transition and the role of South Africa coming to bear here? Because we have a lot of assets in Africa. The whole question's been, is the investment willing to come in, and can the infrastructure keep pace? How do you see it from your vantage point at DTEC?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the invite. The minerals is, of course, South Africa's always had a wealth of minerals, and the foundation of the South African economy is been built on minerals and mining. Currently, the contribution of this industry is obviously declined, and services and other industries take a more prominent role in our GDP, but it still remains a critical part of our foundation. The other big challenge South Africa has is because of our coal-fired electricity is we're one of the most carbon-intensive economies in the world. And as far as mining and mineral beneficiation goes, that is quite a challenge. And basically for South Africa to continue this tradition of mining and minerals as a key part of our foundation of our economy, we basically we've got no choice. And a lot of, on the one hand, this has played quite a key role in aligning policy across the country. We've got a Climate Change Act that aligns our nationally determined contributions with our mining, minerals, transport, energy sectors. We've got a significant rollout of renewable energy plant and a massive reduction in coal-fired electricity. So that we hope is the path to adding value in this space. Of course, we want to move away from simply exporting minerals. We have to beneficiate the minerals. A key part of decarbonization is to add more value and use less energy.
Good. Is that realistic, you think, in South Africa and some of the states? We heard the special advisor to the Prime Minister of Guinea was suggesting the same. They don't want to be the raw supplier to the world, but to get people to also invest in downstream activities, which is key to job creation and a just energy transition.
It will be tough. But I mean, it is realistic. I mean, you have to basically, part of our critical minerals action plan is, first of all, to identify the critical minerals that can be supplied at the scale that can allow beneficiation. So quite a bit of work ahead of us.
Good, very good. Dr. Ruckemarker, it's great to have you as the anchor on the other side of this panel, because I'd love to see if we can define how you see, with your research that you've done over the last decades, on what is a just energy transition, and how would you define it for different regions of the world, if it's Southeast Asia, Africa, LATAM, in the developing worlds. How can they embark on this journey as you see it today?
It is very difficult to say which energy transition would be a just energy transition. But I think the main point is that, for instance, in Africa, they need much more energy. So if one would take a justice point of view, one would say, yes, somehow there should be much more energy available. Now one must understand that today still 80% of all energy used is fossil. So while we always have these debates about renewables, the real issue is the same since 30, 40 years, it's fossil energy. And therefore, if we talk about a just transition, it would be very important to help those countries to activate their own fossil resources. And it's really a disaster that rich countries, and Germany is among them, do everything to hinder the African countries in developing their own fossil resources. And they do it by saying that it's not sustainable, while we in Europe have 80% of our energy coming from fossil sources. The trick they do is they say banks are only allowed, European banks for instance, to invest into exploitation of resources if those are sustainable, but everything that is fossil is not sustainable. So the banks are not allowed to invest into the development of those resources, while these are the resources that we use all the time ourselves.
Okay, it's a very interesting point. It's a very controversial one, so I'm going to bring other people into the fore. That was the debate prior to the Russia-Ukraine war, that the banks were not allowed to go into Africa and develop natural gas resources in Senegal and Mauritania. You know the development potential of Tanzania and Mozambique, and there's a lot of other fields in Nigeria that could be developed here. And then we had the German Chancellor go to Senegal and say, we'll underwrite your natural gas resources if you export 100% of it to Europe. Now, have we progressed, Doctor? And I'm going to bring others into this debate or not. Is it a fair transition to say, oh, yes, you can develop your resources in Africa if you export it all to the developed world? It doesn't seem fair. Please. And
no,
I'll have Rana jump in.
In any classical moral sense, it is just ugly. I do not allow them to develop their resources. But in the moment I need those resources for myself, I make an exception and say, now it is allowed, but only under the condition that it goes to me. This is amoral, but this has happened in this way, and it shows how much politics is driven by interest of persons, interest of states, following their own needs. And whatever they say today may not be valid anymore shortly afterwards if things change.
Interesting. Rana, go ahead. And one of the arguments we've heard coming out of COP28, that's not one size fits all when it comes to hydrocarbons, that a country should be able to determine its transition and if it has access to the resources. What is UNIDO's position on this? And can states use natural gas as a transition to develop green industrialization? What is your thought on this?
I think it's important to think that at the end of the day, we have three drivers now behind the energy transition. So, and absolutely, climate is one of those, and countries have their own commitments. The second driver is development. I mean, we need to also hit the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and for that, there's also, you know, a lot of critical gaps. And the third one, precisely as you mentioned, imposed by, you know, the situation of the supply, also particularly from Ukraine, is actually the energy security dimension. Now, for us, I think there's multiple, if you like, dichotomies that are also, if you try to look beyond these drivers, that are in fact influencing the landscape. And first is we have a lot of countries that do need to very significantly lower their emissions and decarbonize, whether they're energy sector or industrial sectors, which is where UNIDO actually focuses. But then at the same time, you have, you know, many countries that have energy access deficits, and we have more than 800 million people that still lack that access to energy. So these are two very contradicting things. The other is we have a growing population. And that population is also a very young population that needs jobs, and so, you know, we need to create jobs. Then the third level of it is actually that also, even if we look at some of the resources, there are different concentrations. I mean, let's look not only at critical minerals, not only look at fossil. There's also solar energy. I mean, it's abundant everywhere, and that's this narrative of power shoring that many countries are trying to say. I mean, can we look at what we have, and how does this fit within a roadmap? I mean, whatever that roadmap is for the country needs to strike the balance between economy, sustainability, and also security. So these are very important dimensions to consider.
It's quite extraordinary, not to interrupt you, but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. We live in the 21st century, as you said, 770-ish million people don't have access to electricity. 500 million are on the African continent, which doesn't seem to be a priority for anybody to meet it. It's an SDG goal. as we know. And I sit on the board of SE for All, so we kind of live this. So there's also the case of why can't we solve that with more intention as a global community, number one. And number two, we're still fighting on whether a country should be able to use its natural resources. Emma, you can jump in as well, please.
But I mean, at the end of the day, energy itself is not the goal. And I think this is what we're trying to say here. I mean, of course, having access to electricity gives you comfort, gives you a lot of things. But at the end of the day, also our experience has been working in Africa. Whenever we had mini-grids, there wasn't enough demand for the electricity that's coming from the grid, because you are really changing the way and the dynamic in that community. So this is where you need to really link it again to a productive use. You need to link it to an industrial use that would provide that anchor, and that also provides a bit more livelihoods and productivity for the communities there. So yeah, I mean, I would say I agree with you, and I wouldn't say it's not a priority. It is a priority, but it's a very difficult one, right? Because you are working at grassroots level to be able to achieve that. You need government policies that would help align the investments. I mean, for decentralized energy, you need a very clear and robust policy framework that helps the investors look and identify, this is where the government wants to go, these are their targets, and I have a solid and stable framework that will help me secure my investments. And these have been critical challenges, and there's a lot of coalitions, M300 and others, that are now coming on board and really trying to resolve that. But I also still think that without industrialization and really looking at how do you help countries in creating beneficiation opportunities, how do you help, I mean, there's a lot of discussions on interconnections and how they can also help influence energy access across the African continent. But if we don't start also linking these to economic corridors that help, contextualize, bring local industry, local innovation, at the end of the day, we're not unlocking the full benefits of that transition, and that's where justice lies.
Interesting. In fact, we often don't talk about grids enough, right? So existing grids that need to be modernized, and new grids for power sharing in Africa, which would unlock a lot of the opportunities there. So, Emma, what are the economic arguments on this transition for it to succeed? Obviously, we know the UN position on this, and the Secretary General himself has been very forthright. What is the base case economic argument?
I think it's clear. We have the data, we have like the excellent reports, and let me just mention like 4 concrete data points. And before that, I can also just say how great it was yesterday that the UNIDO Director General, His Excellency, he was really stressing the economic arguments for the industrialization in the world, and this is just also an energy, but we have the arguments and it is put out there. So just to emphasize 4 things, and that is, first of all, 92% of new power capacity last year came from renewables, 92%. And $2.2 trillion was invested in clean energy. That is like double the amount of what was invested in fossil fuels. And renewables, it is the cheapest source of electricity that you can generate now, the cheapest, newest form. And that is in almost every country in the whole world. And fourthly, it is that every investment in renewable energy brings in 3 times more jobs than in fossil fuels. So we have the stats and the facts, and we have to drive it this way.
Okay, very good. Thanks for putting that context in. So, Gerhard, how do you position South Africa then for this level of investment? If we need critical minerals, you need them for solar PV, you need them for wind turbines, you need them for battery storage, you need it for AI chips, you need it for nuclear facilities. We can have that discussion about the deployment of tripling nuclear by 2050 as well. How do you position South Africa to leverage this opportunity?
Basically, I mean, if I think back of my own experiences, about a decade and a half ago, South Africa started with the rollout of renewable energy, and we saw significant investment in component manufacture, industrialization, etc. The program ran into 2 bottlenecks. So one was stop-start nature, so big bid windows and with long delays in between. At some stage, it was a 4-year delay. And that led to significant, almost total disinvestment from the sector. What we're doing now is the energy market is being freed up. Private investors can generate electricity, they can participate in transmission. So a big chunk of the 75, 80 gigawatts of new energy will come from those private investors. And the way we see it, and we can already pick it up, is this potentially big market is really what's going to drive it. Is what I see.
It was only 3 or 4 years ago we were looking at power shortages in South Africa, but now the market's opened up and the investors are coming in, is what you're saying?
So not too long ago, it was an area where there was a lot of disappointment, and we've seen a reverse of that. A lot of interest, a lot of energy, a lot of potential. Well, there's a lot of investors in the energy generation side, but also a lot of interest in the industrialization part of it.
Good. We often, Doctor, we talk about national determined contributions, or the NDCs, and I hope I have my math right here, Rana and Emma, but the target at COP28 was to reduce emissions by 43% by 2035, and anybody that works in energy knows that the emissions are still rising. So how do we get this balance right of defining the national determined contributions and trying to concentrate on deployment for decarbonization at a faster pace? How do you see it?
I think there are very huge misunderstandings about the Paris Agreement. This Paris Agreement requires industrial states to reduce their CO2 emissions.
Yes.
But it allows countries in development, countries that need to industrialize, all the, let's say, partners of UNIDO, they have the right to increase their CO2 emissions for good reasons. So the world is now organized in a way that there is 20–30% of actors that have to reduce, and in volume they are already at most 30% of emissions, and in 10 years they are only 20% of emissions. They are totally unimportant. The only thing that is of interest is the countries in development, the countries that industrialize. And just to mention this, China is among them.
Yes.
As also a country in development in the UN term, yeah? So all these countries will increase their CO2 emissions.
Okay, so did you put them in a different category? This is a very interesting debate, and this is one that's been robust, as you all know, in this panel. How do you say, for example, I think global emissions, Africa represents less than 1% today, right? So can you put those countries that are coming from an LDC or a rising developing country, how do you put this in a category where it still meets our climate goals in your view, Doctor?
No, put them all together, yeah? All the partners of UNIDO. This is now the part of the world where the CO2 emissions year for year increase.
I know.
For good reasons.
Because we're growing, right?
Because they are growing and they have to bring their populations out of poverty. Billions of more people, and they all should have a decent life.
Okay, and how do we square this with climate change?
This is very difficult for climate change, yeah, because it means all this runs into a climate catastrophe. Now these countries have also their NDCs, but all these NDCs are conditioned. They only have conditional NDCs. And the conditional NDCs say, if the rich countries give us enough money, then we can decrease our CO2. Now it's important to ask what amounts of money are on the table. And I take now Kenya as a good example with 50 million people. Kenya requires 9 billion a year to deal with their conditional NDC, 9 billion. But only with 50 million people. If you take all those countries, it's 5 billion people. Then instead of 9 billion a year, you must talk about 900 to 1,000 billion a year. And so much money will be needed. And last year in Baku, there was a decision of the world community that this money is needed. This was a unique decision of all countries. We need 1.3 billion of money if we want to solve the climate problem.
$1.3 trillion of money.
1.3 trillion, yeah.
Trillion.
Is 1,300 billions.
Yeah.
Yeah? That is the money we need. And that was unanimously the position. Now what happened this year at the COP? Nothing happened in this direction. And the chief of the topic said, you industrial countries, you have to change your policy. You still are in the old policy. The old policy is you try to do something at home. No, your job is not to do something at home. Your job is to do something with this 1.3 trillion. And we see nothing happening.
Very interesting. So I want to jump into this debate here. And the role of UNIDO in this industrialization and the green pathway forward.
Absolutely.
This is a pretty sticky debate, but it's one that's worth having.
It's needed. I mean, I think this discussion, I think, reflects a lot what's happening, the discussion happening, and I think this is entirely what is meant here. But allow me first to reflect also on a personal level a little bit, because I am from the global south, right? And I don't know why we need to learn the wrong way, because if there has been development that's coupled by emission, that's causing climate change, I mean, at the end of the day, can we do it green right from the start? That's my personal opinion, and that's, I believe, what we try to foster at UNIDO. The second personal reflection is my 16-year-old daughter. I'm often traveling and leaving her to come to such debates and bring discussions around just transitions. I mean, I owe it to her as well to make sure that, you know, all our work on energy, on sustainable development is really anchored in something that preserves the planet as well for her and for the future generations. But now with this personal reflection, allow me then to come back to...
But it's, you know, it's good that you bring up that perspective because, you know, I'm a father of 2 daughters as well. I am extremely concerned what happens in 20 years, but we have leading governments like the US that don't see it at this stage. One cabinet minister was saying we'd have 1 degree warming by 2050. It's just not reality. So we've been having a debate about how much we're warming in the world. It makes it very difficult to move in the same direction. And Emma, feel free to jump in. Go ahead, Ron.
I do believe also private sector sees the business opportunity. That's where it lies at the end of the day. And we need to be realistic. It's not only about, you know, philanthropically what we need to do, but there is here a very clear business opportunity. And Emma has already laid it out as well. I mean, we need jobs for young people, specifically in Africa, but other countries. But here you go. Renewables can offer the 3 times more jobs than any other source of energy. So, I mean, you know, there is an economic case, and the business sector sees it. Subnational governments see it. So I don't necessarily see that only one direction of, you know, some governments backing off is going to really change the discourse. I think the ship is sailing and it's moving, and you'd better jump on it and, you know, basically create that action. So as far as UNIDO is concerned, what we try to do is, well, support for sure our member states in that tension, looking at the role of industrial policy and how industrial policy can help governments in unlocking the economic benefits of that transition and, you know, supporting the industrial transformation. We also work on creating partnerships, because that's what is needed as well. We need to create partnerships between the global north and the global south, but also across the global south. There's a lot of learnings that countries like South Africa can offer to other countries in Africa, but also in other regions. So this element of partnerships and co-creation between governments, but also between the private sector is core to what we try to promote at UNIDO. And a third element is also now looking ahead from one COP to the other, this is like a little bit the dilemma we constantly work with. We're trying to look at how to boost the industry action agenda at COP to make sure that we really bring in industry at the core of the action agenda, bringing in their investments, their technologies, their know-how. And this is where we've chartered, in collaboration with the Brazilian government, the Belém Declaration on Green Industrialization. 13 countries, leading countries, have already joined the Belém Declaration with a view to really work together on unlocking the economic benefits of the energy transition, and with a view to create within UNIDO a home that will help inform future industrial policies, but also future actions within the climate agenda. So I would say, we're counting also on the member states that are gathered here in this discussion today to join this declaration and to help us in shaping this hub that would help influence and inform future industrial action agendas.
Very good. 13 of those countries, all developing countries? Or?
No, in fact, it's a very balanced mix. So, of course, Brazil, as the host of COP, was the main sponsoring country and putting forward the declaration. But we also have South Africa that has joined. We have Sweden, Australia, UK, and a few others as well. Spain, obviously. Good. So it's a good balanced list between Tuvalu, which is a small island state, but also the importance then of looking at blue economy, which is a different source of, way of looking at energy and economic diversification opportunities from energy. But this is the story of Tuvalu, so we need to give those different stories, different benchmarks for countries that they can aspire to as well.
Good. The Secretary General, Emma, has made it green transition minerals a key priority. Can you let us know where it stands? I know from Belém, there's an action plan. So what can you share today? And I think there's, 7 guiding principles and 5 recommendations. Where do we stand with that, and what does it lead to?
Yes, so the Secretary General, he knows how important critical energy transition minerals are for the whole energy transition, and he knows that we should not repeat mistakes of our past. We should really help in an energy transition, that we help that this will not damage the developing countries who do have these huge resources. We should flip it as a huge opportunity for these countries to generate revenues and also help countries reach sustainable development goals with these resources. So he set up a panel, and they developed the 5 actionable recommendations and 7 principles. And now we ask all our partners and all countries to help us implement it. And here UNIDO is a key partner, and I look so much forward to the signing of the Global Alliance on Responsible and Green Minerals. And we will also soon, you will hear more from the UN about this as well.
Okay, very good. I was surprised to hear the advisor for Guinea suggesting today that there's $200 billion going over a 15-year period into a pretty small country, but it has the U.S., it has China, has investors from UAE, the Kingdom is looking at it as well. So there's a thirst for this. In our 8 minutes left, and this was not on our agenda, but it is in the overarching agenda of the UNIDO conference here. AI is a game changer, and I'm wondering what it means for the just energy transition, because I have a fear that it's sucking up so much capital. There's $3 trillion invested already. It's going to suck up a lot of energy, and in the global south where they need energy, I don't think it's the first priority, as you can see here. And I talked about tripling nuclear deployments by 2050, right? Because there's such a thirst. Doctor, have you given this some thought in your research about what influence AI will have on a just energy transition? Does it throw it all off because our priorities change?
I worked 40 years as a professor for artificial intelligence.
Well, you're hiding the headline here. That's a pretty interesting
I was
point.
The head of the first AI institute in Germany. But let me say one thing. The whole wording is misleading. The AI is not intelligent. There is nothing of any intelligence in AI. But AI, these are tools which can practically be used to certain effects. Yeah? Let me put it this way. Has nothing to do with intelligence. We are intelligent, humans. Humans invented satellites. Humans invented airplanes. No AI could ever do anything in this direction without us. Yeah?
Yes.
But now we have this AI, and now people believe that is a game changer for development or for whatever. I think there is a big danger that with the AI we have today and the digitalization we have today and all the stuff that comes with it, we are on a way to lose our freedom and transform our society in something we call that a super organism. It's like the bees or the ants, they form super organisms. These are big systems with a lot of individuals. The individuals are all separately able to live, but in the end, they all enslaved by the superorganism, and I see a huge danger that humanity as a whole is on the way to become a superorganism controlled by tools like AI, but the price we pay for that is we lose our freedom. So I'm absolutely not happy about what is going on, and I absolutely don't believe that this is something that will help the poorest groups on the earth. I think the economic situation of all those groups will deteriorate even in comparison to today with all those tools and what is going on. So, sorry.
No, that's okay. It's a very interesting conversation, but is it to create even a wider wealth gap? So, Gerhard, how does South Africa see this thirst for energy and thirst for minerals, and does it pose a danger for South Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa in your view?
I haven't really applied my mind to that level to this question of AI, but I mean, this whole transition, on the one hand, is a big opportunity for countries like South Africa. I mean, we have our minerals, but we also have sunshine, we have space. We can generate the cheapest renewable electricity in the world. Coming back to the previous debate, it's a case of how do you manage this transition? I mean, we export a lot of iron and iron ore and metals, and it's virtually impossible to transfer that industry over the short term to a clean industry. So the world, unfortunately, carbon border adjustments are being introduced in these things. So the whole idea to make the environment clean is penalizing this industry and this key part of an economy that is desperately trying to adjust. So I think that's an area where if AI can help us solve that problem. I use AI a lot in my work. And what I find is it has increased my productivity big time, even though it's maybe not really intelligent. But definitely useful in what we do.
Well, it's interesting. So let's finish with Rana and Emma then. We have 3.5 minutes. Does AI offer an opportunity here to accelerate a just energy transition because it gives us research power? What's your view?
Absolutely. We were just discussing with a startup that's looking at how AI accelerates research and innovation with a grade of 20%. So whatever is needed, so if you need 5 years to develop a specific technology, their research is showing how you can do that in a year. And that brings me to the point, I mean, we have 4 years ahead of us for 2030 and still quite a big gap for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So there's certainly, AI can be turned around to see how do we we accelerate that, and how do you use AI for accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals? On the other side, I fully agree with you. I mean, the rising demand for energy is a concern. However, I also feel like through standards, we could actually start addressing that early on. So basically, by making AI and data centers having a requirement to source from green energy, and developing more harmonized approaches that support carbon accounting for where that energy actually comes from. So this is a discussion I know with ITU some of our teams are having, and is one that should be really accelerated before it's too late.
Okay, very good. Emma, what are your thoughts on this? Because we're at quite a critical juncture here, because I mean, I've lived through 35 years of covering global economics, and you saw the rush, when we had the internet development, everybody thought it was going to be a job killer. It was actually a job creator. But I've never seen such a push at such a fast rate to deploy as much energy as possible to meet this thirst.
Yes, thank you. And on a personal note, I also think that the expectation for this industry and this sector to generate and help us going forward, it's also the principle is that we are reliant on renewables and the green energy transition to help us be able to manage this. And also just a note to my colleagues, it's a tough way we have forward on greening and making the world renewable, but we are heading in a high speed. And as the UN Secretary General repeatedly says, the fossil fuel age is ending and renewables are rising.
Okay, the final note there. No, I appreciate that. And actually, the innovation around, one of the biggest complaints over the last 10 years is there's no place to store solar and wind power. Battery storage is coming, and it'll actually get much more efficient in time. It'll need more minerals from South Africa and other developing markets. That was a pretty robust debate in a very profound way. Everybody had a lot to chip in. Rana, it's great to have you and appreciate UNIDO's role in this. Emma, representing the Secretary General's Climate Action Team. Gerhard, thank you very much with the DTEC work in South Africa. And Dr. Rodenmacher, it's a pleasure to have you. It's always to have a fire starter. I think you kind of landed a grenade on your views on AI, so it's going to make me think a little bit differently on that. Before we pause to thank our panelists, I wanted to welcome to the stage Dr. Sasha Raab, who's the head of the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals at UNIDO. He's going to do some closing comments and also have some signing of MOUs and expansions into different markets here on the just energy transition. Can we give a nice round of applause to our panelists, and thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Sasha, I'll leave it to you. Thanks. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Oh, wow, now it's working. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I have the pleasure and honor as head of the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals, first of all, to give my gratitude to the excellent panel which we had here right now, which underlined and demonstrated how important a just energy transition is. And now that I see our new re-elected Director General, Gerd Müller, I want to give him a warm welcome, Mr. Müller. Because I will transition now to the signing ceremony of the Global Alliance for Responsible Green Minerals, and I'm happy also that we have distinguished guests here already from Germany and Finland, excellencies, and from the Kyrgyz Republic. And Mr. Müller, Gerd Müller, he was the man with a vision. In 2023, he saw the opportunity for the countries of the Global South that 2/3 of the critical energy transition minerals are located in the Global South, and he saw the opportunity to turn this mineral rich, these raw materials, from a resource curse, which it used to be in many countries, in a resource blessing, if we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. If this time local added value, fair benefit sharing, quality jobs are created on the ground, and on the same time, local communities benefit, environment, biodiversity, and human rights are protected. That was his vision. And in January 2024, right here in Riyadh, at the Future Minerals Forum, Gerd Müller launched the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. And as we heard from Emma, from the Climate Action Team of the Secretary General, 4 months later, the Secretary General launched the panel on critical energy transition minerals. And it was such a timely and good initiative of our Director General that we started the Global Alliance before, because that meant we were ready to contribute to the Secretary General's panel in the Technical Advisory Group, and we could help shape the 7 guiding principles and the 5 action recommendations. And there is now an implementation plan from the Secretary General, and I'm proud that UNIDO and the Global Alliance will be one of the 7 core members of the UN Task Force for Critical Energy Transition Minerals, and that we have the co-lead together with UNCTAD for the most important and biggest action regulation number 1, which is more benefit sharing, local added value, and economic diversification, which is also a strength and core mandate, of course, of UNIDO. And ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, we set up the team of the Global Alliance, the Secretariat. We built the structure. We were able to position the Global Alliance on international conferences and in very important also policy papers as a key player for responsible mineral supply chains. The Global Alliance is a multi-stakeholder initiative, bringing together governments with the private sector, with labor unions, with affected communities, financial institutions, and it is meant that it can make a change in the Global South, but also in the Global North, because we want to create a win-win situation for mineral-rich and mineral-demanding countries. The main purpose of the Global Alliance is also to create or to develop UN environmental social governance criteria which are globally applicable. Because right now we have over 200 standards in the mining sector, and this is a lot very confusing for consumers, but also for the private sector. And it is unfair to responsible companies, which there are a lot, if some companies pick a standard which claims to be with a big ESG logo, but in reality it is a very low standard, and it harms the environment and doesn't pay enough for the workers, and there are no safe working conditions. Therefore, we want to do together with the other UN organizations in the Global Alliance, with the multi-stakeholder advisory board, these ESG criteria as a benchmark, UN ESG criteria, to bring some guidance and to create a global level playing field, because I think only the United Nations in a multi-stakeholder alliance like this have the credibility and the power to really set global norms and standards in this way. Right now, we did already a lot of important work. I'm proud that I can build on the experience and expertise in UNIDO, which is already active in over 30 countries in mineral supply chains, from skills development to industrial parks, to formalizing artisanal and small-scale mining. A lot of member states of UNIDO are already partners with us in the mineral sector. And of course, we want all of the countries, member states, to be also members of the Global Alliance. We just achieved that we as Global Alliance could make a really strong contribution to the G20 Critical Minerals Framework, which was right now in South Africa, in the resolution. There's a lot of wording you will find also in the concept of the Global Alliance. We contributed to this. And in Belém, we just were leading an UN event with other 8 organizations on this topic. So you can really see that we are established on international level and we work together with other international initiatives, private sector. Anglo-American as the first multinational big mining company said already they want to support the Global Alliance, want to be a member of the Global Alliance. The same counts for countless civil society groups. And I'm very happy today that we also have already the first two important members who will be signing here, and we have a lot of other more countries who just were not able to finish by the General Conference with an internal process, because we had the member state briefing in October, and in 5-6 weeks not all of the governments were able to finalize, but we will have, I think by next year, many more members. And let me maybe finish before we come to the signing summary with what I refer to Belém, where I was on the panel with the other 8 UN organizations, and Emma also referred to the climate summit. I remember my first time in Belém was in 2009. That was the World Social Forum. And I bring that up because the theme of the World Social Forum is, or was, another world is possible. Another world meaning a better, inclusive, just world is possible. And when I see the theme of our event today, the transformative power of just energy transition for industrial development, I appeal to all of you. Let us work together in the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals to be the transformative power to make this world another world, a better world, a just and inclusive world. And I invite you all to do this together in the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. And therefore, I give now the initiator, our Director General, Gerd Müller, the floor to say some keynote speech on the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. Mr. Gerd Müller, you have the floor.
Danke. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, Sascha Rabe, he is an international expert. He works in this sector over years and years. Now he is the inspirator of this Global Alliance for Responsible Mining. Thank you so much. And only a few additional comments. I talked this morning and in every different event about this. The rising global demand for minerals offers new chances for prosperity, and I see this as a game changer in most development countries, in Africa, in Latin America. But they need support. They need support to do it in the right way. Stop exploitation of nature and people there. I remember my visit in a copper mine in Zambia. So we both, Sascha, of course, we know about the real conditions and circumstances for 80% of the workers in this business. And therefore, this initiative is so important. The question is, how can least developed countries and middle-income countries from Africa, Latin America, and Asia fully participate and truly benefit from these mineral resources? And how can we make sure that about 200 million people, yes, that is the figure, who depend on the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, that is this very difficult sector, also benefit from technological development and better conditions in mining. Think about 200 million people. And UNIDO's vision is clear. Sascha Rabe mentioned it. Minerals powering the clean energy transition. That is the basic minerals for the green energy transition. By 2050, there is an increase of minerals by 500% expected. So that is big business for the future. Mineral value chains with fair contracts, with more local value addition rather than simple exploitation in mining countries. And We are working for robust environmental and social standards to prevent damage to people and planet. So we can create real win-win situations. We are pragmatic. Create win-win situations between the mineral producing and mining demanding countries. And therefore, this is why UNIDO has launched this Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Mining. So now all countries, all member states of UNIDOs, all industrialized countries are invited to join us and become member. And I'm very grateful and thankful to those members, the first members. Today we sign this joining our global alliance. Thank you so much, Germany. The representative of German government is here, and Finland. And today, they mentioned their interest, China, the European Union, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Kyrgyzstan, and Rwanda. So you both are the front runner for a lot of following countries, and therefore I thank you especially. My special thanks to you both. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yes, and after this inspiring speech of our Director General, I have the honor, and it's really like, I hope I will do this every year, yeah? But the first time, there's always a magic in the first time when you do something, yeah? So I have the great privilege and honor to welcome the Parliamentary State Secretary to the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Johann Saathoff, on the stage to sign for Germany for the ministry as the first member of the Global Alliance for Responsible Agreements. You have the floor. So. Ja, sag ruhig erst was.
Okay, I was asked to say some words, and of course I will. We have heard it during the discussion. The just energy transition bears great potential, but also has considerable challenges. Germany has been engaged in this transition for many years now. We are well aware of both the opportunities and the difficulties as well that accompany the green transformation. In addition, the energy transition happens simultaneous with the other transformations, like digitalization. Both the energy transition and the digitalization require an unprecedented amount of critical minerals. Such minerals are needed for wind turbines, for example, batteries for electric vehicles, all kinds of electronic devices. Just like the energy transition, the surging demand in critical minerals comes with challenges and opportunities. The challenges in the mining sectors are well known: environmental degradation, social exploitation, and conflict over the access of the resources. Yet we believe that there are also tremendous opportunities. The extraction and processing of critical minerals can support job creation in remote areas, enhance public revenues through licensing and taxation, and foster new international partnerships. The German government is convinced that the green transformation can only succeed if the partnerships underlying the supply chain of critical minerals seize these opportunities and are beneficial. That is why my minister, Mrs. Rima Labali Radovan, is making sustainable supply chain for critical minerals a priority for the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and therefore I'm grateful that UNIDO has decided to support the development of such mutual beneficial partnerships. We consider the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals an opportunity to build and manage such partnerships on equal terms, bringing together governments, the private sector, civil society, unions, academia, and affected communities. For Alliance to succeed, in this difficult task, it will be important that it collaborates closely with other key actors in the sector, such as the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative from the World Bank, and other public and private initiatives which aim at making resource extraction more sustainable. I am confident that UNIDO, under its current leadership, is well positioned to make the alliance a success and contribute to the development of new, reliable and mutual beneficial partnerships along mineral supply chains. Therefore, I'm very pleased that the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development is joining the alliance and look forward to working together towards this important objective. Thank you very much.
Macht ihr erstmal die erste Unterschrift. Setzt du dich dann, Gerd, daneben, du nimmst es dir nur entgegen. Aber das sieht dann gut aus fürs Foto. Und du kannst es mir dann geben. Dann machen wir das. Er unterschreibt, es gibt es dir, du gibst es mir, ich gebe es dem Leon. Nee, du musst gar nicht unterschreiben. Das ist nur einseitig der Member Pledge. Du gibst dann einfach nur den Ordner mir und ich gebe den dem Leon. Und zweimal. Du hast da noch eine Ausfertigung drin? Genau. Das ist die eine für den Gerd, für UNIDO. Ach naja, du bist der, ich kann mich ja hier so hinstellen. Du bist schon hier der Director General. So. Und jetzt kommt die nächsten, genau, dann gehen wir das zum. Kann ich ja mit? Soll ich da mit drauf? Nehmen wir dazu? Gut. Dann gehen wir hier dazu. Dann gehe ich mich in die Mitte.
Ja, komm du in die Mitte.
Nee, du kannst in die Mitte am besten. Hier. So. Ja. So. Okay. Ist gut. Thank you. Perfekt. Ja, bleib ruhig hier oben. Bleib ruhig hier oben für das andere, ja. Jetzt kommt Finnland. So, now I have the great pleasure to invite a representative of a country, I want to say that first, which has a lot of critical energy transition minerals. Sometimes not everyone is aware of that not only in the global south, but also in Europe, we have many very mineral-rich countries. And one of them is Finland, who has a lot of potential, a lot of minerals, critical minerals. And I'm very happy that the ambassador of Finland to Austria and permanent representative of Finland to the international organizations, including UNIDO, Nina Vaskonlahti, will now signing the membership. And Excellency, you have the floor, and we're very happy to have you on board. Adu is already here.
Okay. Thank you. Director General, Dr. Rabe, ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to make a pledge why we joined the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. We are joining this alliance today because Finland believes in broad-based cooperation and high environmental, social and governance standards in building critical mineral value chains. In our view, there's room for more multilateral cooperation in this sector to bring together all different stakeholders. This is especially true when it comes to cooperation on the ground in developing the mineral sector in the mineral-rich countries. We appreciate UNIDO taking the lead here. We value the expertise and determination UNIDO has already shown in making the mining industry more sustainable and inclusive. Finland is a trusted partner in sustainable mineral solutions. We are leaders in responsible mining practices, backed by a national commitment to zero-waste mining. We provide innovations across the entire value chain. Critical minerals are essential for green and digital transition, but we must not secure them at the expense of the environment or local communities. Finnish technology and expertise can help countries to maximize the benefits from natural resources in a way that does not harm the environment or the community. Instead, they can bring added value to the country, including jobs. Public-private academic cooperation is one of the cornerstones of our approach. Especially Geological Survey of Finland has a lot of expertise in capacity building in developing countries, including in cooperation with UNIDO. Director General, Dr. Rabe, we look forward to cooperation within this alliance and wish it every success. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these also very inspiring words. And as you said, Finland is really a role model also in responsible mining. And I think you make a good match, Germany and Finland. And so we hope that many new children of the Global Alliance will come to us. So please go for the signing. Kannst du, musst du nicht, aber wie du willst. Wir haben das jetzt einseitigen Pledge gemacht, damit die Leute, also, mach das ruhig. Perfekt. Dann machen wir noch vielleicht erst wollen wir Gruppenfoto am Ende machen. Dann machen wir erst ein press a separate photo and then maybe come here into, oder? Dass wir hier so die Fotografen sagen am besten, oder? Bitte das. Genau, dann haben wir ein schönes, Gerd passt gut auf sowas auf.
So, und jetzt dein. Jetzt kommt noch der, nehmen wir den Kirgisistan noch gerade mit dazu, weil den ausgeht. Jetzt kommt noch der Botschafter von Kirgisistan. Der kommt auch noch. So, also, will wir erstmal so? Nein, mach ich wieder so. Okay, komm. Okay. Okay. So we have the first two formal members, but now we also have the former Prime Minister and Ambassador to KSA of the Kyrgyz Republic, Mr. Ulubek Maripov, here in the audience, and I want to welcome him, and especially because he stands for a lot of countries, like the Director General said already, where the mining minister of the Kyrgyz Republic visited UNIDO like 2 months ago, and he said from his side he wants that the Kyrgyz Republic joins. And we have a lot of countries like this, also Austria, there's a lot of, the list of the Director General is longer. And, but they just said we couldn't finish the internal process in the government consultations by the General Conference, but the Kyrgyz Republic said we support the Global Alliance and we still want to say some words as support. And I'm very grateful that you wanted to express this support, and I give you the floor, Excellency.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Sasha. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a great honor for me to speak at this important event on behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Industry and the Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia, and also to UNIDO General Conference in excellent organization of the 21st UNIDO General Conference in Riyadh, which is being held at a high level. And I would also like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO for the next four-year term. I would like to note that the government of the Kyrgyz Republic, following constructive discussions between our Minister of Natural Resources, Ecology and Technical Supervision and the UNIDO on 17 September 2025, welcomes UNIDO's Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals as a timely and important initiative. The formal government approval is currently processing through the required procedure in our capital, and we hope to join the alliance in the near future, inshallah. We share the Global Alliance vision of creating a mutually beneficial framework for both mineral-rich and mineral-important countries that ensures the availability of critical minerals and supports diversified, resilient supply chains for the global energy transition in a peaceful, just and sustainable manner. We also appreciate that the Alliance's objectives are grounded in the UN guiding principles on business and human rights and align with the guiding principles of and actionable recommendations of the UN Secretary General panel on critical energy transmission minerals. In particular, we welcome the Alliance's focus on fair benefit sharing, local value addition, and the creation of quality jobs. In this spirit, we look forward to close cooperation and contributing to the Alliance's goals through policy dialogue, technical assistance, knowledge exchange, skills development, and capacity building. Thank you for your attention. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. And before we take the final picture, I want to tell all the delegates and representatives of governments who are still in the audience. Yeah? You see now so many good reasons to join the Global Alliance. And I have a great team of the Global Alliance. Here's Mr. Leon Riedel, and I also have in Vienna a marvelous team of experts who can answer all of your questions. Of course, I'm personally also available 24/7 or nearly 24/7 for your questions. And there's really no reason not to join the Global Alliance. So tell your governments, join the Global Alliance, the sooner the better, because the sooner that you join, the sooner we can make this world another world, meaning a better world, a just and inclusive world. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So then let's have one more picture maybe with Gerd. Nehmen wir hier noch mit ihm, komm, gehen wir nach vorne hier noch mit dem ehemaligen Prime Minister.
Background.
Okay, so. Okay, die müssen das, oder?
Oh, we do it so.
Das ist der Mann der Tat hier. Ja. Okay, geh durch hier so, genau. Dann gehe ich das hier so ein bisschen, genau. So. Also habt ihr jetzt, ja genau, mache ich so, komm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks again. We see each other, maybe? Yeah? Yes, and let's keep in touch. Also thank you so much. Thanks so much. Let's keep in touch. Wir sehen uns ja auch noch bei der Botschaft. Ne? Super, schön. Hast gut gemacht.
Dr. Sasha, thanks very much, and congratulations on the collaboration we've seen. I saw the initial seeds planted for the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals, and it's good to see its expansion. That concludes the Investment Day here at the 21st Conference for UNIDO, and we thank also the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources for the hosting of today's events. Proceedings will start here tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we'll have a special focus on our plenary sessions on women and gender on Tuesday. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Good night.
you.